In a world where your fate is already decided, what happens when you wake up as the villain everyone is meant to kill? Rain pours from a black sky. A hand slams into the mud, fighting for purchase in the middle of a storm. A voice cuts through the downpour, offering a dark choice. Twist your fate. We see a man with dark, slicked-back hair, holding a woman with long, white hair. His expression is cold and grim, a stark contrast to the driving rain that soaks them both. The voice finishes its chilling promise. If you wish to kill. The man lets out a long, weary breath. There's no victory in his eyes, only the deep exhaustion of someone who has reached the end of a painful road. But the woman's eyes are wide with defiance. Cornered and soaked to the bone, she is far from broken. Her knuckles turn white as she tightens her grip on the hilt of her sword, focusing all of her remaining will into one final act. With a desperate cry, she drives the blade straight into his chest. He stumbles back, a pained cough racking his body as blood spills from his lips. His gloved hand comes away, stained with his own blood, a shocking red against the dark fabric. As his life begins to fade, a single thought drifts through his mind. "You are still." He breathes heavily, his gaze locked on her even as his world starts to blur. "Beautiful, precisely because I cannot possess you." With the last of his strength, he reaches up to gently touch her cheek, leaving a smear of blood behind. Her face is a storm of shock and confusion. A tender gesture like this was the last thing she ever expected from him. She stands over his body, sword still in hand, as the rain continues to fall, washing away the blood but not the weight of her actions. A faint smile plays on his lips as he prepares to say his final words. With a final, bitter breath, he curses her. A system window pops into existence, cold and impersonal. The condition to nullify their engagement was simple. She had to kill him. And just like that, the scene shatters. A young man slumps back in his office chair, a glowing, stage-clear message on his monitor. It was all just a game. "Finally!" he sighs, running a hand through his hair. "It's not crashing." He stares at the villain on his screen, Deculine von Grahan Ukline. He'd spent countless hours fixing a persistent bug in this specific storyline. His ID badge identifies him as Kim Woojin, a character model designer. He lets out a massive yawn, stretching his tired arms over his head. That's enough overtime for one day. He's a game developer, after all, working at a studio called REW, a rising star in the console game industry. In a country that was once a wasteland for console games, REW had become a world-renowned hitmaker. And the game he's testing now is their biggest bet yet, a AAA title they've poured everything into. Basically, if this game fails, the entire company is in serious trouble. He glances at his playtime, 11 hours straight. The game itself is massive, offering a huge variety of classes for players to choose from. If it's a success, they'll be set for years. The stakes have never been higher. But if it flops, the whole studio might go under. He decides to check the character settings one more time. The source of all his recent overtime stares back at him from the screen. Deculine von Grahan Ukline. Deculine is one of the game's mid-game bosses, the very picture of arrogance, lounging on a throne of skeletons and roses. The character's countless story routes and possibilities created a mountain of bugs, but finally, Woojin managed to kill him off without a single crash. In this route, the cause of death is a stab wound delivered by his own fiancée. Woojin stretches again, thinking that for a guy who schemes as much as Deculine does, getting killed like this makes perfect sense. A soft voice calls his name. Woojin. A woman with long brown hair places a gentle hand on his shoulder, asking how the testing went. This is Ara, his team leader. And his ex-girlfriend. They were together for 7 years. He remembers the easy smiles and quiet, happy moments they shared. He admits to himself that he's always been lazy, while she was a born workaholic. Her ambition had been a constant push, helping him to become a better version of himself. But in the end, it wasn't enough. They broke up. He thinks with a pang of regret that despite everything she did for him, he just couldn't change who he was. She mentions hearing that he was struggling with some bugs. He remembers hearing a rumor himself, that 6 months after they broke up, she started seeing someone new. Trying to sound casual, he asks, "I guess it's going well with your new man?" He immediately cringes at how it came out. She just smiles, confirming that rumors in the office spread fast and that yes, it's going very well. Hearing it directly from her stings a little. He mutters sarcastically that he hopes they get married. She brushes it off, telling him to stop being so petty and focus on his work. She informs him that there have been some changes to the story's ending, so he'll need to make a few adjustments. He groans internally. It feels like this happens every other week. Looking back at the screen, he asks, "Are you sure this guy is just a mid-game boss? He seems pretty easy to kill." She explains that's part of the design. The further the story progresses, the stronger Deculine gets, so the game's difficulty really depends on the player's choices. Then, she leans in with a sly smile. "But did you know? The model for this character was you." Woojin just stares, completely stunned. "You didn't notice?" she teases. "You two look alike." He sputters, protesting that he only met the character artist a couple of times. She just laughs, adding that's why she always makes sure to kill Deculine as soon as she can in the game. Woojin is left speechless. She even says their personalities are similar. He scoffs. How could he be similar to a guy whose final moments are spent cursing out his fiancée? Changing the subject, she asks for his thoughts on the game. He admits it's fun, but the pressure of the entire studio's fate riding on it is a lot to handle. She tells him not to worry. The gameplay trailer was a massive hit online, so she's confident it'll be a success. He then glances past her toward the exit, pointing out that her boyfriend is waiting for her. A well-dressed man with white hair is leaning against a car outside, waiting patiently. She notes how late it's gotten. "What are you doing?" Woojin says, his voice flat. "Don't keep him waiting." He turns back to his screen, dismissing her. "Just go." She looks at him for a moment longer before turning to leave. "Yeah, I will." With a small wave, she wishes him good luck on his work and walks out. He watches her go, a quiet goodbye on his lips. The night sky outside is clear, illuminated by a bright full moon. Back in the empty office, the clock on the wall ticks past 1 a.m. Woojin sighs, deciding to run one final test on Deculine's character data. He grumbles to himself, still annoyed by what Ara said. "You're telling me this guy is supposed to be me?" He pulls up the character's attributes. Deculine has a strange combination of whiz kid and average mage. His backstory explains that as a child he was hailed as a magical genius, but in reality, his talent was no different from any other ordinary mage, and because of his arrogance and noble background, he ended up with the worst personality imaginable. The list of negative traits scrolls on and on. Woojin wonders if this character can even be called human. He reminds himself that Deculine is supposed to get stronger as the story progresses, but at the start of the game, he's already surrounded by people who despise him. An idea suddenly pops into his head, a little petty revenge. He decides to add a new, inconspicuous attribute. "He's supposed to be modeled after me." "Huh?" he thinks, his fingers flying across the keyboard. He adds the comprehension attribute, figuring it might give the character a bit more empathy. Then he gets a little carried away, adding wealthy, Midas touch, sharp eyesight, and even Iron Man, just for fun. And on top of that, he ended up tacking on a whole bunch of other skills that just looked cool. He immediately feels a little embarrassed by his childish impulse. He shakes his head, deciding he should probably revert the changes before they cause any new bugs. But just as he's about to hit undo, a sudden notification sound from his computer makes him jump. "Geez, that scared me," he mutters, wondering who would be emailing him this late. The sender is listed as Developer Rain, the game's story writer. He opens the email. The writer asks if he's still working and if there's anything he'd like to change about the character model. Woojin starts to type out a confused reply. "Right now?" he mutters, his hands hovering over the keyboard. Before he can send it, a new message pops up. It's cheerful and a little strange. "Heh, no. Take a look outside the window." "The window?" he wonders, turning in his chair. "What could be out there?" Through the glass, the night sky is tearing itself apart. A massive vortex of dark clouds and crackling blue lightning swirls over the city. He stares out at the impossible sight, completely frozen in his seat. His eyes widen in disbelief as his mind struggles to process what he's seeing. "What in the world is that?" he whispers. The sky looks like it has a giant hole punched through it. A blinding bolt of light erupts from the center of the vortex, shooting straight down towards the ground. A terrifying wave of purple energy pulses outward from the impact, filled with the ghostly, screaming faces of the damned. Before he can even react, a bloody hand slaps against the window from the outside. His vision warps as dark, shadowy hands reach for him, pulling him from his chair and into a glitching red abyss. The last thing he sees is the image of a terrifying red skull. He finds himself on his knees in complete darkness, his head pounding. Where am I? He feels a sharp, phantom pain in his chest, as if he's just been stabbed. A disembodied voice whispers in the darkness. So, child, do not forget. Be wary of him. Always. Deculane is no tame man. The voice continues its warning, explaining that while he may seem hesitant, he's capable of anything. He's simply hiding his true talents for now. An image of a bruised and battered Deculane flashes through his mind. He is a vile villain. Suddenly, another voice, loud and angry, starts screaming. Get up! Get up! Get up right now, Deculane! His eyes snap open. A young woman with dark hair is screaming at him, her face twisted with rage. How long are you going to sleep? How can you even call yourself a person? He lets out a soft breath, his head throbbing with a dull ache. Nah, I see, he thinks, a dawning realization slowly creeping in. It's been a few days since I possessed this body. The woman continues to berate him, but he feels strangely detached, as if watching a scene from a dream. She yells at him for hiding away over some woman, demanding to know if he's trying to bring shame to their entire household. She slams a stack of papers onto his desk, warning him to get moving if he doesn't want to get fired. His mind drifts. Ever since that day, when the sky tore open, he woke up here, in this unfamiliar body, in this strange new world. A week has already passed. The truth is undeniable, no matter how insane it sounds. He is in the world of the game he helped create. The scenery outside the window is both familiar and foreign, confirming his worst fears. He looks down at his hands, at this body that isn't his own, and realizes he has become the absolute worst character in the entire game. A man who is fated to die, no matter what choices are made. He slowly pulls on a pair of black gloves, the cold reality of his situation finally sinking in. He became the villain. He became Deculane. A week. That's how long he's been trapped here, lying in this ridiculously lavish bedroom, the heavy reality of his new life finally sinking in. He runs a hand through his dark, unfamiliar hair. At first, he desperately clung to the idea that this was all just some vivid, elaborate dream. But with each passing day, the feeling of breathing this air, of living in this body, became too real to deny. The dream was over. This was his life now. He briefly wondered if this was some strange afterlife, a bizarre consequence of that lightning strike back home. But he pushes the thought away. Whatever the cause, the conclusion was the same. He had become the very villain from the game he was developing, Deculane von Grahan Ukline. Deculane. The mid-game boss on every single route. A source of endless trouble for every character in the story. Of all the people he could have become, why did it have to be a named villain who was destined to die? And there was another, even bigger problem. He had absolutely no idea where he was in the game's long, complicated timeline. The only thing he knew for sure was his total mana reserve, but without knowing the context of the story, that information was completely useless. He was flying blind, with no way to prepare for the dangers ahead, and the danger was very, very real. He'd tested this game over 1,000 times, and in all those playthroughs, Deculane had only managed to survive once. He was a character created for the sole purpose of being an obstacle for the player to overcome. His destiny was, quite simply, to die. He glances at the papers scattered on his bed. They're notes for a lecture he's supposed to give at the Imperial University in his role as Professor Deculane. The one who threw them at him was Yariel, Deculane's half-sister and the current head of their noble house. And to say that she and Deculane didn't get along would be a massive understatement. Thinking back to her angry rant, he starts to piece things together. She had screamed at him for being cooped up over some woman, and that woman had to be his in-game fiancée, Julie. This was it, his first real clue. He was at the point in the story where Deculane and Julie had just had a major falling out. He remembers Yariel's parting threat, get up and go to your fancy professor job, or risk getting fired. The word professor clicks. The lecture is today. He lets out a heavy sigh. He knew he had to go. He'd never given a lecture in his life, but he needed more information, any information, if he was going to have even a sliver of a chance at survival. More than anything, he remembers the system window from when he first woke up here. It gave him a main goal for survival and a side quest connected to this very lecture. Uriel's threat was the final push. He knew there were story routes where she was the cause of Deculane's death. Ignoring her warning was not an option. He gets out of bed. The quest reward was important, but first, he had to figure out what he was even supposed to talk about. And then he remembers. Just before he was transported here, he'd given this body a brand new attribute, comprehension. It was a unique grade skill, giving him the power to understand anything, as long as he had the mana to fuel it. The irony was bitter. He'd only added it on a whim, hoping it might give the cold-hearted villain a little bit of empathy. Since it was a high-level skill, he figured there had to be other hidden effects he hadn't discovered yet. This could be his key. He walks into a bathroom so luxurious it could belong to a king. Everything here, from the clothes in the closet to the layout of the manor, should feel alien to him. But it doesn't. He moves with an instinctual ease, as if he's lived here his entire life. He slips on an elegant tailored coat. As Kim Woo-jin, he would have felt ridiculous wearing something so formal. But now, it feels completely natural. He realizes with a jolt that this feeling isn't his own. It's the effect of Deculane's other attributes, like dignity and an aesthetic sense. It's as if, staring at his reflection in the mirror, he feels the body itself asserting its own will, its own personality, trying to overwrite his. As he walks through the manor's grand halls, the rigid formality that once would have suffocated him now feels perfectly normal. Even though he's just trying to gather information, every step towards the lecture feels practiced and confident, like a path he's walked 100 times before. A sense of superiority begins to swell inside him, the pride of a noble, a man born to rule. But then, the real him breaks through the facade with a silent, bitter curse. He forces himself to remember who he really is. Kim Woo-jin, just a regular guy from South Korea. Objectively handsome, sure, but, in the words of his ex-girlfriend, a lazy, pathetic guy. That was the real him. He steals his resolve. He refuses to lose himself to this arrogant persona. He won't let his guard down for a second. Outside, a driver is already waiting, bowing deeply as he approaches the car. As he gets in, he can't help but think he's never been in such a nice car before. But the thought of expensive cars reminds him of his ex's new boyfriend, and a flash of irritation crosses his face. It still gets to him. He glances over and sees someone else sitting in the car, a young man with light brown hair. He has no idea who this is. Before he can ask, the young man looks up, his eyes widening in alarm. The man scrambles to bow his head, stammering nervously as he hands over a folder. "Professor! Good afternoon! Here it is!" Woo-jin takes the folder, trying to cover his memory gap with a cool, detached question. "Hey, are you a wizard?" The assistant looks utterly baffled. "Huh? I have been at your service for 3 years now." Woo-jin smoothly waves it off with a simple, "I'm joking," as the car pulls away. He flips through the documents. He assumed it was lecture material he needed to study, but it's just a script for him to read word for word. It all clicks into place. The original Deculine was far too arrogant and untalented to ever prepare his own lecture material. This nervous assistant must have done all the work. As he looks at the young man, his vision glitches for a second. The comprehension skill is activating. He does something completely out of character. He looks at the assistant and says, "Good work." The young man flinches back as if struck. "Pardon?" "Get some rest until we arrive," he adds. Even the driver seems stunned. The assistant just nervously agrees, still in shock. But the moment the words of praise leave his mouth, a wave of intense nausea hits him. He feels physically sick from the simple act of complimenting another person. He wonders just how awful Deculane's personality truly is. Is this the body fighting back against him? He felt it earlier, but now it's undeniable. Deculane's original consciousness is trying to invade his own. Just then, the driver announces their arrival. He steps out of the car and takes in the view. This is Deculane's workplace, the grand and imposing Imperial University. He glances toward the campus clock tower, remembering the location from the documents. Rodeo Hall. He enters the lecture hall to find it already packed with students, all buzzing with excitement to hear a lecture from the famous head Professor Deculine. He can overhear them whispering about his reputation as a genius, a master of spell interpretation. An attendant calls for attention as he makes his way to the front of the room. He stands before the class, his voice steady and calm. "My name is Deculine von Grahan-Ukline. I am the head professor of the university's magic tower." He places his hands on the lectern, his gaze sweeping over the eager faces of the students. "Now, I will begin my lecture." In the audience, a couple of students are already swooning. "Wow, he's so handsome and smart, too! How cool!" Hearing their praise, he clenches his fist, the disgust almost overwhelming. He lets out a quiet, frustrated sigh. But across the room, one student isn't impressed at all. Her thoughts are as cold and sharp as ice. At last, we meet. It's a young woman with gray-purple hair and piercing blue eyes, which are filled with an unwavering, burning hatred. "The enemy of my father." The image of the professor shatters in her mind as her thoughts become a venomous whisper. Deculine. 3 years ago, her father took his own life. A much younger girl with gray hair stands stoically at his funeral, the weight of the world already on her small shoulders. For years, her father had poured his soul into researching spell interpretation, but his life's work, his thesis, was stolen. The shock and despair were too much to bear. The man who stole that thesis was hailed as a genius, a legendary interpreter of magic. And that despicable man was him. Deculine. But back then, she was powerless. After her father's death, she lost everything. Born a noble, she was stripped of her family's name, their home, their land. She was left an orphan, with nothing and no one. In her darkest moment, surrounded by the ruins of her life, she made a vow to get her revenge on that monster. Fueled by that promise, she threw herself into her studies, earning a place at the Empire's Royal University, the very institution where Deculine worked as a professor. She clenches her fist, her knuckles turning white. The other students might be fooled, but she knows the truth. His entire reputation is a lie, built on the back of her father's stolen work. He didn't just steal a thesis, he destroyed her entire family. Her anger boils as she watches him at the lectern. How can he stand there so arrogantly? That fame, that respect, it should have belonged to her father. Her eyes glow with magical energy. She wants nothing more than to expose him and tear him down, right here, right now. But she forces herself to wait. To truly destroy him, she needs a better plan. She needs the perfect revenge. Back in the present, Deculine's voice cuts through the lecture hall. Silence. We will begin. He introduces himself not just as a professor, but as a monarch-class mage who commands the elements. The authoritative tone is something Kim Woojin is slowly and unsettlingly getting used to. He starts the lecture with the fundamentals of magic, the 3 major attributes, and the 9 types. He explains that attributes are the origins of all magic, while the types are how that magic is applied, things like summoning, destruction, and manipulation. And finally, harmony. As he speaks, Woojin is surprised. This is far easier than he ever imagined. It's his first time ever giving a lecture, and he has zero practical knowledge of magic. He's simply reading from a script. But thanks to his comprehension skill, he perfectly understands every word as he says it. Not only that, but Deculine's natural dignity and elitism traits are captivating the students. His intense gaze and confident posture have everyone completely focused. He realizes that maybe, just maybe, the current Deculine has the makings of a good teacher. He continues, explaining how mana usage differs depending on where it's stored in the body. Mages store mana in their heads, knights in their hearts. The rarest form is storing it in the inner core, mixing both internal and external mana. He concludes with a piece of advice that sounds perfectly like the arrogant Deculine. Hard work is important, but if you lack talent, you must learn to choose and focus. It's ironic coming from him. Woojin knows the original Deculine had no exceptional talent. His mana was barely over 3,000, while other named mages started at 10 times that amount. It's almost funny that he's lecturing on a topic he himself should be studying. He glances at the script and announces, "That is the end of the lecture." He hesitates. The last line on the script seems strange. He's not sure he should read it. A thought strikes him. The original, prideful Deculane would have never said this. He would have considered it beneath him. So, to set himself apart, he changes course. "Are there any questions?" The students glance around, but no one raises a hand. "Good," he thinks, ready to dismiss the class. But just as he's about to speak, a voice shouts from the crowd. "Professor Deculane!" It's the gray-haired girl, a hood now pulled over her head. She stands and challenges him. "Last night, a mysterious spell was found in the dorms. What does the genius spell interpreter think of it?" Instead of answering, Deculane looks down at her coldly. "Are you a student of this university's magic tower?" She's taken aback. He continues, his tone sharp. "If you are, then you should know to state your name and affiliation before speaking." He dismisses her with a cutting remark. "I do not answer questions from a child who lacks basic etiquette." She's left completely stunned and speechless. As he turns to leave, Woojin thinks, "Sorry, but I have no other choice right now." He just realized that his comprehension skill consumes a massive amount of mana. His reserves have plummeted from over 3,000 to just 2,000. Just understanding the lecture script burned through a third of his mana. He has no idea how much it would cost to analyze a spell he's never even seen before. He can't risk it. The other students begin to snicker, laughing at the girl's public humiliation. Under her hood, she grits her teeth in fury. She wanted to be noticed, but not like this. But she isn't giving up that easily. "Please wait," she shouts. The magic tower refuses to analyze it, "but I believe you could figure it out." She unleashes a burst of green magical energy from her hands. A complex, glowing spell formation appears in the air before him. "I request that you interpret this spell," she demands. His eyes widen. As the comprehension skill kicks in, his mana drains away, dropping to a dangerously low 360 in an instant. The girl presses on. "The other students are stumped! If you could just give us a hint." But he cuts her off. "It's barrier magic." She's shocked. "Pardon?" He continues, his voice flat and devoid of emotion. "There is no need for hints. It is a bewitchment-type barrier spell. It seems someone wished to trap you." And with that, he turns and walks out of the lecture hall. He leaves the girl and the entire class in stunned silence. A system window pops up. Side quest complete. He's earned half a point of store currency. Later, in the university cafeteria, students are still buzzing about what happened in class. The gray-haired girl, Epherine, is angrily shoving food into her mouth. "Annoying man," she mutters under her breath. Her plan had been so simple: use an unknown spell to expose his so-called genius as a complete fraud. Instead, he'd called her out on a technicality and made her look like a fool in front of everyone. She was so embarrassed she could have disappeared. But still, he did seem flustered for a moment. And he had identified the spell. She knows that bewitching magic is incredibly complex. To call it that without seeing any of the usual parameters, she had just copied the unknown spell from the dormitory's front door, which was meant to be a test for the freshmen. "Who's the fool now?" she grumbles. Just then, her friend runs up, calling her name. Her friend is practically beaming. "About that magic spell on the dorm door. We assumed it was a real barrier like he said, recomposed it, and it was right." Epherine is completely lost. "Huh?" Her friend gushes. "You were so brave to ask that scary professor." Then she pauses. So that magic really was a barrier? The reality hits Epherine like a physical blow. He was right. Deculane was actually amazing. She can't believe it. Her friend thanks her profusely, promising to add her name to their report. Epherine can only fume in silence. He wasn't a fraud. He was just lucky. All she had managed to do was make him look even better. She looks down at the class syllabus she picked up earlier. Understanding Elemental Magic. It's the class Deculane is teaching this semester. A new resolve hardens in her eyes. "Fine. Know your enemy, right?" She crumples the paper in her hand. If she's going to have to keep seeing that infuriating man's face, she needs to be prepared. Her eyes burn with a fiery determination. "Just you wait, Deculane. I will expose you." A small system window confirms his success. He's completed the side quest and earned a little bit of store currency. He walks down a long, sunlit hall of the university, his footsteps echoing in the quiet space. He lets out a quiet sigh of relief. That was way too close. The moment that girl, Ephorine, cast her spell, his goo comprehension skill had activated automatically. Just a single glance at the complex spell circle had been enough to drain nearly all of his remaining mana. He hadn't even been able to fully understand it. He knew that even with double the mana, he wouldn't have grasped the principles behind it. He just got lucky, but at least he made it through. As he turns a corner, a calm voice calls out, "Long time no see." He stops dead in his tracks. He knows that voice. White hair, light eyes. He recognizes her instantly from the countless hours he spent staring at her on his monitor back in the real world. Standing before him in full silver armor is Julie von Deafreden, Deculane's fiancée. She's a major character in the game, destined to become the greatest knight in the entire land. He has no idea what to say when she asks how he's been. Trying to recover, he offers a stiff reply. "Fine, let's say." Her expression immediately hardens. "You've been fine? Despite breaking the promise we made just a week ago?" He pauses. A promise? He has absolutely no memory of what she's talking about. This is bad. He decides it's better to just shut it down. "I don't recall," he says coldly, turning to leave. "Are you trying to run away?" she asks, her voice sharp as steel. She steps in front of him, blocking his path. "Just like you did before? Again?" It's clear she's not letting this go. He has to bluff. "I seem to have forgotten due to a recent fever," he lies smoothly. "Can you remind me of what we promised?" We flash back to a week ago. She stood before him, giving him an ultimatum. "Promise me. If you confess your arrogance and your lies to everyone, then I will stay by your side, even if this world crumbles around us." But he must have refused. Back in the present, Julie's face is etched with disappointment. "It seems I was wrong to trust you." He turns his back on her, his voice cold and final. "You may go." He doesn't look back, leaving her standing alone in the silent hallway. As he walks away, Julie clenches her fists, her knuckles white with frustration. She remembers how this all began. Their engagement was never about love, it was a matter of convenience. Deculane, a supposedly talented mage from the prestigious Eucline family, and Julie, a gifted knight from the esteemed Freden family. On paper, it was the perfect political and genetic match. Two of the most powerful noble bloodlines in the empire, united by marriage. She had tried to convince herself it was for the good of her family, that love didn't matter. But it wasn't long before both families realized the truth. Deculane's supposed talent was a complete fabrication. He refused to admit his own mediocrity, hiding behind a false reputation as a genius and a professor. A newspaper headline from the time questions the "neurfall of the whiz kid," noting his lack of accomplishments for the past 3 years. Despite this, both families tried to cover it up, desperate to avoid a public scandal. But Julie couldn't accept it. She could tolerate a loveless marriage, but she could not stand by and support a life built on lies. That was her conviction as a knight, and that was the promise she had asked of him. She remembers with a fresh wave of hurt that he had looked her in the eyes and agreed. "You..." She grips the hilt of her sword, her voice a pained whisper. You truly have no intention of keeping our promise, do you?" Meanwhile, Deculane has returned to the university's magic tower. The Imperial University is the best in this world, and its magic department is the most prestigious of them all. To put it in real-world terms, it's the absolute pinnacle of magical education and research. He looks around the campus. It's actually quite beautiful. A sprawling campus and a perfectly manicured garden. It reminds him of the American colleges he and his team had used as reference. A pang of nostalgia hits him. He remembers the long nights spent with his team, working to create this exact atmosphere. It would have been so much nicer to experience this place as anyone other than Deculane. Suddenly, someone comes running towards him in a blind panic. He instinctively braces for an attack. The person crashes right into him, sending a stack of papers flying everywhere. It's his assistant from before, who scrambles on the ground, apologizing profusely. "I'm so sorry! I was in a hurry to find you, Professor!" He recognizes the kid, relieved it wasn't an ambush. "Oh, it's you," he says coolly, trying to recall his name. "Zoro, was it?" The assistant looks up, mortified. "No, it's Alan." "I must have been mistaken," Deculane says, walking past him without another thought. Alan can only stare after him, utterly confused. Inside Deculane's opulent office, Alan explains why he was in such a rush. "Professor, it's the sponsorship list for the new mages this year." Woojin recalls the game's mechanics. The Magic Tower needs funding for research, so professors sponsor promising new mages as investments. He takes the list and begins to look through it. As he scans the names, one of them seems to shine with a faint, golden light. He realizes it's the effect of the attributes he'd given himself: wealthy magnate and sharp eyesight. His new intuition is telling him this person is a sound investment. He flips through a few more of the applications. But one name shines far brighter than the rest: Ephraim Luna. Woojin remembers from the development files that she's a key character who lost her father because of Deculine. He looks at her sponsorship amount. It's 0. "Why does Ephraim Luna have no sponsorships?" he asks Alan. The assistant looks nervous. "Oh, her? I think everyone was too afraid to." Alan trails off, but the meaning is clear. The other professors were too wary of what the original Deculane might do if they sponsored his sworn enemy. He looks at her file again. She's talented enough to have made it to the Magic Tower without even attending the academy first. But Ephraim Luna is Deculane's enemy. He corrects himself. No, Deculane is her enemy. A grim realization sets in. If he lets things play out exactly as they did in the game, he'll meet the exact same fate: death at the hands of his own fiancée. The game has a hidden trait for his character: villain's fate. The entire world wants him dead, and every trial he survives only makes him stronger. But in the game, that strength was never enough. A sword through the heart, a spell to the head, poison in his wine, even a bomb. No matter the method, his death was always the final outcome. If he wants to live, he has to make a different choice. A choice the original Deculine would have never, ever made. He picks up a quill. The pen scratches against the paper as he signs his name with a flourish. He hands the completed sponsorship forms to Alan. "Turn these in, and borrow the books on this list for me before I head home." Alan takes the papers and leaves the office with a respectful goodbye. Deculane is left alone at his grand desk, the afternoon sun casting long shadows across the room. He knows he needs money to survive. A lot of the death routes in the game can be avoided with enough cash. Investing in a promising young mage is a good first step. But he knows that alone won't be enough. There are countless powerful people in this world who hate him. They will try to kill him at every opportunity. To truly survive, what he really needs is an escape route. Surrounded by the faint glow of magical energy, he comes to a final, unwavering conclusion. He needs to become strong. Trapped in a world that wants him dead, Woojin has come to a simple, terrifying conclusion. The only way he's getting out of this alive is by becoming stronger. He knows the original Deculane's talents were mediocre at best. At this rate, he has no way of protecting himself from the countless death flags hardwired into this world's story. Every path seems to lead to his own demise. But he has one advantage: the unique attributes of this body, and the extra skills he carelessly tacked on as a game developer. They are his only hope. He analyzes his own abilities. The real Deculine claimed to control all 4 elements, but that was a lie. His true talent lay in manipulating earth and fire. When combined with his affinity for metal, those elements grant him a unique and powerful attribute: the Midas touch, a skill that lets him use mana to unlock the true potential of any object. And his proficiency with metal is the key to one of Deculine's signature moves: wielding levitating, psychically controlled blades. It sounds impressive, but he knows it's basically just telekinesis, a rare skill in this world. He realizes he can make up for his lack of raw power by mastering this one unique ability. But to do that, he has to start from the very beginning. He has to master the absolute basics of manipulation magic. With a book on basic magic open before him, he decides to test his comprehension skill. His eyes glow with a faint blue light as he focuses his mind. A torrent of blue energy bursts from the book, swirling around him as the skill activates. Complex theories, spells, and diagrams rush from the pages directly into his mind. The sheer volume of information is like a tidal wave, crashing over his consciousness. He realizes with a jolt that the entire book, every single spell for basic telekinesis, is flooding into his head all at once. He grits his teeth, sweat pouring down his face as his mind strains to process the raw magical data. He lets out a heavy breath as the intense pressure finally subsides. Catching his breath, a flicker of hope crosses his face. He thinks to himself that maybe, just maybe, he can do it now. He lifts a hand, and a simple paintbrush on his desk begins to glow, rising effortlessly into the air. He's done it. Thanks to his memorize attribute, he's absorbed the knowledge so perfectly that he no longer needs an incantation to cast basic telekinesis. Seeing a game mechanic become real is a surreal feeling. But this is just the beginning. Basic telekinesis won't be enough to survive what's coming. He needs to reach a much, much higher level of power. Standing in his quiet office, he racks his brain, trying to find a way to accelerate his growth. How can he get stronger, faster? Then, a radical and dangerous idea hits him. What if he could imprint the magic circles directly onto his entire body? In this world, the larger the magic circle, the more powerful the spell. If he could use his comprehension skill to understand his own body as a canvas, he could engrave the magic not just in his mind, but directly onto his heart, his very being, and fundamentally supercharge his telekinesis. It's a massive risk. The process could easily overload his body. But then he remembers another one of his key attributes, Iron Man. It grants him a body with the highest possible potential and an incredible resilience. It's the very thing that will allow him to withstand the devastating strain of his plan. He checks his stats. He only has about 800 mana. It's not much, but it should be enough to at least test the process. He closes his eyes and begins, channeling his mana inward. Dark, powerful energy begins to crackle and form around him. The magical runes glow intensely as he forces them into his physical form, the air around him vibrating with raw, untamed power. The energy surges, violently etching itself into his very being. And in an instant, a wave of unimaginable pain crashes over him. He clenches his jaw, his entire body seizing up. It's an agony unlike anything he's ever known. It feels as if every bone in his body is breaking, every muscle being torn to shreds. However, he refuses to break. He won't even let out a single groan. This, he thinks, is the silent endurance of a true noble. He stands firm, shaking but silent, as the process completes. He stumbles back against his desk, completely drained of energy. A system window confirms his mana has dropped to almost zero. He failed to complete the full process. He simply didn't have enough power. But it wasn't a total loss. He glances at his shoulder and sees the faint, glowing lines of a new magic circle etched into his skin. He'd made progress. At this rate, it will take him about 2 weeks to cover his entire body. It's a grueling path, but it's a path forward. A month goes by. At the University Magic Tower, a new semester begins. It's the first day of Professor Deculane's class. The students gather in a forest clearing, confused. Their professor is nowhere in sight. Instead, a single wooden sign tells them to test their abilities and bring him some kind of result from this area overflowing with elemental energy. The students murmur among themselves, completely bewildered. With no professor to guide them, they have no idea what to do. Finally, one asks the question on everyone's mind. Where is Professor Deculane? Ephraim clenches her teeth, her face twisting in annoyance. Of course, she mutters. What an irresponsible man. Leaning against a tree, she vents her frustration. To just tell them to study on their own on the very first day? Bump. She accidentally backs right into someone. She spins around, ready to snap at them. Hey! Who? But the words die in her throat. Her eyes widen in shock as she recognizes the person standing before her. It's a girl with long, flowing blonde hair, who walks past without a single glance. Ephraim is frozen, staring after her. Sylvia von Josephine Illade. A name and a face Ephraim knows all too well. Sylvia continues on her way, her expression completely indifferent, as if she hadn't even noticed the person she just bumped into. Ephraim is left standing there, utterly confused. Does she not recognize me? She wonders, a wave of disbelief and hurt washing over her. As Sylvia walks into the sun-dappled forest, Ephraim's mind flashes back. While the other students are busy trying to gather elemental energy, creating small towers of earth, Ephraim is lost in her memories. She knows that girl is from the house of Illade. Her thoughts drift back 10 years, to a dark and painful time. The Illades, a powerful and paranoid family, had feared the potential of Ephraim and her father. They used their influence to surround her family's manor, threatening them into submission. How could Sylvia possibly not remember her after that? Suddenly, A small earth tower made by one of the students crumbles into dust. He stares at it, completely confused. Ephrine is snapped back to the present by a strange sensation. It feels like all the mana in the area is being sucked away. She scans her surroundings, trying to find the source. Then, she sees it. A massive vortex of elemental energy is swirling around Sylvia, who stands at the center, drawing all the power in the forest towards herself. The other students are clueless, but Ephrine knows exactly what's happening. Sylvia is hoarding every last drop of mana for herself. Ephrine marches over to her, her patience gone. "Hey!" she calls out. "Do you realize you're taking everything I've gathered?" But Sylvia doesn't respond, completely absorbed. "Hey, can you hear me?" Ephrine is trembling with frustration. What is wrong with this girl? Why is she just ignoring her? She looks closer at Sylvia's focused expression, and then it clicks. She raises her voice, her tone now sharp and accusatory. "Hey! Why are you pretending you don't know me, Miss Sylvia?" Sylvia flinches, her concentration finally broken. Ephrine crosses her arms, a bitter smirk on her face. "That's what I thought. There's no way you don't recognize me. After threatening my family and forcing me to quit magic, are you scared I've come to steal your spotlight?" Sylvia finally turns to face her, her expression cold and dismissive. "I don't know you," she says flatly. Ephrine's anger flares. "Now you're talking down to me?" But Sylvia cuts her off. "I don't know you," she repeats, then pauses, her gaze turning venomous. "But I know of your father." Ephrine freezes. "What?" Sylvia's voice is filled with contempt as she continues. "That arrogant former noble." And then she delivers the final, cruel blow. "I heard what happened to him." The words hit Ephrine like a physical strike. Her face contorts in shock and pure, unadulterated rage. The other students, sensing the sudden tension, turn to look. "Huh? Look!" one of them shouts, pointing at the two girls. An explosive wave of green, untamed magical energy erupts from Ephrine, blasting outward through the trees as she completely loses control. Sylvia looks on, startled by the sudden outburst, as Ephrine glares at her, her eyes burning with fury. What did you just say?" Her voice drops to a low, dangerous growl, barely holding back a scream as she demands, "Say that again?" For Ephrine, some wounds never heal. Hearing her father's name spoken with such contempt is enough to shatter her control. She screams, a violent storm of green energy bursting from her body, hurtling directly towards a terrified Sylvia. A massive explosion rips through the forest clearing. The force of the blast throws the other students back, their screams lost in the ensuing chaos. The dust settles to reveal a smoking crater. The other students are dazed, but Ephrine is already on her feet, grabbing Sylvia by the collar. Her voice shakes with rage. "I told you to repeat yourself. You dare insult my father?" She's completely lost in her anger, but Sylvia isn't looking at her anymore. Her eyes are wide with fear, staring at something forming just behind Ephrine as she stammers, "What is that?" Ephrine turns, and her anger instantly turns to dread. A strange light hangs in the air, a swirling vortex of unstable, dark pink energy, crackling like a miniature black hole. The other students cry out in terror. Ephrine recognizes it instantly. It's a void, a byproduct of her uncontrolled magical outburst. She realizes with horror that all the mana she and Sylvia had gathered has been drawn into it. The void is growing more unstable by the second. Someone screams that it's going to explode, but Ephrine knows it's too late. If that thing bursts, the metal fragments it's absorbed from the soil will be launched in every direction like shrapnel. And in that instant, she understands the horrifying truth of what she's done. Everyone here is going to die. The void implodes with a blinding flash of light, but there's no sound. Ephrine braces for impact, expecting the wave of metal to tear her apart, but nothing happens. A strange quiet falls over the clearing. She opens her eyes, confused. Did it just stop? Then she sees him. Deculine is standing there, calm and composed, between the students and the center of the blast. Dozens of razor-sharp blades of ice hang suspended in the air around him, perfectly still. Ephrine stares in disbelief. When did he even get there? The frozen fragments, they're the remnants of the explosion, caught in midair. He's effortlessly controlling every last piece. The moment the other students realize Deculine saved them with his telekinesis, gasps of awe ripple through the crowd. As magic students, they can feel the sheer beauty and power of his spell. It wasn't just raw force, it was enchantment magic, woven with breathtaking precision, a dazzling display of power so absolute that no one could deny its brilliance. With a final, soft clink, the captured fragments crystallize into a shimmering shower of harmless, beautiful ice. Deculine turns his cold gaze to the students. "Attention, everyone," he says, his voice cutting through the silence. "We will end today's lecture here." His eyes narrow. Everyone aside from those who caused this commotion should leave. Ephorine's heart sinks. A single thought echoes in her mind. She was in deep, deep trouble. The scene shifts to a formal interrogation room within the magic tower. The atmosphere is heavy and oppressive. A man walks in, addressing Deculine and the university chairwoman, who are already seated. It's Professor Relin, along with Professor Relin. Relin smiles warmly, praising the two for their diligence. The chairwoman, Adeline Sigilian, welcomes them, and Deculine gives a curt nod. Another professor gets straight to the point. "Well then, who was it? Who was the one who dared to lay a hand on a lady of House Illeid?" The bias in the room is immediate and obvious. Professor Relin quickly smooths things over, praising Deculine for resolving the situation so masterfully. Wu Jin sees right through their flattery. He knows that with these politically minded professors, the outcome of this meeting is already a foregone conclusion. It's a simple equation for them. On one side, Sylvia, the daughter of the influential Illeid family. On the other, Ephren, a fallen noble who is practically a commoner. It's obvious whose side they're going to take. But Wu Jin knows he can't let that happen. Thanks to his sharp eyesight skill, he's been able to see something else. A faint, scarlet energy has been pouring out of Ephrine this entire time, an aura of misfortune visible only to him. His skill identifies it as villain's fate, a curse where the world wishes for her death, but what doesn't kill her makes her stronger. This energy is a manifestation of that fate, and he knows with absolute certainty if she is crushed here today, his own death draws one step nearer. The disciplinary meeting begins, with Ephrine and Sylvia sitting opposite each other in the vast, empty room. A professor immediately starts yelling at Ephrine. "How dare you cause such a conflict? Someone could have been seriously hurt if not for Professor Deculine." He demands to know why she did it. Ephrine looks down, her hair covering her face as she whispers, "I cannot say." The professors are outraged, but Ephrine can't tell them the truth. She can feel Sylvia's smug gaze on her. She can't give her the satisfaction of publicly humiliating her family. The memory of Sylvia's cruel words flashes in her mind. She refuses to admit how much they hurt her, especially not in front of her enemy. The professors completely misread her silence, sneering that she should know her place compared to someone like Sylvia. She clenches her fists, enduring the insults. Another professor turns to Sylvia, who calmly lies that she accidentally destroyed Ephrine's work, which led to an argument. The committee immediately accepts her version of events, furious that Ephrine would cause such a fuss over a simple accident. "Chairwoman, we should expel her," one of them declares. The room feels hopelessly cold. She's forced to listen to their insults, their accusations, with no one to defend her. It's all so cold. Her despair twists back into rage, but this time it's all directed at one person. "Deculine!" she screams in her head, tears of frustration welling in her eyes. "This is all because of him!" The chairwoman, Adeline, finally speaks. "It seems we have a consensus." She turns her gaze to Deculine. "Professor, as you were at the scene, let's hear your opinion before we conclude." Deculine rises from his chair. Ephrine lowers her head, convinced it's over. He's going to deliver the final nail in her coffin. "I, Deculine, as the head professor of this tower," he pauses, then turns his gaze not to Ephrine but directly to Sylvia. Do you think you had no fault in this incident, Sylvia von Josephine Illeid?" The room goes silent. Both girls look up, stunned. He asks again, his voice sharp. "Do you really think you had no fault here?" The other professors are completely thrown. "What are you saying, Professor?" One of them sputters. Deculine ignores them, keeping his eyes locked on Sylvia. "You could have prevented this incident, yet you chose not to. Or perhaps your abilities, which everyone holds in such high regard, are not enough." It's a direct challenge to her pride. Sylvia can only stare back, speechless. Finally, she bows her head in shame. I apologize, she admits quietly. I didn't block her because I wanted her to get into bigger trouble. Ephorine's eyes go wide. She is completely lost. Why is Deculane grilling Sylvia instead of her? This makes no sense. Professor Relin tries to intervene, but Deculane cuts him off with a sharp glare, asking if Relin wishes for him to take the blame instead. Relin immediately backs down. Ephorine watches, baffled. Why is he going so far to defend her? Enough! Adeline claps her hands, a cheerful smile on her face, cutting the tension. Kids are supposed to fight as they grow, she declares brightly. Let's just let this go one time. Deculane makes the final announcement. No disciplinary actions will be taken. Both of you may leave. Ephorine can't believe her ears. The Deculane she knew would have had her expelled without a second thought. So why? Why did he save her? As Deculane walks out, Professor Relin hurries after him, praising his wisdom. Deculane's expression is unreadable as he continues down the hall. Ephorine watches his silhouette disappear, her mind a mess of confusion and suspicion. She runs after him, her voice echoing in the empty hall. I have a question. If you remember the last name Luna, and if you know my dad. She takes a deep breath, her eyes locking onto his back as she asks the question that has defined her entire life. And if you know that he suffered his entire life because of you, before taking his own? With her heart pounding, Ephorine finally asks the question that has haunted her for years. Deculane turns slightly, his expression unreadable. He knew this was coming. Ephorine's voice trembles, but her eyes are filled with a desperate fire. I need to know. Do you remember the Luna family? And do you remember my father? For a split second, fear flashes through her. What if he does remember? What if, to protect himself, he decides to have her expelled after all? Even so, she has to know the truth. But then another, more painful thought creeps in. What if he doesn't remember at all? To have caused so much pain and not even recall the man's name, that would be even more heartbreaking. Deculane's voice cuts through her thoughts, cold and final. You don't have to ask. He doesn't even look at her as he speaks. Do not waste your potential on things of the past. And with that, he walks away, his echoing footsteps leaving her alone in the vast, silent hall. Ephorine just stands there, his words hanging in the air, and in that moment, she is sure of it. She tells herself that Deculane remembers everything. If he didn't, he would have had no reason to help her. His words weren't a denial, they were a warning. A twisted kind of advice. Her fist trembles. She concludes that he must feel some sense of responsibility for what happened, and this was his way of atoning. The thought makes her stomach turn. Was the reason he helped her pity? But beneath the anger and confusion, something else rises to the surface. A single tear escapes her eye, but it's not one of sadness. It's relief. He didn't forget. He still remembers. For her, that's enough. She wipes the tear away. At least for now, she whispers, her resolve stronger than ever. At that exact moment, a system window appears, visible only to Wu Jin. He's overcome another death variable. His gamble had paid off. Elsewhere, Sylvia rides in a lavish car with her father, who asks about the incident at the university. Gilthian Illeid, the powerful head of his family, tells his daughter, well, you don't have to worry about that child anymore. Sylvia stares out the window. She knows Ephorine has talent, but she believes her rival has already missed her chance. Her mind drifts back 10 years, to the day of the Academy Aptitude exam. It was the first time she ever met Ephorine. As children, when Ephorine placed her hands on the magical assessment orb, the light was so blindingly powerful the examiner cried out in shock. The old mage looked at them both in pure astonishment. Both of you, he declared, have the talent to become archmages. The adults whispered among themselves. 2 potential archmages from the same region? It was unheard of. As children, neither Sylvia nor Ephorine understood the weight of those words. To be an archmage was to reach the absolute pinnacle of the magic world. But according to an unchanging rule, there could only be one archmage in any given era. At the time, only one of the 3 archmage seats remained open. That meant she, the heir to the Illeid family, and Ephorine, whose family was a lesser branch, would have to compete for that single remaining seat. She remembers her father's cold voice, telling Ephorine's father to give up on his daughter's dream. That was the day she learned the real reason the Illeids had crushed the Luna family. It was all for her. It was all done to make her the archmage instead of Ephorine, and she accepted it. Becoming an archmage is her wish and her fate. She recalls Ephorine's bitter words from their confrontation. "Are you afraid of me catching up?" "No," Sylvia scoffs to herself. "I was just unlucky." Her father's voice brings her back to the present. "Though you don't need to worry about that child," he says, his tone hardening. "You must be wary of Deculine. He may seem stumped now," he continues, "but he was called a genius when he was young. He could soar to new heights at any moment." Sylvia's expression darkens. "I already know," she says. "That Professor Deculine saw through my trap." She thinks back to the explosion in the forest. She had set a trap. She'd made Ephorine's mana vanish, knowing that when it came into contact with her rival's unstable magic, it would explode. The bigger the incident, the more trouble Ephorine would be in. But Deculine saw through my plan immediately, and he did it even though she had meticulously checked for any signs of magical observation. Yet, instead of exposing her, he forced them both to compromise. His gaze during the hearing was a silent threat, a message only she could understand. "I know everything. Play along." It was a threat she had no choice but to obey. She had always thought he was just an arrogant man with slightly above-average talent.
Just what kind of man is he?
The question leaves her trembling with a mixture of fear and frustration. She clenches her fists in her lap, the composure of the proud, ill-aid air completely gone. A few days later, a sleek black car pulls up to Deculine's lavish manor. Inside, a servant announces his arrival. Deculine, adjusting his gloves, simply replies, "I'll be down soon." The car drives off, heading towards a high society event. As he rides, Woojin reflects on his recent choices. Sponsoring Ephorine was the right call. It removed a death variable and earned him store currency. He just never expected Ephorine herself would be the one to ask him that question. He remembers her character in the game was relentlessly hostile towards Deculine. Now, he has to deal with the consequences. Sylvia will likely hold a grudge, but he had no other choice. He sighs. He'd prefer to avoid these tedious social events. However, a side quest notification for the Flower of the New Year event confirms he can't pass up the opportunity for more store currency. He needs at least 5 currency to access the in-game shop. His plan is simple. Find any named characters at the party and see what happens. The car pulls up to a grand estate, the venue for tonight's party. The moment he steps inside, he is greeted with deep bows and a chorus of welcomes. The ballroom is already bustling with elegantly dressed guests. He scans the crowd, recognizing many high-ranking nobles and named characters from the game. Especially Ihelm, the cheerful, blonde-haired noble he, Kim Woojin, had modeled his own game avatar after. He thinks to himself, "I made the right choice coming here." But his satisfaction is short-lived. An old man approaches him with a wide, toothy grin. "Look who it is! Professor Deculine!" Before Deculine can respond, he's mobbed. Suddenly, he's surrounded by nobles, all clamoring for his attention. He immediately thinks, I take it back." They shower him with praise and invitations, but his attention is suddenly snagged by a single word he overhears in the crowd. Ganesha. He recognizes the name instantly. Getting acquainted with her, a character crucial to the story, would be the greatest prize he could win tonight. But where is she? He scans the crowded room, trying to find her. He knows he has to use this chance. His survival could depend on it. And then he sees her. A woman in practical adventurer's gear, looking completely out of place and annoyed. The system identifies her, adventurer, Ganesha. He knows exactly who she is. She's the 5th strongest character in the early game. A major player has just entered the board. At a party filled with fake smiles and hidden daggers, Deculine has only one target. He scans the ballroom, his thoughts cutting through the noise. Where is Ganesha? He knows she's here somewhere. He can feel it. And then he spots her, standing alone on a balcony overlooking the main floor. Found her, he thinks, a hint of satisfaction in his expression. It's the woman with the red pigtails. She stands with her arms crossed, her practical adventurer's outfit a stark contrast to the sea of silk and jewels. She looks thoroughly unimpressed by the entire affair. He knows he has to talk to her, and quickly. He starts moving through the crowd, but someone calls out. A cheerful, sing-song voice cuts through the chatter. Professor Deculine? Woojin stops, a wave of annoyance washing over him. Of all the times, He turns to see a man with long blonde hair and a smug grin, Ehelm, an Imperial exclusive mage and one of Deculane's oldest rivals. Ehelm strolls up to him, his voice dripping with mock respect. "Oh-ho, the impressive! Head Professor Deculane remembers me. What an honor!" He then gets straight to the point, asking how his research is going, though it's clear he already knows the answer. When Deculane plays dumb, Ehelm continues his verbal jabs, mentioning the rumors that his research has been stalled for 3 years. It's a blatant taunt. Woojin remembers from the game's lore, this guy was Deculane's peer in university. After Ehelm lost the head professor position to Deculane, their rivalry soured into pure, petty jealousy. But Woojin isn't bothered. The original Deculane might have been, but to him, it's just pointless noise. Besides, the rumors are true. But then, a flicker of genuine anger crosses his face. He glances back up at the balcony. Ganesha is gone. Ehelm is still rambling on, but Woojin is fuming. He just lost his chance because he was stuck listening to this idiot. He turns abruptly. "Hey, Ehelm!" Ehelm looks up, surprised. "Yes?" Deculane's voice is low and laced with venom. "Enough with the nonsense. Get lost, you moldy piece of cheese." Ehelm is completely stunned, speechless. "Moldy cheese?" he stammers. As Deculane walks away without a second glance, Woojin panics internally. He has to find Ganesha before she leaves. The other guests murmur amongst themselves, wondering where the professor disappeared to so suddenly. Deculane finds a quiet, empty balcony, letting out a frustrated sigh. This is exactly why he hates social gatherings. A voice cuts in from the side. "Professor Deculane?" He turns, his eyes widening in surprise. Ganesha. She's leaning against the railing as if she'd been waiting for him. She gives him a sly smile. "We meet here, or were you looking for me?" Woojin is relieved. But a more important question comes to mind. Did Ganesha and the original Deculane already know each other? He tries to play it cool, but Ganesha just laughs. "What a joke. I know you were looking for me. You have something to say." She turns to him, her expression growing serious. "I'm sorry about that mission," she says, "but I returned the advance and the cancellation fee, so can we just let it go?" Woojin quickly pieces it together. They had a business relationship. She continues, "I'm sorry for not being able to bring you a child with magical talent," but he corrects her, his voice sharp. "No, it's that you didn't bring them, right?" Ganesha's eyes soften. "I got attached," she admits. "I couldn't just hand them over to you." Woojin finally understands. The original Deculane was trying to find a talented child to mold, a way to compensate for his own shortcomings. He looks out at the moonlit garden.
Let me ask you one thing. Until when will you keep living like that?
He asks, the question heavy with meaning. The question echoes his own thoughts about the original Deculane's pathetic life. Before he took over, Deculane listened to useless sycophants who fed his ego. He betrayed his fiancée, destroyed the trust of those around him, and hurt countless people for a fame he couldn't even sustain. However, Woojin turns back to a stunned Ganesha. "I'm going to live differently now." Her eyes widen in disbelief. "I didn't expect that response," she says, a genuine smile spreading across her face. "I thought you'd try to kill me." She had broken a contract with a powerful noble, but Deculane just dismisses her worry. Woojin knows the stakes. The original Deculane would have been foolish enough to try and kill Ganesha, one of the strongest fighters in the early game. He was practically asking to die. But Woojin knows better. Ganesha is a named character who could kill him with a single strand of her hair. Her unique attributes are invincible body and master of all martial arts. She's a warrior who has reached the absolute peak of physical power. This was a death flag. By possessing this body, Woojin had stopped the original Deculane from sending assassins after her, an act that would have gotten him killed in retaliation. Ganesha is intrigued. This is a very different Deculane than the one she knew, but for Woojin, he's already accomplished his goal, making a connection. "There's no reason for me to stay here any longer," he tells her. "I'm heading back." She watches him go, still processing their strange conversation. Deculane glances back over his shoulder and says one final thing. That would be classless. Ganesha is left on the balcony, a thoughtful, almost amused expression on her face. As Deculane walks away, a system window pops up. Death variable avoided. Store currency +1. He freezes in shock. What? Before, the message said he overcame the variable. Now it was just avoided. He hadn't even realized that conversation was a death flag. A chill runs down his spine. This world is a minefield. He can't let his guard down for a second. Elsewhere at the party, a young adventurer with a red beret complains to her companion. "Hey, how much longer are we staying here?" The person she's talking to is Julie, who sits with her back to her, staring blankly at her plate. "I didn't want to come in the first place," she says sullenly. Her friend Rayleigh sighs, her expression softening with concern. She asks quietly, "How have things been with that person lately?" Julie stiffens, her face darkening. Rayleigh clarifies, "With Professor Deculin, there have been a lot of rumors." Julie doesn't answer. The image of Deculin walking away from her, his back cold and distant, flashes in her mind. She finally looks at Rayleigh, her voice low and filled with pain. "Of course, it's not good." Just then, Julie's eyes catch a movement across the room. It's Deculin. He's walking towards the exit, not even glancing in her direction. The guests start whispering. "Professor Deculin is already leaving?" one asks. "And without even a word to his fiancée?" Julie looks down, her heart aching. The rumors must be true, she thinks. He really doesn't care. And so, Deculin left the party early that day, fueling the gossip that his engagement was broken. But there was no way Kim Woo-jin could have known any of this. He was just a man focused on his own survival, completely oblivious to the emotional damage he was leaving in his wake. A final system window appears, confirming his success. Side quest complete. His store currency now stands at 4.5, one step closer to his goal. A week has passed since the high society party. For Woo-jin, life at the Grand Eucline Manor has settled into a new, brutal rhythm. Alongside his daily magic training, he's added a grueling physical workout to his routine. The reason was simple. He'd done something incredibly reckless and nearly died. A few days ago, in a desperate bid for more power, he tried to engrave new magic directly onto his body. The backlash was immediate and agonizing. He collapsed in his office, coughing up blood as the magical overload threatened to tear him apart from the inside. Wiping the blood from his lips, he knew that if he were a normal mage, he would have been killed. Only his special Iron Man trait had saved him. After seeing Ganesha's overwhelming power, he'd felt a desperate need to get stronger, but this wasn't the way. Implanting magic was a shortcut, but a deadly one. He realized that if he wanted to handle that kind of raw power, his physical body had to be strong enough to contain it. There were no more shortcuts. And so a new morning routine was born. He finishes his workout, letting out a long breath, sweat dripping from his body. It's already time to go to work. Arriving at his office in the Magic Tower, his assistant Alan is waiting with a letter. "What is this?" he asks. His assistant informs him that an official notice has arrived from the Magic Tower. Woo-jin takes the letter, his expression darkening as he sees the sender, the Professor Qualification Committee. A cold feeling settles in his stomach. This can't be good. The letter states that an audit hearing is scheduled in 6 months to review the progress of his current research. He's to prepare all relevant documents until then. He immediately understands the gravity of the situation. An audit hearing could only mean one thing. The original Deculin's research had been at a complete standstill for a very long time. In the game, Deculin's core identity, his entire purpose, was being a professor. The main quest of the game might depend on him holding that title. The moment he loses his professorship could be the moment he loses all hope of ever returning home. He stands up, his mind racing. There's only one thing to do. He'll have to find something, anything, in Deculin's long-abandoned laboratory. He pushes open the heavy, ornate doors to a part of the estate he has never entered before. The sight that greets him is one of utter chaos. The laboratory is buried under a thick layer of dust, with books and equipment strewn about carelessly. "What a mess," he mutters. It's clear no one has been in here for years. The original Deculin, with his obsession for cleanliness, would never have allowed this. He scans the disaster of a room, and then something catches his eye. A heap of trash in the corner looks unnatural, too deliberately placed. It has to be hiding something. He remembers the rumors about Deculin's research stalling, his talent fading. He doesn't know who was behind the sabotage, but hiding the man's research would have been the perfect way to bring the proud noble to his knees. Thankful for the basic telekinesis he's managed to learn, he raises a hand, and the debris lifts into the air, clearing the area. And there it is. Underneath the pile, he finds a thick, black-bound journal. He opens it, but the pages are filled with strange symbols and coded language. The owner encrypted their research to keep it from being stolen, but against his comprehension skill, it's useless. Blue light radiates from his hand as the skill activates, deciphering the text instantly. A blinding golden light erupts from the journal, swirling around him as complex theories and magical formulas flood his mind. The light is almost overwhelming. He can see it now. This research was simply incredible, a work of hidden genius. However, as he absorbs the information, he quickly realizes it's incomplete. Pages are torn, there are empty spots, and some of the core logic is just plain wrong. Tucked within the pages, he finds a locket. Inside is a picture of a smiling young girl, Ephraim Luna. And then, it all clicks into place. Ephraim's father must have been working as Deculane's secret researcher. This journal was his life's work, hidden away before he died. Woojin now understands the deep grudge the Luna family held, and why Ephraim's life has been so brutal. He closes the locket gently, looking at the photo of the young, happy Ephraim. "Don't worry," he says quietly, as if making a promise. His expression hardens with grim resolve. He will complete this research using his comprehension skill, and when he's done, he will add her father's name as a co-author. Of course, he needs the accomplishment to save himself, but this is the only right thing to do. Meanwhile, at the university's cafe, a group of commoner students are holding a meeting. A red-haired girl named Julia is trying to rally them. "Got it? We commoners have to stick together!" She points out that with only 30 commoners in their class, they'll be crushed if they don't work together. She turns to Ephraim, who's been trying to stay out of it, and claps her on the back. "You think so too, right, Ephraim?" Ephraim winces, thinking to herself that she used to be a noble. She sighs and takes a sip of her drink. What kind of noble was she, anyway? She didn't even have a house or land anymore. Julia's voice cuts through her thoughts again. "Got it, Ephraim? You have to be here." The other girls chime in, calling her the representative of the commoners and a victim of Sylvia's cruelty. Ephraim is exasperated. These guys really see her as some kind of symbol. One of the boys speaks up hesitantly. "That's true, but if we want to make a club, we need a supervising professor, don't we? I don't think any of them would want us meeting like this." Julia rests her chin on her hand, pondering. "That is the biggest hurdle." They start listing off names, but each one is a dead end. Professor Rellin only cares about nobles. Professor Carmel won't even look at commoners. Another student sighs. "And of course, Professor Deculine would never." The others nod in sad agreement. The thought is just absurd. Ephraim, meanwhile, has completely zoned out, staring hungrily at the desserts on her friends' plates. Suddenly, Julia slams her hands on the table, a wild idea striking her. "That's it! Ephraim, let's try asking Professor Deculane." She grabs Ephraim by the shoulders, her eyes sparkling with misplaced hope. "You'll ask for us, right?" Ephraim's face is a mask of pure horror. "What?" One of the boys chimes in. "Yeah, if you think about it, he's pretty fair. He looks down on everyone, nobles and commoners alike." Julia adds, "And he helped you avoid getting punished. Doesn't that mean you've caught his eye?" Ephraim pushes her away, exasperated. "It's nothing like that! Do you really think he's that great of a person?" But the tide has already turned against her. She panics, wondering why the mood is shifting in such a weird way. The last thing she wants is to get involved with Deculine again. She backs away, waving her hands frantically. "Anyway, I can't do it!" But Julia and the others follow her, trying to persuade her as she insists they're completely wrong. She stops short with a gasp. Julia, who was right behind her, bumps into her back. Ephraim looks up, her eyes wide with disbelief. Standing right in front of them is a terrifyingly familiar face. "What's wrong?" Julia asks, but Ephraim isn't listening. A single cold word cuts through her thoughts as she stares at the man in front of her. "Move!" Ephraim looks up into the icy, unimpressed eyes of the very person she was just trying to avoid. Deculine. To stand before the man who ruined your life is one thing. To have to ask him for a favor, that's a whole different kind of nightmare. Ephraim stands frozen before Deculane, her fists clenched so tight her knuckles are white. Every instinct screams at her to run, but she can't. She's not just here for herself, she's here for every other commoner student with nowhere else to turn. Hiding just around the corner, her friend Julia gives her a silent, encouraging cheer. Ephraim is mortified, realizing she's been spotted and mentally calling her friend a coward. But the word echoes in her own mind. She knows she has to do this. Deculin turns, his expression as cold and unreadable as ever. He just waits, his silence stretching the tension until it's nearly unbearable. Taking a shaky breath, she finally forces the words out, calling his name. In her trembling hands, she holds the rolled-up parchment for the club application. With a burst of frantic energy, she shoves the paper toward him, bowing low as the words tumble out in a single rushed breath that she wants to make a club and needs his signature. Her thoughts flash back to how this all started. She had promised herself she'd stay away from him, knowing how much he supposedly despises commoners. The truth is, she wants nothing to do with him either. But they had no other choice. The other professors, all nobles, would never even consider helping them. So, rather than waste time getting rejected by everyone else, they decided to take their one-in-a-million shot with Deculin. A desperate move, but the only one they had. Back in the present, Deculin simply takes the parchment. Without a flicker of emotion, he signs it. "Send the details to my office later." Ephraim just stares, completely speechless. "Sorry?" He holds the signed document out to her. "Take it," he says, his voice flat. Numbly, she takes it back, her mind struggling to process what just happened. She looks down at the paper. There it is, right at the bottom, his signature. Elegant and perfect. He actually did it. As Deculin walks away without a second glance, Ephraim is left frozen in place. He just agreed? The Deculin? The man who despises commoners? Her friend runs up, ecstatic. "Wow! You really got his signature? I never would have expected that." But Ephraim is still lost in thought, a deep frown on her face. But why? It feels just like the disciplinary hearing all over again. The question echoes in her mind, a tangled mess of suspicion and confusion. Why is he being nice to me? The scene shifts to Deculin's lecture hall. Today's topic is the understanding of pure elements. Deculin begins, explaining that elements are the fundamental building blocks of all magic. He draws a diagram on the board, pointing out that too many mages fail to grasp the true nature of pure elements. But Ephraim isn't listening. She's just staring at him, lost in her own thoughts. Is it guilt? Is that why he's helping her? Or maybe, she thinks with a bitter pang, it's just pity. The lecture fades into white noise as she remembers her past. He drove her father to his end. Even if he's being kind now, it all feels like a hollow performance. Her hands clench into fists on her desk. A dark anger flashes across her face. If he was truly sorry, he'd admit his sins to the world and repent. This quiet, confusing kindness is almost worse. Julia leans over, whispering, "Are you all right, Ephraim? You don't seem to be doing so well." Thinking she's upset about the others, Julia tries to comfort her. "Don't worry about those guys," she says, gesturing to the nobles. "All they know how to do is run their mouths." Ephraim is barely paying attention. Ephraim finally looks around and notices the glares. A group of noble girls are whispering about her. "What's that vermin doing here? Why is she looking at us?" Another one sneers, "Gross." Ephraim lets out a quiet, humorless laugh. She realizes that after Deculin defended her against Sylvia, she's become the common enemy of the nobles. How ironic, for someone who was born a noble herself. She tries to brush it off, telling Julia it's fine and they should just focus. But the feeling of isolation is heavy in the air. On the stage, Deculin continues, explaining that even the simplest magic circles hold complex reasoning in every single stroke. She recalls someone saying his lectures were different now, and it's true. He holds a small flame, explaining how just 2 simple strokes can change an ignition spell's very color. He summons a glowing blue textbook into his hand, a ripple of mana spreading through the room. He announces the topic for this demonstration, flowing fire. His gaze is sharp, focused, as he holds the book open to a page of intricate runes. And Ephraim's suspicions weren't entirely wrong. The original Deculin's lectures were a sham. But these new lectures from Woojin are something else entirely: vivid, beautiful reenactments of magical theory that made complex ideas easy for everyone to understand. And it was a profound shock to Sylvia as well, a genius so talented that she had long ago lost the joy of learning. Sylvia sits at her desk, eyes wide with wonder, a faint blush creeping up her cheeks. Her heart is pounding. For the first time in years, she is completely captivated. demonstrates, creating a swirling blue magic circle for summoning water. However, he says, as a second, fiery red circle appears below the first. If you combine this with the fire magic circle, the two circles merge, and a wave of purple energy erupts, transforming into a literal river of fire that flows through the air. The students gasp. Ephraim and Sylvia are stunned. The fire is actually flowing like water. Sylvia stares, her mind completely blown. She can only think one thing. No way. She had never imagined his lectures would be so deeply theoretical, a completely new way of looking at magic. Most geniuses, like Sylvia, rely on pure intuition to cast their spells. To them, theory is just a restrictive mold. If every mage only followed theory, all their magic would be identical, as if stamped from the same cookie cutter. Magic would be trapped, unable to grow. It makes sense. If you focus too much on theory, you never have time to actually practice. Trying to understand every spell that way is incredibly inefficient. It's a frustrating dead end that can drive a mage to madness. This is the great paradox of magic. To become an elite, you must have great intuition. But the elites can never truly explain what their intuition is. They just know. So for someone like Deculine, whose own genius was being questioned, to teach such a profound lesson, it should have been impossible. And yet, he did it flawlessly. After the lecture, the students are buzzing, admitting the class was nothing like the rumors. As she leaves, Ephraim admits to herself that she's never focused so hard on a lecture before. Back in her dorm room, Ephraim sighs, the day's events weighing heavily on her. She arrives at her door and stops cold. It's been vandalized with scrawled insults like arrogant trash and get out. She wonders how long they're going to keep up these stupid pranks. It's gotten worse since the incident with Sylvia. Then she notices something on the floor, an envelope slipped under her door. She picks it up. On the front it reads, "A sponsorship certificate." Ephraim scoffs. Whoa, I almost fell for that one. She thinks it's just another cruel joke. Who would sponsor her? She's hated by two of the most powerful households in the kingdom. A cynical smile plays on her lips. This is good, actually, she says to herself. I can report this for being false and get a reward. She marches down the hall to the magical administration office, ready to expose the prank. She bursts through the door, determined. But when the administrator examines the document, the truth hits Ephraim like a physical blow. Her eyes widen in absolute shock. It's real. She can't believe it. Pardon? The staff member looks up and confirms it. It's not fake. The seal is real. Ephraim loses it, shouting, "You're lying!" Her mind is a whirlwind of disbelief. It's actually real? A wave of pure, unadulterated joy washes over her. A huge smile spreads across her face as she's surrounded by an imaginary aura of blooming roses. For a moment, everything is perfect. Then reality crashes back in. She starts pinching her cheeks, telling herself to wake up. This has to be a dream. She glances around frantically, her face flushed with embarrassment. "Nobody saw that, right?" she mutters. The paranoia kicks in immediately. She rushes back to her room and starts frantically packing a suitcase. With 100,000 elm to her name, she's convinced someone will come after her for it. She even starts suspecting the staff member at the office. The woman did have a weird look on her face. Maybe she's after my money, she thinks, her imagination running wild. I should have been much more careful, she screams internally, her face a mask of comic terror. In her panic, she trips over the clothes on her floor and goes down hard. Ow, that hurts, she groans, sprawled out on the ground. Lying there on the cold floor, the pain sharp and real, she finally understands. This isn't a dream. A single tear escapes and trails down her temple. Then another and another until she's crying silently. But these aren't tears of sadness. They're tears of overwhelming relief. Through them, a shaky, brilliant smile forms. Someone noticed my talents. After everything, the loss, the poverty, the bullying, this single act of kindness feels like a miracle. The world is still kind, she whispers to her empty room, wiping her eyes. Let's get it together. As the morning sun streams through her window, she tells herself to try a little harder. For the first time in a long, long time, Ephraim has a reason to hope. For a man playing a role to survive, some costs are paid in cash, others are paid by burning the last bridge you have. At the Eucline Manor, Deculine's sister Yeriel asks a servant if the rumors she's heard are true. The servant confirms it. Her brother is on his way to the Schatzenjewel auction right now. Yeriel stands there for a moment, a storm brewing in her eyes. And then, She completely loses it, screaming about the 10 million elm he blew last year. She can't even imagine what kind of disaster he's planning this time. She swears she won't forgive him if he causes any more trouble. Meanwhile, a luxury car pulls up to the lavish Shansenjul auction house. Inside, Woojin feels a quiet sense of anticipation. He's finally going to get his hands on something he's been searching for. Dekulin steps onto the red carpet, his posture perfect, his expression unreadable. He's here on a mission. He knows his telekinesis lacks true talent. To make up for it, he needs a special metal to channel and amplify his power. The wood steel he uses now is just a temporary fix. What he really needs, the key to his future strength, will be up for auction today. He enters the exclusive VIP waiting room, his focus absolute. As he walks in, he stops. Sitting on a plush velvet chair is a figure in ornate silver and blue armor. It's his fiancée, Julie. His mind blanks. Of all the people to run into, it had to be her. She stands, her long silver ponytail swaying as she turns to face him. Her expression is grim, her eyes cold. She walks toward him, each step heavy with purpose, stopping directly in his path. The air crackles with tension. "I hope you've been well," she says quietly, her voice laced with ice. Dekulin thinks to himself how strange it is to see her here of all places. She gets straight to the point, mentioning the 2 young mages he recently sent to the disciplinary committee. Dekulin looks away, completely unfazed. "That's old news. What about it?" he asks coolly. "Will you attempt to blame that on me as well?" Julie's voice is filled with disappointment. She tells him they are just rookies with dreams, and asks if he intends to crush them with despair. She pleads with him not to make the same mistakes of the past, warning him that his sins will eventually come back to haunt him. As she speaks, a dark, painful memory flashes through her mind. This is clearly personal for her. She looks him dead in the eye. "That's the last piece of advice I can offer you." He understands immediately. The last advice. These are her final words to him. She intends to cut off their relationship. For her, this is the end of the line, and for Woojin, it's a relief. He feels the same way. No matter how beautiful she is, he has no desire to get married into this mess. More importantly, from a survival standpoint, Julie is a walking death flag. Getting too close to her could easily get him killed. For him, ending this engagement is a strategic victory. She turns to leave, her armor clinking softly. But something doesn't add up. The Julie he knows from the game isn't the type to attend an auction. Why is she here? He asks her out loud if she really came all this way just to tell him that. The question catches her completely off guard. A blush rises to her cheeks as she sputters, "What?" She gets incredibly defensive, yelling that he's full of himself, and that she's just here because she needs something. He calmly tells her he gets it, and she turns away with a huff, her tough, knightly demeanor gone. A thought crosses his mind. How cute. It's the first time I've seen her like that. And then, he freezes. A jolt goes through him. Wait, what was that? What is this feeling? Panic sets in. He wonders if he's been infected with the original Dekulane's emotions. He's been so careful, but this feeling, it just slipped through. Just then, an announcement cuts through his thoughts. The auction is about to begin. He tries to rationalize it away. No, probably not. It's not like my heart races when I see her. Yeah, he's just overthinking things. He pushes the strange feeling aside as he heads into the auction hall. Dekulin takes his seat, his focus returning to his mission. The auctioneer presents the first item, a vase from the east. But as Dekulin looks at the vase, he sees something no one else can. A faint golden glow. It's the light from his wealthy magnate trait. It signifies a valuable investment, and the light is only getting stronger. If that's the case, bidding quickly climbs, but Dekulin, guest number 777, calmly places a bid of 2.6 million, easily winning the item. He knows the vase's true value is much higher than what he paid. With over 200 million eln in his account, investing the rest seems like a good idea. The auction continues, and one high-value item after another sells for millions. And guest 777 takes another, and another. The crowd is buzzing. Who is that number 777 guy? Isn't he Professor Dekulin? From her seat, Julie watches with a sigh of disgust. What a pathetic man, she thinks. Starved for attention, even here. She can't believe he would waste so much money just for a moment of vanity. Why can't he appreciate humility and modesty? Well, she concludes, let him be. Her face hardens with determination. She has her own mission here. She just needs to obtain Winter's fire. As if on cue, the auctioneer steps forward. Now! Here is the final item of today's auction. An ore so rare it has forged countless legendary swords. The magic of nature, he bellows. Winter's fire. Revealed on the pedestal is a massive, glowing blue crystal, the snowflake stone. Both Deculine and Julie are locked onto it. This is what they came for, the snowflake stone. A legendary material glowing with an inner, cold light. It's one of the 10 rarest metals in the world, typically used to forge powerful weapons. True to its paradoxical name, it holds both heat and cold within it, making it incredibly versatile. For Deculine's purposes, the snowflake stone is effectively the best material he can get his hands on. And Julie is just as determined. I will make sure I get my hands on it, she vows. The bidding is ferocious, instantly jumping to 30 million elm. The auctioneer calls for any other bids. The room is silent. A bright smile spreads across Julie's face. She thinks she's got it. But just as the auctioneer is about to close the bidding, a new offer comes in. Guest 777, 31 million elm. Julie's smile vanishes. 777 seplos. That's the number she's been hearing all day. Her shock turns to pure rage, her eyes blazing with fury. I can't ignore this, she seethes. Why are you doing this, Deculine? From his seat, Deculine glances back, his expression as calm as ever, completely ignoring her fury. Julie doesn't back down, bidding 32 million. Without a moment's hesitation, the auctioneer calls out, Guest 777, 33 million elni! A man in the audience whispers to his companion. He's trying to buy the snowflake stone, which is used to craft swords. It must be a gift for his fiancée, the knight captain. The man continues, noting that by competing with her, Deculine is making a grand public gesture. He concludes that he must love her very deeply. Julie overhears them, her face going blank with confusion. The public thinks this is romantic? The absurd thought hits her. She is competing with Deculine. Deculine is perfectly aware of what he's doing. He knows she would want this stone. He knows taking it from her might make her an enemy for life. But for him, the stakes are higher. I need it, too. Julie feels the same desperation. It's been 3 years since this stone was last available. She can't afford to lose it now. Deculine understands the consequences. He might be turning his powerful fiancée against him for good. But for his own power, for his very survival, the choice is clear. A cold fire burns in his eyes as he stares at the glowing stone. He must obtain the snowflake stone, no matter the cost. The battle between the two fiancés is just beginning. The final battle isn't fought with swords, but with fortunes. And for a prize this rare, someone's heart and their bank account is about to break. The auctioneer makes the last call for 42 million elm. The gavel falls. It's over. The new owner of the snowflake stone is guest number 777. Deculine sits calmly, the victor, while the auction hall erupts in whispers about the most exciting auction they've ever seen. Someone remarks that while the other bidder was a bit aggressive, Professor Deculine was clearly working so hard to give his fiancée a gift. But for Julie, sitting alone, this isn't a gift. It's an insult. He got exactly what he wanted, to see her desperation. The feeling is sickeningly familiar, a painful memory she can't escape. It's happening all over again, just like last year, a memory of a day she was offered everything she never wanted. The day of their engagement. The original Deculine sat behind a desk piled with gold, a smug smile on his face, telling her he could give her anything. For Julie, it was the worst day of her life. His arrogant look practically screamed, "This is how powerful I am. You should be honored." But in the face of all that wealth, all she felt was deep, crushing humiliation. He wasn't offering a partnership, he was trying to buy her. Her younger self stared back at him, her eyes filled with a desperate anger. She knew he was aware of what she truly wanted: respect, honor, things he seemed incapable of understanding. So she walked out of that room, ruining her own engagement. But the original Deculine, petty and cruel, made sure she paid the price. Vicious rumors spread that she had begged for her knight captain position in exchange for the engagement. The whispers destroyed her reputation, and she knew exactly who started them. Back in the present, Julie clenches her jaw. Does he really think she'll come running back to him if he does this again? What a fool. Her hand trembles. He is someone she can never love. His actions today only prove that. Just then, a shadow falls over her. It's him. Deculin is suddenly standing right in front of her. He asks, his voice even, "Did you also want the snowflake stone?" For Julie, this is the final insult. Her composure shatters. "How long do you intend on insulting me?" she shouts, her voice shaking with rage. And then he says something she never ever expected to hear from him. Two simple words that change everything. "I'm sorry." Julie just stares, completely stunned. A single tear forms in her eye, not from sadness but from pure shock. What? Without another word, Deculine turns and walks away, leaving her standing alone in the emptying hall. She watches him go, her mind reeling. What is he sorry for? The Deculine she knows, the arrogant man who never admits he's wrong, he would never apologize. A woman's voice calls her name Julie, snapping her out of her trance. An elegant woman with white hair stands by a car, waving her over. "Get in!" It's Josephine, Julie's older sister. The car pulls away, driving off into the night. In his own car, Woojin reflects on the encounter. He's surprised a death flag didn't trigger from their confrontation. He starts to wonder just how terrible the original Deculane must have been for a woman as honorable as Julie to be driven to murder him in the game. As he arrives home, he immediately senses that something is wrong. He asks his maids what happened. They look terrified. One of them nervously informs him that Miss Yeriel is home. Deculine stiffens. A storm is waiting for him upstairs. And there she is, standing in a dark hallway, a briefcase at her feet. She's been waiting. Yeriel's voice is trembling with rage. The money he just spent was supposed to pay for the mines. "Is this what you took it for?" she asks, her voice cracking. He realizes his mistake now. He hadn't been paying attention. He tries to calm her, telling her he bought something that will bring in profits. But she isn't listening. To her, it's just another lie from the man who treats her like a garbage can for all his problems. Her composure finally shatters. Tears of pure rage and despair stream down her face as she screams, "Do you think I'm meant to clean up after the messes you make?" She sobs, telling him how she and all the workers are struggling just to keep the estate afloat, and he just threw it all away. Just what kind of piece of trash do you have to be? Her anger manifests as a violent red aura of magical energy. To gamble with the money that belongs to this estate. The wave of raw energy erupts from her, slamming into Deculane and throwing him across the room. A notification flashes in his mind. Villain's fate is activating. This is a death flag. This is how he could die. But at the same time, he sees a golden light shimmering through her red aura. His wealthy magnate trait is activating too. The meaning is simple. If he fails this, he'll die. But if he succeeds, it'll bring in a lot of money. High risk, high reward. He knows the answer. As he gets to his feet, a strange calm comes over him. "Don't worry, Yeriel," he says. She screams at him to shut up, yelling about all the sacrifices she's made for him, giving up university, giving up dating, all of it. He cuts her off. "You didn't need to." She accuses him of doing nothing but wasting their money for years, and now he's burned through a decade of savings in one day. As she's about to curse him, he drops a bombshell. "I will give you the household head position." Yeriel freezes, the tears still on her cheeks. "What did you just—" He repeats it, his voice steady. "I said, I will give you the household head position, Yeriel." She's stunned into a comical, wide-mouthed silence. Then she snaps back, telling him to cut the nonsense, that he's lying. He calmly chides her language, reminding her that's no way for a household head to speak. Then he says simply, "I don't lie." He offers to swear an oath if she doesn't trust him. Yeriel is taken aback. "Swear?" she asks. "Like the mage's oath? The one that kills you if you break it?" The idea is so insane, so out of character, she can't believe it. He simply replies, "Yes." She asks if he hit his head somewhere. It's the only explanation that makes sense. She crosses her arms, suspicion warring with a glimmer of hope. She agrees, but warns him, "I'm going to kill you if you go back on your word." As she storms off, he asks if she's leaving. She snaps back that someone has to handle the mess he made. A notification confirms his success. Death variable overcome. He lets out a breath he didn't realize he was holding. Handing over the position to her is no problem. In fact, it gets a huge responsibility off his back. He looks out the window, a sense of relief washing over him. If he keeps changing things, one by one, he might be able to Eska. But a voice interrupts him. "You really meant it when you said you're going to change." On his balcony, lounging casually as if she owns the place, is the adventurer Ganesha. She hops down, an unwanted guest. She apologizes for dropping by, admitting that what she just witnessed was too shocking to ignore. He asks why she's shocked, stating that Yariel would do a better job anyway. Ganesha agrees, but she's still intrigued. Then she says something that stops his heart cold, something that rewrites everything he thought he knew about Yariel von Grahan Ukleine. Ganesha reveals a shocking secret. Yariel doesn't have a single drop of Ukleine blood in her at all. Deculine is frozen. What is she talking about? This was never in the game he created. Some secrets are so heavy they can shatter a family's foundation, and for Woojin, a truth he never programmed is about to change the entire game. Ganesha repeats the words, clear and sharp. Yariel doesn't share even a single drop of blood with the Ukleins. Woojin's mind races. He knew Yariel was a half-sister, but to have no blood relation at all? This is completely new information. He now understands. The original Deculine had hired Ganesha's guild to find out this very secret. He asks if it's really all right for her to tell him, and she confirms he was the one who requested the investigation in the first place. A faint, almost gentle smile touches Deculine's lips. "Even so," he says softly, "Yariel is Yariel." In that moment, her bloodline doesn't matter. Ganesha is taken aback. "Wow, you're surprising me a lot today," she says. She never expected him to say something like that. He simply replies that he's just as surprised to learn this background even existed. He makes a decision. "All right," he says, his tone firm. "I'll make sure to protect the secret regarding my sister." Ganesha turns to leave, but stops at the window. Just one more thing." She looks back, her expression serious. "I've heard that the 6 snakeheads have begun to move." The name puts Deculine on high alert. The 6 snakeheads. He knows them well from the game. They are the infamous leaders of the most dangerous criminal organizations on the continent. Ganesha warns him that the moment those auction items arrive at his residence, he'll become a target. She adds a final jab. "It seems you've been neglecting your magical defenses recently. That's why I can get in so easily." And with that, she's gone. A neatly folded note flutters to the floor where she was standing. Her report. Deculine sighs, pressing his fingers to his temple. The weight of it all is settling in. The secret about Yariel is a complication he never anticipated. But as he thinks it over, he realizes that in the end, it changes nothing. He has never been the real Deculine. His treatment of Yariel wouldn't change, whether she's his biological sister or not. In his mind, Yariel will always be Deculine's sister. The past is the past. For her sake and for the stability of the family, he will simply have to hide the truth. Elsewhere, gathered around a campfire, Ganesha's adventurer party, the Red Garnet, is debriefing. "I'm telling you, it's true," one of them says. "Professor Deculine has changed. It's like another person is wearing his skin." A young woman with reddish-brown hair scoffs. "Even that scum looks different when he's saying such sweet things." One of her companions teases her, "You're just a sucker for handsome men, Captain." The Captain Rayleigh is revealed to be a relative of Julie's. She seems to be the one who now thinks Deculine has a humane side. Ganesha cuts in, ending the conversation. "Anyway, we won't have to watch Deculine anymore." She rallies her team, telling them it's time to head back, but before they leave, she holds a finger to her lips, her expression dead serious. "And everything you heard today is a secret. You better keep quiet about all of this." A young girl in the party creates a shimmering blue barrier around them, and in a flash of light, the entire group teleports away, leaving the forest silent once more. The next day, at the magnificent University Magic Tower, Deculine sits in his office, looking at a system notification. After dealing with Yariel, he's finally gained enough currency to use the level 1 system store, but he still doesn't have enough to buy what he really needs: the system store. It's a game mechanic that allows him to use currency to strengthen himself or any other named characters in the world, but opportunities to use it are incredibly rare. You can only access the store once per level, and the cost increases exponentially. What's cheap now becomes impossibly expensive later. Every time he levels up, the currency he needs will double. He can't rush this. This is a limited opportunity he can't afford to waste. His training has been consistent, but his raw combat strength is still lacking compared to the real villains of this world. For his growth, what he needs most is an improvement in his mana quality. He needs to hurry and gather 4 more store currency. Just then, a knock comes at his door. "Come in!" It's his assistant, Alan, looking nervous as always. Alan hurries over to his desk. "Take a look, sir. I received this just now." He hands Deculain a newspaper. "I think you'll need to be careful," he says. Deculain unfolds the paper. On the front page is a wanted poster for a man known as the Wizard Killer. There have been sightings of him on the outskirts of the city. He knows this guy, Lockhart, the greatest danger to mage players in the first quarter of the game. So, he's finally appeared. A small, confident smirk plays on his lips. To a normal mage, Lockhart would be a serious threat. But as he is now, he has no cause for concern. In fact, this might be the perfect opportunity to earn the store currency he needs. He almost hopes he runs into him. He dismisses Alan, telling him there's no need to worry about a wizard killer and that he's heading to the library. But as Alan turns to leave, Deculain stops him. "Ah, right. Alan, do you have any intention to become an assistant professor?" The question hits Alan like a lightning bolt, short-circuiting his brain before he lets out a massive, "What? Do you mean to recommend me as an assistant professor?" he stammers. "But you always said I lacked talent." Deculain calmly explains that he's asking now because he's seen how earnest Alan is, and because he received a notice to pick an assistant. "Enough questions," Deculain says, cutting him off. "Just take this." He holds out a golden bangle with the Ucline A emblem. "Continue to work hard." Alan takes the gift, his hands trembling as he bows deeply. "Thank you very much, Professor." He looks at the bangle, his eyes filling with tears of gratitude. Deculain knows Alan's organizational skills are excellent. He'll be useful, so he can't just let him go. All the other assistants left long ago, unable to stand the original Deculain's cruelty. But Alan stayed, doing all the work himself. So, as a final gesture, Deculain hands him a wad of cash. "Go home early today," he says, "and buy dinner with this." Alan is overwhelmed, trying to protest, but Deculain has already turned and walked away. He strides down the long, ornate hallway, leaving his bewildered and grateful assistant behind. Alan just stands there for a moment, clutching the money and the bangle, unable to process the sudden kindness. Deculain arrives at his destination, the staff-only library. He came here because of Ephorine's father's research paper. The research he found was brilliant, but it was riddled with errors and holes that he must now fill. He hopes to find some useful books related to elemental manipulation to help him complete it. As he's walking through the aisles, he senses something. He stops. He turns, his gaze sharp. "Why are you inside the staff-only library?" Debutante Sylvia? Sitting on top of a bookshelf as if waiting for him is Sylvia, looking just as surprised to see him as he is to see her. A genius is used to being the smartest person in the room, but when someone effortlessly sees through your secrets, that confidence can shatter in an instant. As Deculain walked away, Sylvia stood there, completely stunned. She never ever thought she'd run into him in this place. He confronts her directly, his voice cold and sharp. "Why are you in the executive reading room?" He follows it with a threat, asking if she wants to face the disciplinary committee again. Sylvia is reeling. She'd always heard Deculain never went near the library, so why is he here? She quickly stammers out an excuse, that she was looking for a document and had permission from another professor. Deculain's expression is icy. That would mean the professor and librarian both ignored the rules. In that case, he thinks, they also deserve to be disciplined. He's not just threatening her, he's threatening everyone who helped her. As Sylvia starts to panic, his eyes fall on the book in her hand. With an effortless flick of his fingers, he plucks it from her grasp. "An ethanol novel?" he says, his voice laced with disdain. "You broke the rules for a romance novel?" Sylvia is mortified, not just because she was caught, but because he could read the title. He holds the book for a moment, then places it back in her hands. "I'll let it slide this time. But the warning is clear. If you come here again without proper permission, I'll take disciplinary measures." He turns and walks away, leaving her standing there, completely defeated. Sylvia clutches the book, her knuckles white, trembling with rage and humiliation. She just wanted to understand the language of the fairies. She turns away with a huff, completely flustered. But then, a more pressing question hits her. How did he read Ethanel? It's an ancient, notoriously difficult language to decipher, and yet, he read it at a glance. The scene shifts to the Mountain of Darkness, where new students are on a practical training exercise. Watching over them are Deculain and Professor Relin. Deculain notes how composed the students are, feeling a sense of pride. The Mountain of Darkness is a vital training ground, a source of experience and rare magical materials. But because of this, it's also incredibly dangerous, teeming with beasts. The magic tower is forced to maintain protective barriers, always overseen by an on-duty professor. Professor Relin mentions that the on-duty professor for the week hasn't been decided yet and asks for Deculain's opinion. Without hesitation, Deculain says, "I'll do it." Relin is shocked. The old professor is impressed, praising him for taking the lead, but Deculain's reasons are far from noble. A system notification pops up in his vision, a side quest, the Darkness of the Magic Tower, rewarding 1 store currency. This is why he volunteered. He wonders what's about to happen here, in the mountain that turns the game's genre to horror at night. 9 hours later, at a cafe near the Magic Tower, a table is covered with beautiful, delicious-looking desserts. Ephraim sits with her friends, a smug grin on her face. "Of course I'm buying," she says. "Because I now have 100,000 eln. It's on me," she declares, and her friends cheer. They celebrate their new club, hoping other commoner students will soon join them. The conversation turns to the training session on the Mountain of Darkness. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream rips through the air, silencing the cafe. "Did you hear that?" Everyone rushes outside, trying to find the source. Julia and the others run down the street, following the sound. A disheveled figure stumbles out from a dark alley, begging for help. "Over there!" Ephraim points. She starts running toward the person, but Julia grabs her arm, telling her to wait. "Something's wrong, Ephraim!" Julia yells, but it's too late. A strange force seems to pull at Ephraim, dragging her into the darkness. Ephraim stumbles, her surroundings shifting unnaturally. In an instant, she's no longer on the street. She's in a dark, twisted forest. Where is this place? She wonders, completely disoriented. The cry for help echoes again. Her heroic instincts take over. "Where are you? I'm coming to help!" She yells into the woods. A voice calls back from a thicket of vines. "Over here!" She runs toward the voice and sees a frail, hunched figure, asking if they're all right. But as she gets closer, the figure lunges. A searing pain rips through her chest as she looks down to see a clawed hand piercing her. A monstrous scream echoes through the forest. A surge of adrenaline kicks in. "Someone's attacking!" A wild grin spreads across her face as she gathers magic in her hands. Her eyes widen in shock. Heavy footsteps land behind her. It's Deculain. He stands there, radiating a powerful aura. Still under the illusion, Ephraim is furious. "Professor, did you just attack that woman?" "Open your eyes and look again," he says, his voice dangerously calm. "That is not a person." He gestures, and the illusion shatters. The frail woman transforms into a hulking, monstrous red demon. Ephraim is horrified. "What is that?" Deculain explains that she was under the effect of a demon's illusion. He grabs her by the collar, his grip like iron. "Don't interfere and get lost." He throws her out of the way just as another demon lunges. "Now then, it's time to hunt." He faces the larger demon, which is furious that it just lost its prey. With a crackle of purple energy, Deculain moves. He unleashes a barrage of telekinetically controlled blades, slicing through the demon with incredible speed and precision. The demon roars in pain as the blades tear it apart. But the creature is resilient, catching one of the blades in its massive claw. Deculain leaps into the air, a metal mask forming over his face as his blades swirl around him. He notices the glowing core on its forehead. Its specialty is illusions. But thanks to his resolute trait, it's completely ineffective against him. Something is changing inside him. A primal rage is taking over. His blood is boiling. A red aura starts to envelop him, his eyes glowing. Deculain's lineage is making him endlessly furious. A system window explains his innate attribute, Eucline, a lineage with exceptional power in subjugating demons. When facing them, his own mana quality increases, but with a side effect, he becomes more aggressive. The renowned legacy of the Euclines, demon hunters since ancient times, is now manifesting in him. He will not let the creature before him survive. His eyes glow with a terrifying red light. The demon lunges, its claws ready to tear him apart. Deculine meets it head-on. There's a flash of light, and the sound of something being sliced clean through. A series of notifications appear. Side quest complete. Store currency +1. An achievement for defeating the first demon, another store currency. And finally, family lineage, Eucline. The attribute is unlocked. He stands over the demon's corpse, his voice dripping with contempt. "You filthy creature, spilling filth, even at the moment of your death." As he looks out into the dark forest, he knows this is just the beginning. This is a signal that the game without the player has truly begun. The world is now moving on its own, and he's right in the middle of it. Sometimes, the person you hate most is the one who saves your life. For a young mage burning with revenge, that's a harder pill to swallow than any poison. Ephrine's eyes flutter open. A wave of dizziness hits her as she tries to figure out where she is. The last thing she remembers is the chilling darkness of the forest. She jolts awake with a scream, sitting bolt upright in a hospital bed. A nearby nurse calmly turns to her. "You've woken up, Luna." Ephrine's mind is a blank. She mutters that she was just in the forest. The nurse just nods, confirming that she doesn't seem to remember anything. The nurse explains that a demon appeared in the dark mountain last night. She tells Ephrine that she was caught in its illusion, suffering mental damage that caused her to faint. Fortunately, she was found and brought straight to the infirmary. The mountain has now been temporarily closed off while the magic tower investigates. And then, the nurse drops the one name Ephrine never wanted to hear. "Oh, by the way, it was Senior Professor Eucline who saved you." Frustration is instant. A scowl crosses Ephrine's face. Of all people, him again. Shaking off her anger, she asks the nurse what day it is. The nurse mentions she's been unconscious for 36 hours. It's Wednesday now. And that's when it hits her. If it's Wednesday, a shriek echoes through the infirmary. "She's late for class!" Ephrine sprints through the university halls, her messy hair flying behind her as other students stare. She bursts through the classroom door, completely out of breath. She barely made it. A cheerful voice calls out her name. It's her friend Julia, waving her over with a big smile. Julia asks if she's okay. Ephrine brushes it off, saying she feels great after getting so much rest. But as she takes her seat, she notices the classroom is arranged differently. She asks Julia if she missed an announcement, but her friend is just as clueless. Just then, the door swings open. In walks Professor Deculine, his presence immediately silencing the room, followed by his nervous assistant, Alan. Ephrine stares at Alan, wondering who he is. She's never seen him before. Deculine steps to the podium and makes a shocking announcement. Alan is his newly appointed assistant professor. Ephrine's eyes go wide. The students start murmuring. This is completely unheard of. Deculine never uses assistant professors. Another student explains why it's such a big deal. Becoming an assistant professor is a huge career step, and a prideful man like Deculine would never normally allow it. For Ephrine, this hits close to home. Her own father was stuck as a simple researcher for years, precisely because he couldn't get this kind of opportunity. She stares at Alan, her confusion deepening. Why would Deculine suddenly give a stranger such a huge break? Nothing about this man makes sense anymore. Deculine ignores the whispers and begins the class. Today is a mastery session, a timed test that must be completed within 3 hours. As Ephrine looks at the glowing green bracelet her father left her, her mind begins to spiral. She can't stop thinking about him, about Deculine, about why everything is so confusing. She tries to shake it off, to focus on the assignment, but her mind is too cluttered to even come up with the formula. Suddenly, a calm voice cuts through her thoughts. 25 minutes and 15 seconds. The task is complete. The classroom is stunned. Everyone turns to see the source, Sylvia, the genius of the Elade family. Of course it was her. Deculine glances over Sylvia's work, his expression completely unreadable. There's a brief, tense pause. Then, just 2 words leave his lips. "Perfect. You may go." No praise, no emotion, just a simple, cold dismissal. Sylvia seems taken aback for a split second by his lack of reaction, but she quickly recovers, standing with quiet confidence as she leaves her completed project shimmering on the table. As Sylvia passes by, she shoots a quick sideways glance at Ephraim, who is still struggling. The look is subtle, but it's enough. A small, confident smirk plays on Sylvia's lips, while Ephraim grits her teeth in frustration. That look shatters her focus completely. All she can think is, "I need to hurry too!" One by one, other students begin to finish and leave the classroom. The names keep getting called out. The room empties out until Alan finally announces that the 3 hours have passed. Ephraim slumps in her chair, utterly defeated. Time's up, and she hasn't finished. A single thought screams through her mind: I'm doomed. The reality of her failure crashes down on her all at once. She collapses onto her desk, her hands clenched, begging her brain to think of something. But it's too late. Humiliation washes over her. She couldn't even do better than that annoying Sylvia. She was the only one who couldn't accomplish anything. She questions her own worth. Am I really such an idiot that I can't even do this? She realizes she got ahead of herself, thinking about revenge when she couldn't even keep up. She glances at her timer, 5 hours and 47 minutes. She's been sitting here, wallowing in her failure for nearly 3 hours after class ended. A cold voice suddenly cuts through the silence. How long do you plan to keep me waiting? She looks up, shocked. It's Professor Deculane. He's still here. He tells her she lost her composure over such an easy task and failed. All she can do is bow her head and whisper, "I'm sorry." But he's not finished. He turns to walk away, his voice echoing in the empty room. Even if someone mocks you and moves ahead, even if your enemy is right in front of you. His words hit her like a physical blow, aimed directly at her deepest insecurities. You must always remain cold. The two of them stand in the vast, empty classroom, the air thick with tension. He stops near the exit and delivers the final blow. If you are this pathetic, you will never even reach my feet. As he walks out, he delivers one last cutting remark without looking back. I'm disappointed, Ephraim. I thought you were a gem. He leaves her alone, swallowed by the silence and the weight of his words. The clock ticks on the wall, echoing in the quiet room. But then, something shifts. With a loud thud, Ephraim slams her fists down on the table. His words echo again in her mind. I thought you were a gem. The glowing green bracelet on her wrist seems to pulse with light, and something inside her finally snaps. She grits her teeth, a fire lighting in her eyes as she thinks, so what? So what if someone like you is disappointed? I can do it. A surge of brilliant green mana erupts from her hands, enveloping her. The strain is immense. A trickle of blood runs from her nose, but she doesn't even notice, her face contorted with pure, unyielding determination. She reaches out, channeling every last bit of her anger, her frustration, and her will into her magic. She yells it to herself, "Definitely!" A primal scream tears from her throat, a declaration to him, to herself, to the entire world. I can do it! The magic surges and swirls around her, brighter and more powerful than ever before, a testament to a spirit that refuses to be broken. For a man playing a long game, every move is a risk. But for Deculane, some risks are just necessary investments in his own survival. He knows he just spent over 6 hours waiting for Ephraim, but in his mind, it's a calculated move. The demon's appearance was a clear sign. The main story of this world is about to begin, and for what's coming, a fully developed Ephraim will be necessary. When the age of evil arrives, having powerful allies who can influence the main quest will be crucial. And he knows one of those key allies is an Ephraim who has reached her full potential. Right now, she lacks the cold mindset of a true magician, but he believes that if she can overcome this weakness, her growth will be overwhelming. Of course, that growth could become a threat to him, but he's confident he won't let that happen. To him, fate is just an excuse. The only thing he believes in is himself, and the pride of a ukulele would never allow him to be surpassed by a mere rookie. His thoughts are interrupted by a sound from behind him. A loud thud echoes in the empty hall as an exhausted Ephraim leans against the doorframe. She's finally finished. With slow, heavy steps, she makes her way across the vast, silent room. Deculane turns slowly, his expression as unreadable as ever. He picks up the project she left on her desk. A faint golden light emanates from it, proof of her completed work. His gaze scans the intricate formulas. A quiet announcement hangs in the air. 6 hours and 25 minutes. Task complete. He can see the flaws in her work, the signs of someone without elite training. However, despite those weaknesses, the final result is undeniably brilliant. A notification flashes in his vision. Side quest complete. Shop currency +1. His investment has already paid off. With Ephraim gone, he figures it's time to head home. But as he walks through the empty halls, a voice calls out. Oh, Senior Professor Eucline. Standing there is a mountain of a man with wild white hair and a booming laugh. It's been a while, Professor. Deculane's mind races. Why is he here? This is Zeit von Brugang Freyden, the head of the powerful Freyden family and, more importantly, Julie's older brother. He was the one who pushed the hardest for their engagement in the first place. And most importantly, according to the game's data, Zeit ranks 3rd in early combat power. For a character this powerful to seek him out, the reason clicks into place. It has to be about the snowflake stone he won at the auction. A bead of cold sweat trickles down his neck. Is this a death flag? He knows he has no way to counter a monster like Zeit right now. Zeit walks up, all smiles, saying he was concerned about the rumors between him and Julie. Deculine can only manage a short, tense reply. Zeit then says he was thinking of arranging a dinner meeting this week, asking if Deculine minds. For now, he still seems friendly. Deculine starts to agree, saying a dinner meeting is fine, but Zeit claps him on the shoulder, cutting him off with a loud laugh. He says he's already picked a restaurant, so all Deculine has to do is show up. With a grin that looks more like a predator's snarl, he says then, "See you that day, Professor Eucline." As Zeit walks away, Deculine realizes the trap he's in. The man didn't even give him room to refuse. Or maybe he couldn't refuse. He knows Zeit's personality from the game. He prioritizes his family above all else. If Deculine were to interfere with his plans, there's no telling how violently he might react. It's settled then. He can't cancel the meeting. The next day, at the Freyden estate, voices are raised. "I refuse!" Julie shouts, while her brother demands to know why. She yells back that they fought, and that she's too busy training her knights to see him. Zeit scoffs, asking if she's really sulking just because he took one snowflake stone. Julie explodes, insisting that's not it at all. Zeit asks why she thinks Deculine would buy a metal that's only good for making weapons. He insists it's obviously a gift for her, but Julie is having none of it. She declares that if he tries to give her a sword as a gift, at that exact moment, she will announce the annulment of their engagement. Her eyes burn with cold fury. Zeit's friendly demeanor vanishes in an instant. A crushing pressure fills the room. He tells her in a low, dangerous voice to think carefully. He reminds her of her own words, that emotions are unnecessary in political marriages. He pushes further, saying that no one loves her as much as Deculine does. He asks if she has feelings for someone else. Her expression falters, filled with pain, as she quietly admits there is no one else. Zeit keeps pressing, but she stays silent. Having won, Zeit gives his final command. "Show up at the meeting place. If there's a problem, settle it there." He leaves her standing alone. Later, on the training grounds, Julie stands in a quiet courtyard, her mind still in turmoil. She grips the hilt of her sword, channeling all her frustration and confusion into her stance. With a flash of purple light, she draws her blade. Her face is a mask of concentration and inner conflict. A fierce cry rips through the air as she unleashes a flurry of powerful strikes, blue energy exploding from her sword. The force of her attack sends waves of energy across the courtyard. She lands, her blade held ready. A dark figure watches from the side. A calm voice observes, "Your sword swings are rough today, my lord." She turns to see Baron, one of her loyal subordinate knights, his expression serious. Julie lowers her sword, apologizing for showing him something shameful. Baron simply says, "No, I understand, my lord." His red eyes are filled with concern. He then adds that Deculine was never worthy of her. Julie cuts him off with a sharp, "Enough!" Composing herself, she tells him that talking behind others' backs is not fitting for a knight. She turns away, her duty as a leader overriding her personal feelings. She offers a small, reassuring smile, telling him not to worry, that she's fine. Baron watches her, his expression unreadable, but his eyes are filled with a deep, simmering emotion. As she walks away, her back straight and proud, she has no idea what's going through his mind. Baron's gaze remains fixed on her, but his eyes have changed. A dangerous light burns within them. He watches her retreating figure, his mind made up. He thinks to himself that today he has finally found the answer, a way to prove his loyalty, something that only he can do. His gaze hardens with a chilling resolve. I will be the one to bring you happiness. The appearance of a single demon is sending shockwaves through the magical world, reaching the highest echelons of power. Inside the grand birched elder hall, the atmosphere is heavy. The mages gathered here remember their sacred duty, the very reason for their existence, to hunt and destroy demons. With one now confirmed, inaction is not an option. The order is given. A formal summons is to be sent to the 12 great mage houses. The message is simple. Bircht has called, and they must answer. A grand mobilization is beginning, all because of a single threat that Deculine handled with ease. Meanwhile, at his own estate, Deculine is dealing with more immediate concerns. The expensive artifacts he purchased at the auction have finally been sorted. He sets aside 2 for his personal use, a ring for mana recovery and a necklace for storage. The rest are destined for the vault, just as he planned. But there's one item that's giving him trouble. Deculine lets out a frustrated sigh as a pulse of blue energy flares from his hand, doing nothing. The massive snowflake stone, his most valuable prize, refuses to yield to his control. He knew it wouldn't be easy, but the stone is completely rejecting his psychokinesis, pushing back with its own immense power. Back when this was all just a game, an item this rare was far beyond his reach. He has no prior knowledge, no strategy for how to tame it. Then, an old memory sparks an idea. He recalls reading about legendary materials, how they couldn't be conquered by force, but had to be tamed through a process called resonance. He considers the concept. Maybe he needs to harmonize with the stone, to understand it, instead of trying to bend it to his will. A look of grim determination settles on his face. If that's the way, then he'll try it. He lays a hand on the stone's cold surface. This time, he doesn't push. He lets his mana flow gently, offering it to the crystal. A brilliant blue light flares from his palm, enveloping the stone as he pours all of his focus into the connection. The energy swirls around it, a silent battle of wills between man and ancient material. He feels a faint shift, a sign that his mana is finally beginning to seep into the stone's core. A notification flashes, confirming he's on the right track, but the numbers are brutal. 0.1% understanding for a massive amount of mana. At this rate, he grimly calculates, it could take over a year. Still, it's a start, and for now, it's the only path forward. With that long-term project underway, he shifts his focus to a more pressing matter. It's time to prepare. He looks over at the calendar on his wall. His eyes land on today's date, circled in red. The dinner with Zeit, a potential death flag he has to face. His gaze then drifts to another date, just 3 days away, a Memorial Day. Another event, another storm set in motion long before he arrived in this world. That evening, he arrives at a high-end restaurant, a place of quiet luxury and influence. Zeit is waiting for him, clapping him on the back with a booming laugh, saying Julie is already inside. Well now, Zeit grins, looking him over, you certainly cleaned up nicely. You look radiant. Deculine enters the private room and his eyes fall on Julie. She sits at the table, not in her usual knight's armor, but in an elegant white dress that sets off her silver hair. For a moment, seeing her like this, he's genuinely taken aback. Zeit chuckles. I never noticed since she's always in armor, but she's beautiful when she dresses up. No wonder you fell for her. Deculine feels a flicker of pride. It's a look he knows well, after all, he's the one who designed it in the game. His thoughts are cut short by a smooth, teasing voice. A woman with short, silver-gray hair leans into his view. I just came to see Julie's outfit. Deculine's focus snaps into place. He was so distracted by Julie he didn't even sense her presence. A cold dread settles in his stomach. He was not expecting her here. Josephine, Julie's other sibling. She might be playing the part of a supportive sister, but Deculine knows the horrifying truth. She is one of the most dangerous people in this world. A true sociopath hiding in plain sight. The secret master of the underworld intelligence guild, Shadow, with power that rivals her brother Zeit. But what makes her truly terrifying is her obsession. The only person Josephine genuinely loves is her sister, Julie. And to hurt Julie, even unintentionally, is to trigger an unstoppable and murderous rage. Deculine can feel it now. Since the moment he entered the room, he's felt a faint but chilling killing intent aimed directly at him. A clear and present death flag. The fact he can even sense it from a master manipulator like her means he's in grave danger. He knows there's only one way out of this. He must prove his sincerity to Julie, right now. Zeke gets straight to the point. Let's talk before the food arrives. Professor, when is the wedding? It's already been 3 years. Just as Julie opens her mouth to protest, Deculine raises a hand, silencing her without a word. He calmly informs her that this is a discussion for the family heads. Julie looks down, a flash of hurt in her eyes at his cold dismissal. Turning back to Zeit, he prepares to speak. Go on, Zeit encourages him. Speak freely. Deculine's expression is calm, his gaze unwavering. Across the table, Josephine watches him with a predatory smile, waiting for him to make a single mistake. Then, he says the one thing none of them ever expected. I will leave this decision entirely to Julie. If she is not certain about this marriage, I am prepared for an annulment. Julie visibly flinches. Zeit slams his hand on the table, astonished. How can you speak of annulment so easily? He insists they've just grown distant and should be trying to fix things, not end them. The family elders would never approve. My lord! Julie's voice cuts through the argument, trembling with emotion. She looks at her brother. Please, just for a moment, could you leave us alone? Zeit hesitates, but the desperate look on his sister's face is enough. He taps the table, signaling his agreement. All right, he says, motioning to Josephine. Let's give them some space. She replies with a light-hearted yes. As they head for the door, Josephine gives a little wave. Have a nice conversation, you two. The door clicks shut, leaving them in a thick, suffocating silence. Julie stares at him, her eyes a storm of confusion and suspicion. What are you planning this time? Her voice is laced with distrust. Just what? In the hallway, Josephine leans against the wall, taking a slow sip of her drink, listening. Julie's question hangs in the air between them, her gaze sharp and demanding. Do you want? In a room heavy with history, a single question hangs in the air. For Deculine, the answer he gives now is a matter of life and death. His eyes narrow almost imperceptibly. He can feel it. A presence. She's listening. He knows with absolute certainty that Josephine is right outside that door, eavesdropping. She may have left with a smile, but a manipulator like her would never leave such a critical moment to chance. She'd have a way to hear every word. But this isn't just a threat. It's an opportunity. Josephine has no idea that he knows she's there. If he can make her believe that Deculine is truly deeply in love with Julie, he might just escape this death flag. The stage is set. He looks at Julie, his expression softening as he begins to speak. Julie, She cuts him off, her voice cold and sharp. I was only speaking my true feelings. Julie looks at him with pure disbelief. True feelings? You expect me to believe that? He points out that she can't simply annul the engagement on her own, but she fires back that neither of them are free to do as they please anymore. They're in too deep. Her hand clenches into a tight fist on the table. So what are you saying? She demands, anger finally boiling over. Are you going to torment me again with your petty tricks? She knows the old playbook by heart, using his family's influence, making promises to her family's elders, all to corner her. The memories of the original Deculine's cruelty flash in her mind, the way he'd belittle her, telling her battle was too dangerous for a woman. She slams her hands on the table, her voice cracking with fury. He'd used that excuse to push her out of the Imperial Knights, only to offer her a lesser post under his own family's banner. And when she refused, he'd smeared her name with vicious rumors. Her eyes, shining with unshed tears of rage, lock onto his. Are you going to do it all over again? Deculine remains silent. He can't deny a single word. Everything she said is true, a well-known fact. The man before him had twisted obsession and madness into something he called love. He had tried to destroy everything in Julie's world just so she would have no one left to turn to but him. They were the actions of a monster, and for that reason, Deculine understands her hatred for him better than anyone. He looks at her and says quietly, I won't do that anymore. But Julie just shouts back, I won't fall for it! She's heard those empty words before. Deculine continues, his voice calm and even. I know that I have been binding you all this time. Julie freezes, her eyes widening in pure shock. What? For the very first time, he looks her directly in the eye and admits his guilt. I'm saying that I have done wrong. The confession hangs between them, stunning her into a disbelieving silence. He presses on, adding that it isn't just him. Her own siblings are being just as extreme. Julie starts to defend them, but he cuts her off. If they're not extreme, then why stop the annulment? Isn't it just for the family's honor? Julie has nothing to say. He's right, and they both know it. He calmly picks up his cutlery, preparing for his final decisive move. To achieve your dream of becoming a guardian knight, he says, don't you have to escape your family's grasp? Julie's world stops turning. Her jaw falls open. How could you possibly know that? Her secret dream, the one she's told no one, how could he know? Julie, he says softly, I am neither honest nor faithful. She's completely lost, stammering, what are you talking about all of a sudden? He tells her he is nothing like the person she wants, that he doesn't suit her. Get to the point, she snaps. He meets her gaze. For someone like me, there is only one thing I can do for you. He lays out his offer. They will remain engaged, but they will not marry. He tells her that he wants to set her free, but their family's political ties make a clean break impossible. Use my name as a shield for as long as you need, he says. Until you are ready to pursue your dream, I will maintain our engagement and wait. Julie just stares, her mind racing. What are you plotting? Why would you say this now? None of it made any sense. He says he doesn't expect anything in return. But if I were to ask for something, show me your smile, just once a month. That is all I ask. His expression is earnest, his gaze unwavering. Julie is speechless, her face flushing a deep crimson. Outside the room, Josephine and Zeit are just as stunned by the unbelievably romantic words. Deculine thinks to himself that it was all just a line, something that sounded good enough to get him out of a deadly situation. But, seeing Julie so completely flustered, blushing and stammering as she tries to understand, he finds it undeniably adorable. A startling truth hits him, one he can no longer ignore. Even the original Deculine's obsessive, twisted love for Julie has now become his own. Completely overwhelmed, Julie clears her throat, trying to hide her embarrassment. Even if you say that, I won't fall for it, she insists, repeating it while he just lets out a quiet laugh. Why are you laughing? She demands, still flustered. I won't be fooled! Outside, Josephine considers what she heard. It was cheesy, but was it real? If that's the case, maybe she'll just watch them for a little while longer. The crushing tension in the room finally lifts, replaced by a new, uncertain silence. A notification appears. The death flag has been overcome. It worked. 3 days later, a car travels down a quiet, tree-lined road. Inside, Deculine looks out the window, the past few days a blur in his memory. He thinks of the date he'd circled on his calendar, the scheduled Memorial Day. The car pulls up to a peaceful, secluded place. Deculine steps out, walking through the gates of a cemetery. Rows of silent tombstones stand watch under the pale autumn sky. He reflects that a place like this always brings a strange sense of melancholy. The fading sunlight casts long shadows across the weathered stone and overgrown grass. He feels a strange sense of belonging here, as if his heart had arrived long before his body, because his memories are here. But not the memories of Deculine von Grahan Ukline. He stands before a simple, unassuming grave. He's here for memories that belong to Kim Woojin, and in his mind's eye, he sees the face of a smiling woman from a life he thought he'd left behind forever. Every game has its secrets, little jokes hidden by the creators for players to find, but sometimes an Easter egg isn't just a bit of fun. Sometimes it's a ghost from a life you can never go back to. The memory is from a late night at the office, the air thick with exhaustion. A cheerful voice cut through the silence. It was Yuara, one of his colleagues, suggesting a new bit of lore for the villain, Deculine. Woojin, running on fumes, brushed it off. He told her it was unnecessary and wouldn't affect sales, so they shouldn't waste their time. But she insisted, saying it was important in its own way. He just sighed, wondering what she was up to this time. With a passionate smile, she said it was about putting the creator's heart into their work. He grumbled a bit but told her to do whatever she wanted, knowing she would anyway. As she turned away, a small, triumphant smile touched her lips. She knew it was a good idea, far from a waste. Back then, all Woojin could do was stay quiet as she laid out her plan. Deculine has a deceased ex-fiancé. He remembers her excitement, but he never understood what was so funny about it. She'd teased him, laughing that he always found the cheapest ways to get things done, but that he hadn't lost his touch. Now, standing here in this world, that memory feels like a cruel joke. What kind of prank did you leave for me, Yuara? What was it that made you smile so brightly that day? To feel like Kim Woojin again, even for a moment, he had to seek out the traces of her that she'd left behind. He stares at the tombstone, unsure if he should call her idea brilliant or just plain cruel. Carved into the stone is the name, Yuara von Fergus Mahinicht, her name translated into the language of this world. And beneath it, a simple, heartbreaking message, the one who was always grateful to you. He stands before the grave, the question echoing in his silent heart. Why did you inscribe your own name here, on the tombstone of a deceased fiancé for a villain who was based on me? Why did you give this character your name, Yuara? And why did you write that message? You were grateful to me? The words hit him like a physical blow. He sinks to his knees, his gloved hand tracing the cold letters of her name. That one single sentence is enough to unleash a storm of emotion inside him. For a moment, it feels like he can almost hear her whispering voice on the wind. He collapses against the stone as the memories he tried to bury come flooding back. Her shy smile when she praised his work. The time she gave him her own coat on a freezing winter night. The warmth of her hug when she told him she loved him, lifting him up when he felt like he was falling apart. The quiet, peaceful moments they shared, just being together. She was always the one by his side. A single tear, a remnant of Kim Woojin's grief, escapes and traces a path down his cheek. All his memories of her. His moment of sorrow is shattered by the sharp snap of a twig. A raspy voice, dripping with malice, hisses from the shadows. I finally found you. You filthy mage! Deculin is on his feet in an instant, turning to face the threat. As if he'd never shed a tear, the cold, unflappable mask of Deculine slips perfectly into place. In times like this, that personality is a blessing. A gaunt figure steps out from behind a tree. He recognizes him immediately. A familiar face. The man radiates a dark aura. Deculine confirms his identity. Rokok, is that right? Rokok looks surprised. You know of me? He snarls, his face twisting in rage. For an arrogant mage to dare speak my name. Deculine's mind is already calculating. This is Rokok, the wizard killer. A mid-boss from the game specifically designed to be the worst nightmare for mage players, all because of one terrifying ability, magic nullification. The very air around them suddenly feels dead, all traces of magic vanishing completely. Just like in any other game, an ability that cancels out an opponent's main power is nothing short of a cheat, and Rokok's ability doesn't need any special conditions to activate. Within a certain radius around him, no one can use magic. Period. Rokok lets out a crazed laugh. Stupid mage! Your magic is useless against me! He lunges forward, covering the distance in a blur of motion. Deculine sidesteps the first attack, the two now locked in a purely physical fight. This is exactly why mages feared Rokok. But for Deculine, die! Rokok screams, throwing a powerful punch straight for Deculine's chest. The blow lands with a dull thud, and it's Rokok who recoils, sent flying backward by the impact. Deculine stands over him, completely unharmed. It means nothing to me. Rokok stares up, his face a mask of disbelief. He scrambles to his feet, cursing as he tries to attack again, but his blows might as well be hitting a wall of solid steel. Deculine thinks back on his recent training. He'd finally saved enough currency to purchase an upgrade, mana quality enhancement. The boost in power had been so immense, he'd accidentally crushed a piece of heavy training equipment just trying to lift it. The upgrade allowed him to produce far greater power with the same amount of mana. But it had another, unexpected side effect. He'd realized his own physical body had grown stronger, faster, and more durable. Deculine effortlessly slams Rokok to the ground with a single, calculated strike. Another notification pops up. A death flag. Overcome. More currency for the shop. So, he thinks to himself, the mana quality enhancement applies to his passive traits as well. His iron body trait would have been enough to handle Rokok, but with the new enhancement, the fight was almost laughably easy. Deculine glares down at the defeated man, a flicker of Deculine's own personality seeping through. Disappointing. I thought this would be a challenge. Suddenly, a figure in a brown robe dashes in, grabbing Rokok and starting to drag him away, screaming curses about heretical mages. Deculine watches them flee. Rokok's ability truly is a powerful one. But it wasn't just his power. It was his deep-seated hatred for mages and that word the robed figure used, heresy. A forgotten piece of the game's lore clicks into place. Rokak, you are a member of the fallen clan. Lying on the ground, Rokak's eyes go wide with shock. He stares up at Deculane, trembling. How do you know that? The question hangs in the air, but Deculane is left alone in the quiet cemetery as the setting sun casts long, ominous shadows around him. In the shadows of this world, there are secrets, ancient bloodlines cursed from birth. They are the fallen clan, born with the blood of dark magic, an inheritance from a time long forgotten. To survive, they live hidden among ordinary people, a ghost race known for one terrifying truth: they are the natural-born enemies of all mages. It's a bitter irony. Magic was created to fight demons and protect humanity, yet that very power sparked an endless war with the fallen clan. This conflict isn't just some forgotten history, it's one of the main storylines of the entire world Deculane is now trapped in, and right now, he stands over a member of that very clan. Rokak, the wizard killer, is on his knees, defeated. The air is thick with tension. Rokak glares up, his face a mask of shame and fury. He knows what happens to his people when they're caught. They're hunted down simply for the blood in their veins. Deculane's voice cuts through the silence, calm and measured. He tells Rokak that he understands the years of persecution his people have faced, that even now they are likely being purged somewhere in the world. But then his tone hardens. By killing innocent mages, he says, Rokak has become the very monster he claims to hate. The words strike a nerve. "Shut up!" Rokak screams, his rage exploding. "What do you know? Just kill me and get it over with!" Deculane looks down, his expression unchanging, and says something that shatters Rokak's anger. "I know. The fallen clan is also innocent." Rokak freezes, the words catching him completely off guard. His mind reels. "What?" he stammers. How could a mage, his sworn enemy, say something like that? It's so unbelievable it feels like an insult. Deculane stands tall, radiating an unshakable confidence. He introduces himself as a Deculane of Eucline, a lineage that never loses its dignity. Rokak scoffs, but Deculane continues, his voice low and steady. "The only time I lose my dignity is when facing demons." An image of a monstrous demon flashes in his mind. For a second, the air grows cold, and Rokak feels a wave of primal killing intent wash over him. It's an instinct carved into the Eucline bloodline, an ancient duty to hunt demons that triggers an uncontrollable rage at the mere sight of one. Deculane then asks a simple question. "Rokak, did I lose my dignity while fighting you?" The wizard killer is stunned into silence. What is he even talking about? "Or was I shaken by your provocations?" Deculane presses, his gaze sharp. "Did I lose myself in a frenzy?" Rokak has no answer. He's starting to understand. Deculane fought him with cold precision, never once giving in to blind rage. And then, the final, undeniable truth. "You are human." The words hang in the air, and for the first time, the hatred in Rokak's eyes begins to waver, replaced by a dawning confusion. In that moment, he realizes this isn't the empty pride of a nobleman. This is the genuine dignity of one. Deculane stands composed, having won not just the physical battle, but the battle of wills. Suddenly, footsteps crash through the trees as Imperial guards arrive. One of them lands a brutal kick to Rokak's head, shouting for him to surrender. A man in an inspector's uniform salutes Deculane, introducing himself as Inspector Lofa. The inspector grins, completely misreading the scene. "That kick was spectacular! As expected of you, Professor!" He glances at Rokak. "Should I rough the murderer up some more?" Deculane ignores him, instead channeling a swirl of brilliant blue mana around his hand. Inspector Lofa is mesmerized. "I never knew magic could be so elegant," he mutters, completely starstruck. Deculane calmly gives an order. Rokak nullifies magic, so magic sealing cuffs are useless. They'll need to use steel chains. The inspector is shocked, finally understanding how the notorious wizard killer had always escaped. Deculane turns to him. "How did you arrive so quickly? Were you already patrolling nearby?" The inspector explains they came because of a report he assumed Deculane had made. Deculane shakes his head. It wasn't him. Someone else must have heard the commotion. With the situation handled, Deculine turns to leave. The inspector, still in awe, snaps off another sharp salute. As his footsteps fade into the quiet woods, Deculine lets out a soft sigh of relief, glad he could end things without bloodshed. He closes his eyes for a moment. This cemetery holds the memory of Uwara, the woman he loved in his past life. In a place so sacred to him, the last thing he wanted was to cause any more harm. Under the quiet moonlight, Deculine walks alone, a solitary figure leaving the chaos behind. The next day. News ripples through the magical world. For the first time in 15 years, Burkt has called a council meeting. Inside the Eucline estate, in a private training room, Deculine is in the middle of a workout when his sister Yariel arrives with a parchment. "Did you really make me come all this way just to deliver a piece of paper?" she asks sarcastically. She reminds him that looking after the family's affairs is also part of the family head's duty. "Get dressed," she says, before getting to the point. "Because of the demon in the dark mountain, Bircht's Mage Council is summoning you for a discussion." A system window flashes in Deculine's vision. A new main quest has appeared, Bircht's Summons. Yariel explains the details. The meeting is in 1 week. He can only bring 2 companions, and one must be a guard. Deculine wonders aloud if he even needs a guard. Maybe his driver Jeff could do it. Yariel immediately shoots the idea down. She dismisses Jeff as being more used to a steering wheel than a sword these days, but her tone quickly turns serious. She admits that going without a guard isn't an option. Deculine knows she's right. This journey to Burkt is dangerous. So dangerous, he can't even guarantee his own survival. He looks over at Yariel, a small, teasing smile on his face. "Are you worried about me?" he asks. Yariel is instantly flustered, her face turning red. "What? Don't say such creepy things," she stammers, insisting it would just be a problem for her if he died. She coughs, trying to regain her composure, clearly embarrassed. "Anyway," she says, changing the subject, "leave the guard to me. I'll request one from a reliable source." And with that, she turns and leaves. Meanwhile, at the Freyheim Knights' garrison, the training grounds echo with the clash of steel as knights spar under their commander's watchful eye. Julie von Deafreden stands in full armor, her voice ringing out with authority. "Good! Keep that momentum! Stay focused!" Her second-in-command watches from a distance, a troubled look on his face. He's clearly hesitating. He mutters to himself, "What should I do about this?" A quiet voice from behind him asks what he means. It's Baran, Julie's loyal subordinate. He appears out of nowhere, his intense gaze fixed on the older knight, who jumps in surprise. The knight explains they've received a big job request, but he's not sure they should take it, or how to even bring it up with the commander. He finally says it. "The request is to guard Deculine." Baran's eyes widen, his stoic mask cracking for just a moment. The older knight quickly clarifies that technically the mission is to guard the train Deculine is on, but he knows it's just a trick to get them to accept a job guarding him. Another knight overhears and chimes in, telling them to accept it. He argues that a train escort mission is a huge opportunity. It would boost their reputation and their finances. "No," Baran cuts in, his voice low and dangerous. He reminds them of the history between their commander and Deculine. The bad blood runs too deep. But the other knight is confident. "Our commander would never let personal feelings affect a mission." The older knight seems less sure. Baran turns away, his face a mask of simmering anger. As the others walk off to inform Julie, he stays behind, his expression dark. The thought of protecting the man who caused her so much pain is tearing him apart. A new, dangerous chapter is about to begin, and it all revolves around one destination, Bircht. High in the northern mountains, nestled in snow-capped peaks over 3,000 meters high, lies the frozen sanctuary of the Elder Mages. This is the heart of the magical world, where all schools of sorcery submit their greatest discoveries. It is where the very future of magic is decided. While institutions like the Magic Tower hold immense power, but even they, along with the legendary floating island of mages, must bow to the decisions made at Bircht. Bircht's influence is absolute. Because the summoning assembly happens so rarely, only once every few decades, for a mage to be called to attend is considered the highest honor imaginable. It is proof that they are a sorcerer of great renown. And yet, a summons from Bircht has another, more infamous name, a mage's grave, because for all the honor, the journey there is paved with death. At a grand train station, on the platform bound for Birched, Deculine's perilous journey is about to begin. Julie stands wrapped in a heavy winter cloak, speaking with her second-in-command. He asks if her preparations are complete. "Of course," she replies, but her tense expression betrays her nerves. Suddenly, her subordinate says, "He's here." Julie's composure shatters instantly. She looks completely unprepared for this moment. Deculine walks onto the platform, looking sharp in a long coat. With him is a young boy, Alan, who marvels at the snow. "Wow, Professor, it's April, but there's so much snow. We really are up north." As they approach, Julie's knight thanks Deculine for coming. He explains that the Freyheim Knights will guard the first half of the journey. Deculine looks past him, his eyes landing on Julie. "Julie?" The moment he says her name, Julie's brain short-circuits. Her face flushes bright red as she forces out a stiff, robotic sentence about ensuring his comfort. It's so painfully awkward, even Deculine looks confused. Her mind is racing, flashing back to their last conversation, to his request that she show him her smile once a month. She's in a full-blown panic. What do I do? Should I smile? How do I even smile? A big grin? A little one? She's trembling, completely overwhelmed. Her subordinate watches with a mix of pity and admiration, thinking she's putting on a brave face for the man she loathes. He sees it as proof of her noble character. Just as the knight is about to step in, another figure strides forward, cutting him off. He stops directly in front of Deculine. "My name is Baron." Deculine's eyes flicker with recognition. Baron explains that he's been assigned as the personal guard, and that the others were just here to see him off. The older knight tries to ease the tension, booming, "This young man is one of our best, Professor! You have nothing to worry about!" Deculine's eyes narrow. One of their best, he remembers now. This is the knight who is dangerously obsessed with Julie. A sharp glint appears in his eye. He decides to use his sharp eyesight skill to check him, just in case. But he senses nothing unusual. Still, Deculine can't shake the feeling that something is wrong. He wonders if he's just being paranoid. Baron continues, his tone cold and professional. "I will be in charge of your cabin, Professor." Deculine simply replies, "I'll be in your care." The tension between them is palpable. With that, Julie's second-in-command bows. "Well then, I wish you a safe trip." He and Julie turn and walk away, leaving Deculine and Alan with their new, very hostile guard. As Julie walks away, she suddenly stumbles, catching herself just before she falls. Deculine watches her, a look of pure confusion on his face. Julie's face contorts with humiliation. The great knight captain, tripping in front of the one person she didn't want to look weak in front of. Her subordinate rushes to her side, but she's too embarrassed to even speak. As Deculine watches her go, a tiny, almost unnoticeable smile touches his lips. He thinks to himself, "So you've kept your promise." She showed him an emotion, all right, even if it was pure mortification. Several hours later, the train rattles through the snowy landscape. Inside, the passenger cars are warm and quiet, filled with travelers heading north. In their private cabin, Deculine tells Alan he can rest, as they have a long journey ahead. The boy quickly dozes off. The train continues its steady rhythm, clattering down the tracks. Alan is fast asleep, worn out from the day's excitement. Deculine, however, is wide awake. He thinks about the journey's nickname, the Mage's Grave. There's a reason for that. It's because of an event that happens every single time the summoning takes place, an event known as the train attack. This attack is one of the original Deculine's scripted death events. In the game, players had to figure out which of the many trains heading to Birched was the safe one. The easy way was to use shady connections to buy information. The original corrupt Deculine would have certainly done that. But that's no longer an option for Woojin. One of the first things he did upon arriving in this body was sever all of those dark ties. So, he had to make his own preparations. He acquired martial arts for self-defense, and even brought Alan along, who had been buzzing with excitement earlier. Days ago, Deculine had asked Alan to be his assistant, making sure to warn him of the danger. Alan had burst into tears of joy, calling it an honor. Deculine, ever the germaphobe, had coldly told him the deal was off if he got snot everywhere. Back in the present, Deculine is surprised the boy had agreed so readily. He must be more ambitious than he thought. The train speeds on, wheels grinding against the rails. It passes a desolate, snowy station without stopping. Inside the cabin, all is quiet. Alan sleeps, while Baran stands guard, a silent, menacing presence. Deculin looks out the window. The only stop left is Berkt itself. Nothing has happened. He begins to wonder, did I pick the right train? He thinks of all his precautions. He used his Midas touch ability to enhance the defensive power of his entire suit. It all feels like a waste. He'd also strengthened pieces of wood steel hidden around the train car, turning them into secret weapons. He even reinforced Alan's robes, greatly improving their durability. He looks ahead, a flicker of annoyance on his face. He's used so much mana on these preparations, he barely has any left. He wonders if it was all for nothing. But he quickly dismisses the thought. Preparations are never a mistake. It's better to be ready and have nothing happen. He leans back, letting out a slow breath. He truly hopes the rest of the trip is this peaceful. The train crosses a massive stone bridge high above a snowy canyon. For a moment, all is calm. And then, the peace is shattered. A massive explosion rips through the side of the train, engulfing it in a ball of fire and smoke. The attack has begun. In a world of powerful mages, the greatest threat isn't always a demon. Sometimes it's the ambition of your fellow man. To understand why, we have to go back a few days, before Deculine ever boarded the train. The prodigy Sylvia von Illade is having tea with her father, Jeffind. He teases her for reading even on the train, wondering if the magic tower is giving her too many assignments. Sylvia admits she's missed a few classes, but her father just laughs, remarking how she works harder than anyone, despite being destined for greatness. But Sylvia is serious. She knows that without this level of effort, she'll never become the archmage she's meant to be. She clicks her tongue in frustration. It's not her rivals that bother her. It's the fact that she wanted to attend more of Deculane's lessons. His teachings have become that important to her. She changes the subject, asking her father why they had to leave for Berkt so early. Her father's expression turns grim, a heavy silence falling between them as he stares out at the snowy mountains. He asks if she's heard the stories, how the journey to Berkt is called the Graveyard of Mages. Sylvia says she thought that was just a ghost story. It's not. His words are flat and serious, and Sylvia's eyes widen in surprise. He explains the brutal reality. Every time there's a summons, mages die. 15 years ago, 11 of them were killed on the way. Being summoned is a great honor. If your family attends, its name is engraved in history. But there's a catch. If a summoned family fails to show up, they are permanently stripped of their prestigious status. It's a high-stakes political game. And there's another rule. When one family falls, a new one rises to take its place. He asks her a chilling question. What do you think is an easy way to drag those families down? The horrifying truth dawns on her. Yes, she understands. The journey to Berkt is a hunt. Ambitious mages use it as an opportunity to assassinate their rivals and seize their power. The word assassination hangs in the air, leaving Sylvia speechless. Her father explains that's why they left early. He'd received intelligence that a group was planning to attack the later train. He needs her to understand this. She may be a prodigy, but she's about to enter a world far crueler than she ever imagined. He tells her that if anyone is to blame for this brutal system, it's all the sorcerers who stand by and let it happen. His gaze is heavy with this dark truth. The deaths that happen on the way to Bercht are simply accepted as a magical natural death. We flash back to the present, to Deculine's cabin on that very train. A bundle of dynamite, stuck to the side of the car, hisses to life. A deafening explosion rips through the side of the train, but Deculine is already moving. He doesn't even flinch. As Baron looks on in shock, his eyes glow with an intense blue light. A massive magic circle erupts from the floor, bathing the cabin in an ethereal glow as Alan is jolted awake. "Professor, look!" Alan screams, pointing to the gaping hole in the wall. The entire train car has been blown off the bridge and is now floating in mid-air, held aloft by Deculine's incredible power. Deculine lets out a quiet breath, sweat on his temple. What a relief! His preparations paid off. It was the elementary telekinesis he'd learned before leaving that just saved all their lives. Suddenly, a soft thud echoes from the roof. Masked assassins land on top of the floating train car, completely bewildered. They can't believe the entire car is floating. Their leader tells them to focus. The mission has just begun, and the reward will be great. One of them smashes through the roof, dropping into the cabin with a rope dart at the ready. They descend, expecting to find terrified victims. Deculine watches them come, his expression one of pure contempt. Morons. He raises a hand, and the hidden pieces of wood steel he planted earlier fly through the air, impaling the assassins with deadly precision. "Unfortunately for you," he says coolly, "I expected this." One of the assassins freezes in horror as he watches his comrades slaughtered in an instant. Seeing the carnage, Alan shouts, "Professor! It's an attack!" "Rest for a bit," Deculine says calmly, and with a swift, precise chop to the neck, he knocks his assistant out cold. He turns to his guard. "Baran, take this boy to a safe place, and evacuate any other passengers." Another assassin crashes through the broken wall. Deculine stands amidst the wreckage, completely unfazed. But something is bothering him. The explosion, it felt weak, almost intentionally so. Something about this attack feels wrong. He pushes the thought aside. He'll finish this first, then figure it out. The wood-steel plates float menacingly around him. He looks at the assassins outside. "You started this, so you must be aware, right?" His voice is like ice. "That your deaths here are natural deaths, too." A torrent of blue energy swirls around him as he prepares to end it. Baron gently lays the unconscious Alan down in a safer part of the train. He stands there for a moment, his expression unreadable. The train car settles back onto the bridge with a heavy thud, the blue glow fading. The ground outside is littered with the bodies of the assassins. The attack is over. Deculine slumps onto a couch, breathing heavily, blood trickling from his mouth. That was more exhausting than I expected. Trying to mitigate the explosion while fighting at the same time completely drained him. He has almost no mana left. Baran walks back into the ruined cabin, his eyes landing on the exhausted professor. "I've moved the other passengers," he reports. Deculine nods. "Good work. Then we should—" He stops. He looks up at Baran, and something clicks. The look in Baran's eyes is different. The professional mask is gone, replaced by something cold and predatory. Deculine thinks to himself that Baran must have been as surprised by the attack as he was, and then it hits him. Baran wasn't surprised at all. A menacing, dark red aura erupts around Baran, crackling with dangerous energy. Deculine grits his teeth. He finally understands. Baran was hiding his power from the very beginning. "I let my guard down." Baran draws his sword, its blade glowing with the same crimson light. His voice drips with venom. "It's a relief you survived. Because I have to kill you myself." The initial attack is over, but the real threat has just revealed itself. Baran stands over the exhausted Deculine, his voice cold and final. "I've moved the other passengers to safety, and now it's your turn to die." His sword glows with a menacing red energy as he closes in. Deculine, bruised and barely standing, pushes himself up. He asks one question. "Is someone ordering you to do this?" He starts to say Julie's name, but Baran's rage explodes. "Stop!" he screams, his face twisting in fury. "Dare to speak my master's name, and I will not forgive you," he seethes, insisting that Julie is an honorable knight who would never do something so foul. His eyes burn with a fanatic's devotion. "You will die by my hand, for my master." Deculine sees the look in his eyes and understands. This isn't about orders, this is all Baran. He's in deep trouble. With almost no mana left, he has to face a knight this powerful, this determined. How can he possibly win? "My guard duty ends here," Baran shouts, lunging forward with blinding speed. Deculine grits his teeth. There's only one way out of this. Just as Baran's sword is about to strike, Deculine raises his own blade, but not to fight. In a desperate all-or-nothing gamble, he shouts, "Cancel telekinesis!" The blue magic holding the train car together vanishes. The entire car lurches violently and begins to plummet from the bridge, falling into the misty canyon below. Meanwhile, far away and birched, Sylvia sits in her room, bored. Her guard, Sirio, offers her some of Birch's famous permanent snow ice cream. He holds up 2 cones with little snowman faces, but she waves him away, asking if everyone has arrived yet. "Everyone but Eucline and Rewind," she clarifies. Sirio asks if she's waiting for someone. "Nope," she says, a little too quickly, turning away to hide her face. Sirio just hums, clearly not believing her for a second. As he leaves, Sylvia sits on her bed, a thoughtful look on her face. She whispers one name to the empty room. Deculine. Her mind drifts back to a memory, to a moment she was never meant to see. It was at a cemetery, where she had gone to visit her mother's grave, the final resting place of Isielia von Elleman Elaid, her beloved mother. It was a normal visit, just like any other. She was even complaining about Professor Deculine and his impossible assignments, venting her frustrations. But then she heard a faint sound nearby. She peered through the trees and was shocked by what she saw. It was Deculine, his head bowed before a grave. Even from behind, she recognized his noble posture, though it seemed heavy with sorrow. It was unmistakably him. She couldn't understand it. Why was he here? She never thought of him as the kind of person who mourned. But as she watched, he turned his head slightly, and she saw a single tear trace a path down his cheek. He was crying. This man, who was always so cold, so arrogant, a single drop fell, breaking the silent grief, was shedding tears. To her, it was utterly fascinating. He was no longer just an annoying professor. He was someone who had also lost a person he loved. The image of that single star-like tear had been stuck in her mind ever since. Back in her room at Birched, she clasps her hands together, a decision made. She remembers her father's warning about the attack on the later train, the very train Deculine was on. The thought of him being in danger bothers her more than she's willing to admit, and after his last lecture, there was a new kind of magic she'd been wanting to try. She holds up a monostone. If she uses this as a medium, it just might work. She channels her unique magic, composed of the 3 primary colors, into the stone. Light explodes from her hands, coalescing into the form of a bird. I did it, she whispers in awe. She has achieved a new level of magic. She holds the glowing creature gently. From now on, your name is Swift. The magical bird seems to look at her with intelligent, knowing eyes. Fly, she commands. Fly, and show me what you see. The bird takes flight, a beacon of golden light vanishing into the snowy sky. Back in the falling train car, dust and debris fill the air as it crashes into the side of the mountain. Deculine groans, pushing himself up from the wreckage. Luckily, the car got snagged on a cliff, saving them from a fatal fall. But he's badly injured. His Iron Man trait will heal him, but it will take time he doesn't have. A red glow fills the car, and Deculine's eyes snap open. Baran is already on his feet, charging at him again. He's unharmed? Deculine is shocked. How could he have survived that fall without a scratch? With a desperate burst of strength, Deculine sends his wood-steel plates flying towards Baran. But Baran's gaze is filled with contempt. You're persistent! He slices through the plates with ease, his glowing sword a blur of red light. The force of the impact sends Deculine staggering back. He grunts in pain. He's strong! He realizes the horrifying truth. In his current state, he can't win. Even at full power, he might not have stood a chance. However, he clenches his jaw. He has one last card to play. It's Baran's own attribute. A rare trait that makes him an unstoppable force in battle, immune to mental attacks. Baran believes that the proud Deculine will never back down, that he'll fight to the bitter end, and that's his mistake. Deculine uses the last of his strength not to attack, but to defend, bracing for the impact. Baran roars, putting all his power into one final, overwhelming strike. But Deculine's eyes are focused. He's not trying to win. He's just trying to survive. The impact shatters his makeshift shield, sending him flying. He hits the wall hard, blood spurting from his mouth. Damn it! Baran stands over him, sword raised for the killing blow. As the blade descends, a strange thought flashes through Deculine's mind. If he dies here, will the game just end? Will he wake up in his office? But what if it doesn't? Blood splatters across the wreckage, but it's not Deculine's. High above the crash, Swift, Sylvia's golden familiar, circles in the sky, a silent witness. Help has just arrived. The sword descends, a flash of crimson light meant to be the final blow. Deculine looks up, defenseless, as the blade fills his vision. Baran's face is a mask of grim satisfaction. He thinks, it's over. But then, something impossible happens. The very air around them seems to twist. A strange purple ripple warps the space inside the wrecked train. What? Baran gasps. The space is wavering! He feels a sudden sharp pain in his hand and looks down, completely bewildered. His sword hand has been cleanly severed at the wrist. The hand, still gripping his sword, thuds to the floor, leaving a bloody trail. A raw scream of agony rips from his throat. Deculin sees his opening. "I don't know what just happened, but this is my chance." He uses the last scrap of his mana to summon a blade of wood steel. Baran stumbles back, clutching the bloody stump of his arm. A chaotic dance for survival begins. Baran lashes out blindly, while Deculine, battered and exhausted, weaves between the wreckage. The fight spills out of the broken train and onto the snowy cliffside. Deculine finds a discarded blade in the debris and grips it tightly. Baran, now on the defensive, can only stare in disbelief. Using his momentum, Deculine drives the blade deep into Baran's shoulder, pinning him against the wreckage. He stands over the defeated knight, the cold wind whipping around them. Baran throws himself forward in one last, desperate attack. Deculin sidesteps, catching him by the throat. "What did you just do?" Baran chokes out. "I don't know either," Deculin admits, his voice ragged. "More importantly, why are you trying to kill me?" He tells Baran he doesn't remember any conflict between them. Baran glares at him with pure hatred. "I remember the evil you did to my liege." Deculin presses him. "Are you really doing this for Julie's sake, even though she never asked you to?" The question hits home. "What is Julie to you, that you would go this far?" Baran's face is a mess of pain and tears as he looks up, his resolve beginning to crack. "You would never understand, Deculin." His mind flashes back to the beginning, to the day a young Julie saved him. "Of course," she had said, her voice kind. "I just did my duty as a knight." We see the truth of his past, a young, beaten Baran being berated by a cruel noblewoman. "He started it!" he screams, but no one believes him. Julie steps in, her presence commanding. She grabs the noble's spoiled son. "Oh? Still haven't learned your lesson?" She tells him to beg for forgiveness before she hands him over to the police. The boy's mother shrieks that Baran hit her son and trespassed. Julie turns to her, her eyes sharp. "Did you say he trespassed?" "Yes," the woman replies smugly. But Julie isn't buying it. We see the massive, guarded walls of the estate. She looks at the skinny, bruised boy. Did he really climb those? She offers to take the boy to the police herself. The woman is pleased, if a little surprised. As Julie leads him away, Baran struggles, shouting that he was only defending himself. Once they are alone in the woods, Julie stops. She tells him she knows the Frisia household has a bad reputation, and that she's sure he's telling at least part of the truth. "But," he shouts, his face a mask of rage and despair as he remembers the horrible things they did to him. Julie looks at him, her expression softening. "You still shouldn't hit people." She reaches out and gently places a hand on his shoulder. "If you follow me," she offers, "I'll teach you how to control yourself. What will you do?" For a boy who had known only cruelty, her kindness was a lifeline. His first words to her were, "Are you going to feed me?" And that was how his new life began. After that, he joined her knight order. But because of his harsh past, he couldn't get along with the other recruits. The only person who ever looked out for him was Julie. She would always check on him, asking if he was having a hard time. He would always lie and say he was fine, because as long as he could be by her side, he truly was. His liege was always in front of him, leading the way. She always helped others, no matter their status. And she never backed down from injustice. His respect for her grew every single day, and so did his love. Back in the present, Baran looks up at Deculin. He knows his feelings are a burden to her. "However," he says, his voice filled with a terrible conviction, "I have to kill you. You will someday bring about her destruction." Deculin listens, and the part of him that is still Kim Woojin knows Baran is right. The original Deculin was a catalyst for tragedy. "However, you're wrong," Deculin says firmly. A vision of his old self appears in his mind. "I will change what Deculin has done. I will make sure that his ending is not one of destruction." "So?" He reaches out, not with a weapon but with his hand, gently touching Baran's head. "Hold on, Baran. I will not harm Julie, no matter what." He looks him dead in the eye. "Trust me." The sincerity in his voice is undeniable, leaving Baran speechless, his hatred at war with this unexpected plea. Deculin then plucks a communication crystal from Baran's belt. His eyes suddenly flash with a brilliant red light. It's a psychokinetic spell, a direct assault on Baran's mind. Baran realizes the deception too late. "No!" he roars. "I won't change my mind! I will kill you!" But Deculine grabs him by the jaw, his grip like iron. "You fool! Your foolish choice today," he activates the communication crystal, "will torment Julie forever." He channels all his focus into a single, devastating, psychic blow. Far away, back with the main group of knights, Julie suddenly clutches her head, a sharp pain lancing through her. Her subordinate asks if she's all right. She brushes it off, saying it's nothing. He asks if she's worried about Baran, but she can't shake the feeling that something is terribly wrong. Tears well in Baran's eyes. As Deculine's psychic attack overwhelms him, he collapses, whispering his liege's name one last time. His final thought is a prayer. "I hope you will be happy." After a fight that nearly claimed his life, Deculine is far from safe. He has finally arrived in the icy north, a place where the world's most powerful mages gather, and every shadow could hide another enemy. Far from the chaos, a magical eye peers through space, replaying the final brutal moments of the battle. From her room in Birched, Sylvia witnesses the aftermath, seeing the knight, Baran, being thrown from the cliff. But as she focuses, the truth becomes clear. It wasn't murder. The knight attacked first. Deculine was only defending himself from a man who wanted him dead. Her observation is cut short by an attendant. "Lady Sylvia, the assembly will begin soon." With a quiet okay, she gets up, her mind still lingering on Deculine and the danger he's in. As she walks, she can't help but look to the sky, her expression clouded with genuine concern. "Deculine!" The question hangs heavy in her mind. Will he get here on time? She saw how battered he was. The odds are stacked against him. Back at the crash site, the security bureau has taken control. A stern woman with blue hair, Vice Chief Lilia Fremian, is getting a report. She asks if there was an attack. Her subordinate confirms it, but dismisses it as a common occurrence before the Birched assembly. Lilia flips through her notes, unimpressed. "Any casualties?" The guard responds, "No injured, but 2 people are missing. A guard named Baran and Professor Deculine." At the mention of that name, Lilia's eyes widen. This just became a lot more significant. The guard points to a survivor, a man still wrapped in a cloak, clearly in shock. "Who's that?" Lilia asks. The guard explains he's a passenger, still unconscious. But as they watch, the man begins to stir. He mumbles his story, telling them the train was just hanging in midair before it fell, and that the assassins attacked while they were suspended there. "Midair?" Lilia repeats, confused. The survivor pulls out a photograph. "It was so shocking, I took a picture." The image shows the massive train car engulfed in a swirling blue energy, held aloft against all logic. Lilia stares at the photo, her professional composure cracking. "Huh?" she breathes. "Did he lift the entire train with magic?" She turns away, shaking her head. How absurd! The power needed for such a feat is almost unimaginable. Suddenly, a telepathic message echoes in her mind, delivering a grim update. The knight, Baran, is dead. He tried to kill Deculine but failed. Professor Deculine survived. What, she thinks, startled by the mental intrusion and the shocking news. She's still processing the flood of impossible information. Just then, a guard shouts, "Someone is coming from over there!" A lone figure walks steadily towards them along the broken tracks. Everyone stares in stunned silence. It's Professor Deculine. His clothes are torn, his face is bruised, but his cold eyes are fixed straight ahead. But inside, Deculine is reeling. If it weren't for that strange phenomenon, he thinks, I would have been killed by a knight who isn't even a named character. He knows that without that mysterious flash of magic that saved him, he'd be a frozen corpse at the bottom of a cliff. The realization of his own weakness in that moment hits him hard. It's a humiliating and terrifying thought. His blue eyes narrow with determination. There's just one thing on his mind now. The question burns inside him. Who was it that helped me? He has to know. Lilia approaches him, regaining her composure. Professor Deculine, I'm Lilia Fremian from the Security Bureau. I have some questions. He cuts right through the formalities. What time is it? Lilia is taken aback. Pardon? It's 3:30. I have 6 hours left, he says, his gaze fixed on the destroyed bridge. The clock is ticking, and the main path is gone. Lilia tries to start her questioning again, but he interrupts once more. Is this train the only way to Birched? Flustered, she answers, No, there is a road and a sea route. Let me ask you again, Professor, she tries. The knight who was with. But she's talking to empty air. In a blink, he's gone. Lilia whips her head around, but there's no trace of him. Wasn't he just here? A guard asks. The other guesses, perhaps he used acceleration magic. Lilia is left stunned. He stopped the train with telekinesis, fought off assassins, and then used high-level acceleration magic. Just how much mana does that guy have? She wonders. A small, impressed smile touches her lips. So that's the Deculane you mentioned? The rumors don't do him justice. The story cuts to a new location. Lockhart. Inside a vast, imposing hall, the Birched Assembly is about to begin. The most powerful mages in the land are gathered around a massive circular table. The air is thick with anticipation. Sylvia sits among them, tense. Her father glances at the clock. It's almost time. But Sylvia's attention is fixed on one place, an empty, ornate chair meant for the head of the Eucline family. He's still not here, she thinks, her worry growing. At the head of the hall, a cloaked figure addresses the room. I express humble gratitude to those who have responded to the summons. A powerful voice booms. An incredible wave of purple mana washes over them, a display of immense power that leaves everyone in awe. This is the power of Dezekian, Bircht's great elder, a living legend. To even be in his presence is a challenge. After attendance, the voice announces, we will begin the assembly. The roll call begins. One by one, the heads of the great families answer. Giltheon of Iliade, Ethenal of Grolian. And then, the name everyone is waiting for, next, Deculine of the Eucline family. All eyes turn to the empty seat. Silence. Sylvia stares at the empty chair, a knot of anxiety tightening in her stomach. The authoritative voice rings out. If Deculine doesn't answer after 3 calls, he will be considered absent, and his family will be stripped of their prestigious title. A murmur spreads through the hall. This is a major event, something that hasn't happened in 200 years. But others aren't surprised. They mock him, claiming he's a pale imitation of his ancestors. They laugh openly at his expense. Sylvia listens to their jeers. How has he lived his life that not a single person here is worried about him? Their casual cruelty, it bothers me, she thinks, a spark of anger in her eyes. The second call comes. Eucline's residing head, Deculane. Still nothing. One of the mages sneers, enjoying the drama. As the third and final call begins, Eucline's residing he, Sylvia clenches her fist, unable to watch. But right then, boom! A massive sound rips through the hall as the grand doors burst open with a blinding flash of light. Sylvia spins around, her eyes wide with shock. Everyone stares as a lone figure stands silhouetted in the doorway. It's Deculine. He looks like he's been through hell, but he stands tall, a commanding presence. He calmly raises a gloved hand and wipes a trickle of blood from his lip, unfazed by the dozens of powerful mages staring at him. Then, with a smooth motion, he pushes his disheveled hair back into place, his composure absolute. Sylvia stares, a mix of shock and relief washing over her. In a voice that is steady, clear, and carries across the silent hall, he announces, Deculine von Grahan Eucline is here. He strides into the assembly, his heavy footsteps echoing. Eucline's residing head has arrived, the announcer confirms. He made it, just in the nick of time. The entire assembly is still silent from Deculine's last-second arrival as he takes his seat. With the tension thick in the air, the meeting begins, diving straight into the first topic, a recent demon sighting in the Black Mountain. A sharp-looking mage named Essenil speaks first. She calmly states that a dark demon appearing is a grave threat and proposes they coordinate with the cathedral, sending mages to investigate the area. Her plan is logical, and as the respected head of her family, no one dares to object. The first item on the agenda passes without a single issue. With that settled, the assembly leader announces a short break. The second he's alone, the mask of indifference shatters. Deculine collapses into his chair, every ounce of strength gone. He'd run himself ragged just to get here, and now he's running on empty. No mana, no stamina, nothing. But he forces himself upright, his expression hardening once more into that familiar, arrogant mask. He can't afford to show any weakness here. It's the pride of the original Deculane, a trait so deeply burned into this body that it helps him push past the agony and exhaustion. As the other mages chat amongst themselves, a small figure weaves through the crowd, heading straight for him. A young voice calls out his title, and Deculine looks down, a flicker of recognition in his tired eyes. It's a young boy, his face stained with tears, looking up at him with worried eyes. Deculine knows him instantly. Alan. The boy asks him if he's all right. Alan apologizes for being late, explaining he wasn't allowed into the meeting. Deculine tells him not to worry, his voice calm, but his mind is racing. He can't look at this child the same way anymore. He's no longer just an innocent, crying boy. Thanks to his game knowledge, he knows exactly who Alan is. The question burns in his mind. Why? Why is he here? What is his purpose in acting this way? This child is a key figure from the fallen clan, a hidden enemy. An old quote from a movie in his past life springs to mind. Deculane's voice is low and steady. Alan, from now on, just stay by my side. The boy looks up, startled by the sudden command. It's the oldest rule in the book. Keep your friends close and your enemies closer. For now, he'll watch the boy, determined to uncover his true purpose. The break ends, and the mages file back to their seats, ready for the next topic. The announcer's voice rings through the hall, full of authority. The next agenda item is how the Mage Order will respond to the fallen clan. As soon as the words are spoken, the atmosphere in the room turns to ice. Deculine's hand tightens on the armrest. He knew this was coming. This topic won't be settled so easily. A hot-headed mage named Baton immediately explodes, screaming that the fallen clan are like cockroaches, poisoning society from the inside. Esenil calmly challenges his baseless accusations, pointing out that there isn't even a way to tell them apart from anyone else. Baton furiously argues they can invent a way, demanding the Empire's mages unite to wipe them out. Esenil warns him to watch his tongue, but the debate is already spiraling out of control, just as Deculane predicted. Baton continues his rant, insisting the fallen clan is secretly gathering under a hidden leader, plotting a massive conspiracy. Esenil slams her hand on the table, shouting that it's nothing more than wild speculation. Speculation? Baton roars back, his face turning red with rage. He paints a dark picture of a shadowy leader gathering followers, asking the assembly if the thought alone isn't enough to make them sick. Then, he plays his final card, dragging up a bloody tragedy from the past. Isn't this why countless mages died 60 years ago? Because we were too soft? He bellows, his expression twisted with hate. His words cast a heavy shadow over the room. The other mages fall silent, the weight of that old memory pressing down on them. One of the older mages strokes his long beard, deep in thought. He then turns his gaze directly to Deculine, putting him on the spot. Then what does Deculine of Eucline think? He asks, reminding everyone of his family's famous demon-hunting legacy. Every eye in the hall is now fixed on him. Deculine remains perfectly composed. As someone from a modern world, he's seen this kind of witch hunt before. He knows how prejudice and fear can lead to terrible things. He knows that blind hatred, born from a refusal to think, always ends in needless tragedy. But more importantly, he knows from the game's story that persecuting the fallen clan right now is a disastrous move. He has to delay it, for the sake of the main quest that's fast approaching. After all, he knows a secret that no one else in this room does. The fallen clan isn't the true enemy of this world. The real threat is something far, far worse. Deculine finally speaks, his voice cutting through the tension like a knife. In the past, the fallen clan was an enemy, he admits. However, if you actually look at the historical records, you'll find it all stemmed from misunderstandings. Baton stares at him, completely thrown. A misunderstanding? That's right, Deculane confirms, his gaze sharp as steel. He then proceeds to calmly dismantle Baton's entire argument, piece by piece, using his perfect knowledge of the game's lore. He brings up the Rodra witch incident, revealing it was all based on a lie that led to a massive bloody revolution. He points out that the other incident Baton mentioned wasn't about purity, but a political grab for a mana stone mine. Baton is left sputtering, unable to form a coherent response. Backed into a corner, Baton resorts to pure hatred. "They are a bloodline tainted by dark magic," he screams. "As a demon hunter, you should know this." Deculane's reply is swift and cold. "The Eucline tradition is hunting demons, not the fallen clan." But Baton just roars back, "The fallen are demons!" Suddenly, a small voice cuts in from beside Deculane. It's Alan. Can you take responsibility for those words? He asks Baton, his innocent question landing with unexpected force. Deculine locks eyes with Baton, a cold light glowing in his pupils. He delivers the final blow. Do not recklessly declare humans to be demons, because the ones who say such things can become demons themselves. The words hit Baton like a punch to the gut. He slumps back into his chair, utterly defeated. With the debate at a dead end, the session concludes and the issue is postponed. Later, as everyone disperses, Sylvia finds herself dealing with her overprotective father, Giltheon. He complains about the hotel's strict one-person-per-room policy, asking if she'll be all right on her own. She just tells him that kids her age don't share rooms with their dad. He puts on a tearful, dramatic display, and Sylvia rolls her eyes at his theatrics. Before he leaves, his tone turns serious. He warns her that the mana in this place is so dense that strange things can happen at night. He urges her to read the hotel guidelines carefully, and she promises to stay put. Alone now, Sylvia glances at the guidelines, written in an ancient, elegant script. She scoffs, thinking the rules sound like spooky stories made to scare children. As long as I just sleep quietly, it'll be fine, she mutters to herself, deciding to just head to bed. She curls up under the covers, a glowing yellow stone resting on her nightstand. But in the dead of night, something wakes her with a jolt. Her bare feet hit the cold wooden floor as she slips out of bed. A simple thought crosses her mind. I'm thirsty. She pads silently across the dark room, reaching for a carafe of water by the mirror. The moment her fingers brush the cool glass, the air around her crackles with violent purple energy. She freezes, her face a mask of confusion. The space before her begins to warp and distort, glowing with an unnatural light. The floor vanishes, replaced by a bizarre crystalline void that pulls her down, swallowing her whole as she falls helplessly into another reality. She lands hard, not in her cozy hotel room, but in a strange, endless hallway. Panic floods her as she clutches the hotel guidelines. No way, did I do something wrong? She stares down the eerie, silent corridor, a single bead of sweat rolling down her cheek. She's trapped and utterly alone in the chilling silence. Trapped in a nightmare of her own making, Sylvia realizes her mistake far too late. The rules she'd brushed aside now echoed in her mind. Once you lie down, refrain from waking until morning, or you may find yourself in a different place. Could it really be that simple? Was all this happening just because she got out of bed? She tries to think logically. Just a few days ago, she'd stayed in another hall and nothing like this happened. The mana here, so close to the assembly, must be unbelievably dense, making these bizarre phenomena possible. I was too complacent, she thinks, the weight of her own pride crashing down on her. She thought just staying in her room was enough. She tells herself to stay calm, to think, but her heart is hammering against her ribs. Her eyes dart around the terrifying, shifting hallway. The calm confidence of a magical prodigy has vanished, replaced by the raw panic of a lost child. A sound echoes from the darkness ahead. She takes a shaky step back, her mind racing. Which way should she go? Just then, an impossible staircase materializes right in front of her. She knows this hotel is only one story. This shouldn't exist. Another rule flashes in her memory. Do not go up or down any stairs that may appear. This entire place is a trap, a twisted game with its own deadly rules. She turns and runs, but another warning comes to mind. If a door is open, don't enter. Don't even look inside. Every direction she turns, a new danger waits. I mustn't panic, she whispers, her hands trembling. She has to find a way back. There must be a door that leads to her room somewhere. Suddenly, a desperate voice cries out from behind a door. Help! It's another cruel test. The final rule: if someone knocks, do not make a sound. The voice may be a trick, but her own terror is agonizingly real. Her own desperate cries echo down the endless hall. Someone! Anyone, please! Just as she's about to break, a door right in front of her creaks open. A figure stands in the doorway, perfectly calm. A familiar voice cuts through her panic. Have you lost your way, Sylvia? It's Deculine. He looks down at her, his expression as unreadable as ever. Sylvia just stares, her face flushing with a wave of overwhelming relief and crushing embarrassment as tears well up in her eyes. Come in, he says simply. She quickly steps past him into the safety of his room, mumbling a quiet, "Thank you." The fire in his room crackles warmly as she quickly explains what happened, how she just got out of bed and ended up lost. Deculine listens without interruption. He explains that strange magical phenomena are common here, that many spirits have lost their way in this dense manna. Then, like a true professor, he gently scolds her. "You should have read the rules properly." She looks at his unwavering posture, his total composure in this chaotic place. It's almost unnatural. She wonders if it's because he's Deculane that he could just open the door, as if the hotel's twisted magic held no power over him. Suddenly, a low growl rumbles through the room. She clamps her hands over her stomach, absolutely mortified. But it wasn't her. The floorboards begin to smoke as a horrifying spectral figure erupts from the ground, a screaming skull wreathed in dark energy, its claws reaching right for her. Deculine doesn't even flinch. "Stay still," he commands, his voice firm. He raises a hand and a wave of turquoise energy shoots from his palm. The energy wraps around the ghost, constricting it instantly. With a faint whimper, the spirit dissolves into nothing. The entire fight was over in less than a second. A pair of black stones clatter to the floor where the ghost had been. Sylvia is speechless, standing barefoot in her nightgown, just staring. "That was amazing," she breathes out. She asks if those roaming ghosts were really killed. Deculane replies without a hint of pride that it's simply a specialized magic that can only destroy, and that it's nothing to be proud of. He adds thoughtfully, "As magic was not created with the purpose to kill." His words hit her with surprising force. The greatest magical prodigy of her generation is left speechless, looking at him with a new kind of awe. Trying to break the silence, she points to the fire he's reading by. "That is Flowing Flame," she says, identifying the advanced spell instantly. "Correct," he replies, not even looking up as he turns a page. He begins to quiz her, testing her knowledge on different types of magic. Lightning, metallization, goblin fire. She answers every single question perfectly, effortlessly demonstrating her own incredible talent. She's a little annoyed. He didn't even look at it, she thinks, as a ball of goblin fire materializes flawlessly in her hand. Deciding to show him something truly impressive, she weaves a complex spell of light and air. "Then what about this?" He glances at it for a moment. "You've done well. However," he adds, his casual tone cutting through her pride like a knife, "there is a bit of instability in the air magic circle you've embedded into the fire." She freezes, stunned. He saw a flaw so tiny that she, the one who created it, hadn't even noticed. Her competitive spirit flares up. "Then what's my weakness, Professor?" she asks directly. He doesn't look up from his book. "You should figure that out yourself," she protests. "But you told Ephraim what hers was. Ephraim found that out by herself," he replies coolly. The message is painfully clear. He isn't going to just hand her the answers. Sylvia stands there in humbled silence, his words echoing in her mind. He finally looks up at her, his expression softening just slightly. "Cease your impatience, Sylvia. Time is on your side," he continues, his voice calm and steady. "As long as you continue your dedication, you will improve." He tells her she can slowly work towards it, one step at a time. Then he adds, "You are one of 3 people who possesses such talent in this world." Sylvia is stunned. She's heard praise her entire life. People called her a genius, said she was destined to become an archmage. They always said she was so strong for her age that her future was bright. But to her, those words were always empty, stale compliments people said because they were supposed to. But why do Deculane's words feel so different? Coming from him, this quiet acknowledgement feels more real and hits harder than any praise she has ever received. Later that night, under the soft light of the moon, Sylvia is fast asleep, but Deculine is still awake, studying. Suddenly, he feels a faint pulse of energy from outside the window. He looks up from his book. What is this energy? He leaves the room, floating silently through the moonlit forest, drawn by the strange pull. His unique trait has alerted him. He knows this remote mountain path could be hiding a rare item. It's an opportunity he can't afford to miss. He finds a strange carving on a large rock. As he approaches, a powerful wraith-like spirit emerges with a booming roar, its entire form shrouded in dark magic. The spirit seems to be guarding something, its glowing eyes locked on Deculine. But Deculine simply walks right past it, completely unfazed. The creature seems confused by his complete lack of reaction. It speaks, its voice raspy. "Did you see an item possessing a lot of magic, perhaps?" Deculane just keeps walking, his attention focused elsewhere. The creature mutters something in a strange tongue before swooping off into the trees, leaving Deculane alone. Deculane glances back for a second. What's up with him? He thinks, dismissing the strange encounter. He has more important things to do. He walks towards a tree that's crackling with raw, fiery energy. Reaching inside without a moment's hesitation, he pulls out a glowing piece of wood. A system notification confirms it's a purified mana tree fragment, an exceptionally rare material. He reflects on his progress. He's been training constantly since arriving in this world, but has been held back by the original Deculane's mediocre talent. Now, with this fragment, he can craft a wand that might finally let him break through his limits. This is a far greater gain than I thought, he thinks, a look of grim satisfaction on his face. As the sun begins to rise, Deculane has secured a crucial piece for his survival, taking one more step towards rewriting his own fate. The second session of the assembly is no longer a debate, it's a war of words, and Deculane is standing right at the center of the storm. The mage Baton is practically screaming, insisting that since the Red Sins have demonic blood, it's only fair to call them demons. But Deculane, with infuriating calm, simply asks, "Then if you add salt to a cup of water, would you call that salt?" His logic hits the room like a physical blow, silencing everyone. The other mages whisper in confusion. Why is Deculane defending the Red Sins? One asks. They all expected the famous demon hunter to lead the charge against them. This is the last thing they ever saw coming. Sylvia's father, Giltheon, strokes his chin, his mind racing. He doesn't see a noble act, he sees a cold, calculated strategy. He can only wonder what kind of game Deculane is really playing. Sylvia watches them all, her expression unreadable. She knows exactly what they're thinking, that Deculane is just like them, defending a hated group for some kind of selfish political gain. But they're wrong, she thinks. She sees it with perfect clarity. Deculane isn't playing their petty games. He's just stating a simple, undeniable truth, cutting through centuries of blind hatred. Finally, the elder at the head of the assembly slams his fist on the table. Enough! His voice booms, and the room falls silent. He declares the matter at a standstill. The issue of the Red Sins is officially postponed, and they will move on. After that explosive debate, the rest of the meeting flies by. And just like that, the assembly comes to a close. As the mages file out of the hall, Deculane walks with his usual unwavering confidence, completely ignoring the stares and whispers that follow him. Baton, still seething, deliberately slams his shoulder into Deculane on the way out, a final, petty act of defiance. Deculane doesn't even give him a second glance. He accomplished his mission. He delayed the persecution of the fallen clan, a crucial step for a main quest down the line. But he knows it came at a price. It seems I've made more enemies in the process, he thinks, his jaw tightening. The next day, Deculane and Alan are out in the bustling market district of Birched. They find themselves in a shop filled to the brim with rare magical artifacts and ingredients. Deculane examines the purified mana tree fragment he found, along with another glowing gem. Before leaving Birched, I need to craft a staff here, he thinks, wondering aloud what material would best complement the magic wood. Alan, who was looking at some other items, looks over, confused by the question. He rushes to Deculane's side. Professor! Professor! What is it? Deculane asks, his focus still locked on the materials. Alan points excitedly toward the shop's entrance. That's my savior. Thanks to her, I made it here safely! Deculane looks up, a flicker of recognition in his eyes as he sees who Alan is pointing to. It's Lilia Fremion, the vice chief of the security bureau. She looks just as surprised to see him standing there. As a thank you for ensuring Alan's safety, Deculane treats Lilia to a meal. Lilia thanks him, but her expression is strained. She tells him she knows it's an awkward time, but she needs to wrap up her investigation. She gets straight to the point. What happened to the escort knight, Baran? Deculane's answer is immediate, cold, and final. He's dead. Killed in the attack. The meal continues in a heavy silence, the weight of his words hanging between them. Lilia just stares at him, her mind reeling. His defense of her people, his cold demeanor now, she can't figure him out. What on earth makes you so different, she wonders. The scene shifts to a dark interrogation room, where Lilia is facing another familiar face, Lokak, the wizard killer. She informs him that for his crimes, he's being sent to Rekordak, the most notorious prison in the entire empire. Any objections? She asks coldly. Lokak says nothing, his gaze defiant. Lilia leans back with a smirk. So your lips are sealed only in here, huh? Lokak finally speaks, his voice a low growl. Turn it on. Lilia looks at him, confused. What? Turn on your ability, he repeats. Her eyes narrow, and with a flash of fury, she slams her fist on the table. The room is instantly flooded with a dark purple energy, swirling around them like a storm. A glowing, ethereal eye materializes in the air. Her power, an undeniable sign that she is one of them, a member of the Red Sins. She lets out a heavy sigh as the energy fades away. She glares at him, her professional mask completely gone, replaced by pure rage. You complete idiot, she snarls. Her entire posture changes as she looms over him. I told you clearly not to act recklessly, she hisses. Why would you do something that harms our entire clan? Lokak just lets out a soft chuckle. She reveals her true, ruthless nature, admitting she was planning to get rid of him herself. If word got out that a Red Sin was caught attacking mages, the push to oppress their people would become unstoppable. Lokak scoffs at her caution, asking if she really thinks they can survive by hiding in the Empire's shadow. She insists it's possible, that they are different. No, he counters, we were born with demonic talent. They fear the very core of what we are. She snaps back, telling him to shut up, that talent isn't something exclusive to them. She changes the subject, demanding to know why he targeted Deculine. Lokak reveals they were already watching the Eucline family. She asks if his mission was to kill him. He says they're just observing for now. But if Deculine continues to act erratically, there's no reason not to take him out. Lilia cuts him off with a sharp, "Don't." Lokak looks her dead in the eye, his expression serious. He's a true noble. There's no need to kill him. Lilia can't believe what she's hearing. A true noble? That's ridiculous. I have a list of his crimes a mile long. But Lokak is remembering the assembly. He's remembering the way Deculine declared the Red Sins were human, not demons, with eyes that saw only the truth, without a single shred of doubt. He thinks that if more nobles like him existed, maybe their people could have finally lived in peace. He knew I was a Red Sin, he reveals, and he still didn't kill me. The words leave Lilia speechless. She leans in, her voice low and urgent. Does he know that his own ancestors led the massacres of our people? Lokak admits he probably doesn't. But then he makes his point. If they judge Deculine by his bloodline, they're no better than the people who call them demons. Lilia grits her teeth, trapped by his logic. He challenges her, asking how long she can really keep her identity a secret. She says forever, since there's no way to identify them by appearance or blood. He reminds her that there are certain foods their clan can't eat. Then just don't eat them, she shoots back dismissively. She gives him one last update. The Emperor's health is failing. A new king will rise soon, and everything depends on what he decides to do about the Red Sins. Until then, the clan makes no moves. You just stay quiet and rot in here, she says, turning her back as the cell door clangs shut. Back at the restaurant, Lilia watches Deculine, Lokak's words echoing in her mind. A true noble? He's just another arrogant noble like all the rest, she thinks. As Deculine walks past her, she catches a faint scent on the air. She covers her nose. Ugh, smells like booze. A new voice cuts through her thoughts, addressing Deculine. A young man with messy blonde hair and a smug grin. What is it? I don't really have anything to say to you. Deculine turns. Ehelm. It's one of the other mages from the assembly. Ehelm's smile widens. Yeah? Well, there's something I really want to hear from you, Deculine. He leans in, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. That dark secret inside you. But before he can finish, the scene cuts away to the Freyheim Knights' headquarters. A knight is giving a grim report to his captain, Julie. What did you say? She asks, her voice trembling. Say that again. The knight repeats the devastating news. Sir Baron was killed during the mission. Julie's world freezes. Her eyes widen in horror as she rises from her desk, her knuckles white. Prepare yourself at once. Her mind is made up. There's only one person who can give her the answers she needs. We will hear the explanation as soon as Deculine returns. Right where we left off, the tense atmosphere shatters as the smug mage, Ehelm, stands over their table, his eyes locked on Deculine. Lilia recognizes him instantly, the head of the powerful Rewind family. She has no idea what he wants, but the sudden confrontation puts her on edge. Ehelm doesn't waste any time. You really surprised me during the meeting, Deculine. I just can't wrap my head around it. He wonders aloud why Deculain, of all people, would be so cautious of another magic family. His eyes narrow with suspicion. "Just why are you siding with the blood shrouds?" he asks, his voice dripping with accusation. Lilia freezes. Ihelm reminds Deculain of his own past words, how he once publicly declared his desire to annihilate the blood shrouds, calling them a lowly species that didn't deserve to live. He even brings up Deculain's old university paper condemning them, which is still on file. Deculain just stares back, his face a perfect mask of indifference. Ihelm pushes harder, a cruel smirk playing on his lips. "Ah, did you perhaps find a blood-shroud slave to do your research for you?" The insult is too much for Alan, who shoots to his feet. "How insolent! Stop insulting him!" "Calm down, Alan. I am fine," Deculain says, calmly dabbing his mouth with a napkin, completely unbothered. He looks at Ihelm with pure disdain, remarking that with a brain like rotten cheese, it's only natural for him to think that way. The insult lands exactly as intended, striking Ihelm's pride. Ihelm's smirk returns, though it's a little tighter this time. "Sure." He leans over the table and issues a challenge, mentioning an upcoming research presentation and saying he looks forward to seeing if Deculain's big words are just for show. With that, he turns and walks away, leaving Lilia staring after him in stunned silence. She tries to process what she just saw. Deculain, wary of everyone else, but siding with them? It's almost impossible to believe. She looks at Deculain, who's eating calmly as if nothing happened, and whispers Lokak's name. She's starting to wonder if the wizard killer was right about him all along. "Is what you said really true?" The question hangs in her mind as she stares out the window, her entire perception of the world beginning to shift. The next day, Deculain's business in Berkt is finally finished. Before leaving the snowy northern lands for good, he commissions one of the city's finest craftsmen to forge him a new wand from the materials he gathered. A system notification pops up, confirming a subquest is complete. It turns out the original Deculain had a history with the craftsman, allowing him to clear a quest he never knew existed and earn some extra cash. With his new wand on the way, Deculain boards the train back to the imperial capital. As fate would have it, he ends up in the same carriage as Baton, the furious mage he publicly humiliated at the assembly. Baton glares daggers at him for the entire trip, but thanks to the heavy security on board, the journey remains tense but peaceful. Deculain sits calmly, reading a book, thinking to himself that this long, exhausting trip is finally over. The train finally pulls into the station, the snowy northern landscape replaced by the familiar sights of the capital. Passengers begin to file out onto the bustling platform. Alan stretches with a huge yawn, relieved to finally be off the train. He tells Deculain there's just one transfer left, but his voice trails off when he realizes Deculain has frozen solid. Standing on the platform directly in front of them, flanked by her knights, is Julie. "Julie," Deculain says, his voice barely a whisper. The sight of her hits him like a physical blow. Her face is pale, and her eyes are filled with a deep, sorrowful resolve. She speaks, her voice steady but strained. "I've heard that you were ambushed. I'm glad you're safe." "Thank you," he manages to say. He knows exactly why she's here. She knows about Baran. He glances at the knights behind her. Their faces are a mask of grief and poorly hidden hatred. They're whispering, clearly wondering why he was the only one to survive. Julie continues, "I read the news. It said you worked with him to save the victims." She looks him directly in the eye, searching for the truth. She takes a deep breath, her hands clenching into fists at her sides. "I'd like to ask you something." Her voice trembles slightly as she asks the question that has been tearing her apart. "How was he?" Her eyes are pleading, desperate for any shred of comfort, any detail about her loyal knight's final moments. Deculain looks at her, and for a long moment, he says nothing. He had planned to tell her everything. He was going to lay out the entire ugly truth. He would tell her that Baran, twisted by a misguided loyalty, tried to murder him, that they fought, and that fight led to his death. He was going to tell Julie, and only Julie, what really happened. But now, standing here, looking into her eyes, seeing the raw pain, the words are stuck in his throat. Should he tell her? He knows he should. But he also knows that the truth is a burden far too cruel for her to bear right now. He knows Julie. Her sense of duty is unbreakable, but her heart is not. If she learns the truth, she won't blame Baran. She'll blame herself. The guilt would torment her for the rest of her life. In that split second, he makes a choice. The right thing to do, the kindest thing, is not to tell her the truth, even if it means he has to endure the hatred of every last one of her nights. The conductor's voice shouts out the final boarding call. His time is up. Deculain turns his back to her, starting to walk away with Alan. As he walks, he answers her question, his voice laced with a coldness that feels foreign even to him. It's difficult to say. He gives her a simple, devastating lie. He was emotional. Julie is left standing there, his words hanging in the cold air, offering no comfort, no closure, only more pain. One of her knights steps forward. "Thank you," she says stiffly. "We will go see him now. Please rest." It's a cold, formal dismissal. Julie and her knights turn and walk away, their cloaks billowing behind them, leaving Deculain and Alan alone on the platform. He watches her go, a profound sadness in his eyes. He feels pathetic. Even now, he can't control the feelings of the original Deculain, this overwhelming need to protect her, even from the truth itself. "They're so rude," Alan mutters, looking back at the departing knights. "We're victims too," he continues, "but the way they were looking at us was disgusting." "Worry not," Deculain says dismissively. "They are simply foolish." But just as he turns to leave, another voice stops him. "Why did you hold back?" He turns to find Sylvia standing there, a wooden practice sword in her hand. "Sylvia? Hold back what, exactly?" he asks, genuinely confused by her question. She walks right up to him and thrusts a book into his hands. "Here, a gift." And without another word, she turns and walks briskly away. "What is that, Professor?" Alan asks, peering at the book. Deculain looks down at the cover. "I do not know." He lets out a deep, weary sigh. The confrontations, the secrets, the crushing emotional weight of it all, it's been relentless. "I want to quickly get home and rest," he thinks. "Alan, let's go," he says. As their train pulls away, leaving Birched and its chaos behind, Deculain heads back to a capital where an entirely new storm of grief and suspicion is waiting for him. A lie is told to protect a broken heart. The official story of what happened on that bridge is a carefully crafted fiction, built on half-truths and convenient omissions to cover up a dark and ugly betrayal. The report states that the knight, Sir Baron, fell during a second ambush. It also notes, quite miraculously, that the VIP car carrying Professor Deculain was left hanging from the cliff, saving him from the same fate. And so, the official story is clean and simple. Both men did their best, but Baron was simply unlucky. It's a version of events that avoids any difficult questions. A train official, holding a glowing orb containing the magical recording of the testimony, bows his head in the snow. "Thank you," he says, presenting the story that will go down in the official records. He's reporting to Julie, who stands flanked by her knights. Her face is a mask of stone, her eyes empty as she listens to the sanitized tale of her subordinate's last moments. She may look like a commander, but underneath, she's just a woman who has lost a trusted friend. The official explains that there are no keepsakes left to recover. As for who was behind the attack, well, there's an unwritten rule. Crimes that happen on the way to Birched are best left buried, a convenient way for the powerful to hide their secrets. Julie turns away, her cape whipping in the cold wind. She walks toward the edge of the cliff, to the very spot where it all ended. Standing alone against the vast empty landscape, she speaks to the wind. She's lost her right arm. Baron wasn't just a subordinate, he was someone she trusted completely. And now he's gone, and she can't shake the feeling that his death meant nothing. Her expression hardens, sorrow and frustration twisting her features. The grief is a heavy weight, but it's slowly mixing with a quiet, simmering anger. Her thoughts turn to Baron, and a single phrase echoes in her mind, full of regret. "You foolish man." Meanwhile, back at the Grand Eucline estate, a completely different kind of storm is brewing. A furious shout rips through the mansion. "Deculain!" It's his half-sister Yariel, and she is livid. She's shaking with rage, accusing him of writing yet another family check. The butler, Roy, tries to calm her down, but it's useless. She gets right in Deculain's face, screaming that their finances are a disaster. She reminds him that at this rate, the great Eucline family won't even last 2 more months. Her frustration boils over as she calls him an idiot. Deculain, however, remains perfectly calm. He knows the custom wand he commissioned cost more than he expected. He realizes the family finances are on the brink of collapse, and it's time to do something about it. He finally speaks, his voice low and steady. He tells Uriel to calm down, assuring her he has a way to get more funds. Uriel just stares at him, caught off guard. What? The scene shifts to a large, opulent room filled with expensive artifacts. Deculine stands with his back to them, surveying the treasures the original Deculine had bought simply to show off his wealth. Uriel is confused, asking what he's doing. She reminds him these are just useless trinkets he bought to flaunt their money. Deculine turns his head slightly, his tone sharp. He tells her to hold on, and to speak more like a lady. As the next head of the family, she needs to act the part. Uriel can't believe it. He's nagging her about her language when he's the one bankrupting them. Deculine just ignores her, a thoughtful look on his face. In his mind, the pieces are finally clicking into place. At first, he didn't understand. He remembers being at the auction house, wondering why the items there seemed to radiate a strange energy. He'd just assumed they were some kind of fancy art investment. But then, on the trip back from Birched, it hit him. He finally realized there was a way to use these items to actually increase their wealth. He focuses his energy, and a golden light envelops his hand. He's activating a skill the original Deculine never knew he had, Midas Touch, an ability that can awaken the hidden potential within objects. He extends his glowing hand, and Uriel just stares, baffled. "What are you doing, standing there with your hand out? Are you a moron?" she asks, completely unaware of what she's seeing. Deculine turns around, his plan set. "There," he says calmly. "I'm putting these items up for auction again. Call for an appraiser." Uriel's jaw drops. "What?" She's in disbelief, yelling at him for selling so soon. Antiques are meant to be held, not flipped immediately. She insists they won't even get half of what he paid, but he just tells her to be quiet. Ignoring her completely, Deculine gives an order to the butler. "Call an appraiser right away and transport these items." Roy, seeing the absolute certainty in his master's eyes, can only bow and agree. Deculine stands confidently, his arms crossed. He glances at a large, ornate vase. To the naked eye, it's just an expensive piece of pottery. But now, thanks to his Midas touch, the vase glows with a golden aura. What was once a simple vase worth a few million is now a magical item that can relieve fatigue. It has become something far more valuable, something he can sell for a massive profit. As the staff begin to move the items, Deculine reminds them to be careful. Uriel just stands there, speechless and utterly lost. She finally snaps out of it and runs after him. "Let's talk, Deculine! Are you really going to sell all of these? Are you trying to bankrupt us?" He doesn't even turn around. "Don't worry," he says. "We'll make money." He adds that it's time for him to head to work, leaving a screaming, frustrated Uriel behind. The scene changes to the grand towers of the Imperial University. A simple banner hangs on a door, the University Magic Towers Magic Exploration Club room. Inside, a group of students are sitting around a table, playing cards. Among them is Ephorine. With a sharp slap, she throws down her winning hand, completely in her element. Another student cries out in disbelief. "Ephorine has won 3 rounds in a row!" She grins, celebrating her victory, happy to be exempt from cleaning duty for a week. The other students groan and laugh. The atmosphere is light and friendly. It's a rare moment of simple happiness for Ephorine. She lets out a genuine, joyful laugh, something we haven't seen from her in a long time. She thinks to herself that this feels like a dream. Her past flashes before her eyes. Coming from a poor family, she never even went to the academy. Since entering the tower, she's been constantly looked down on, her door covered in hateful graffiti. And it wasn't just the students. Even the professors saw her as nothing more than a commoner who didn't belong. She remembers the bullying, the isolation, but as she looks around at her new friends, a small smile touches her lips. To think that now, she actually has a place to belong. She looks at her friends laughing and chatting. It's a peaceful, ordinary scene. She says out loud how much she likes this ordinary club. One of her friends gives her a playful look. The friend reminds her to watch what she says. Superficially, we're just a normal magic exploration club. Suddenly, the door to the club room swings open with a loud thud. A harsh voice cuts through the room, dripping with contempt. "What is this? What in the world is this club doing?" The students all turn, their happy mood instantly gone. Two older professors stand in the doorway. One of them sneers, complaining that these low-class commoners are just taking up space. Ephraim recognizes them immediately. Professors Relin and Beck, two of the worst, always making trouble for commoner students. Professor Relin scoffs at the club's name, calling it ridiculous. Ephraim clenches her fist, a tear of frustration in her eye. She knew this was coming. She tells herself she needs to handle this with dignity. She stands up and explains that they submitted a club creation plan and received official permission. Professor Relin explodes. "What? Who allowed this stupid club to be formed?" he bellows, pointing an accusing finger. His eyes land on Ephraim, and he recognizes her. "Wait! You're that lowlife that was punished before! It's you again!" Ephraim's face hardens. There it is again. That word. The same insult, over and over. The professor sneers. "Look at this arrogant brat, glaring at her professor." He shouts at her to look away. But Ephraim holds her ground, refusing to back down, even as her friend whispers her name, trying to get her to stop. From the hallway, a staff member peeks in, intimidated by the shouting. Professor Relin stomps forward, getting right in her face. He demands to know which professor would ever approve a club like this. Ephraim falls silent. Her eyes dart away. She has no answer. The professor takes her silence as a win. "See? I knew it! No professor would ever allow." Before he can finish, a cold, quiet voice cuts through the tension from behind him. "It was me." The professor freezes, his rant cut short as he's grabbed from behind. It's Deculane. He has Professor Relin by the collar, his eyes glowing with a terrifying light. He repeats himself, his voice dangerously low. "I allowed it. Do you have any complaints, Professor Relin?" Ephraim just stares, her eyes wide with utter shock. A single tear escapes and runs down her cheek. Of all the people in the world she ever expected to defend her, it was never him. In a world of magic and nobility, the most powerful weapon is often a cold, unwavering stare. And right now, Deculane's is cutting Professor Relin down to size. His voice is ice as he holds the professor by the collar, repeating that he was the one who approved the club. Then he asks, with a dangerous quiet, if there are any complaints. Professor Relin is a terrified, sputtering mess. Deculane's voice is laced with sarcasm as he says he could hear the shouting all the way down the hall. He looks past the professor to the stunned students, then back at him, asking if he was supposed to ask for his permission first. Internally, Deculane is already fed up. His day started with his sister yelling about their finances, and now this fool is causing trouble the second he gets to work. To make things worse, the terrified professor is dripping sweat everywhere. A dark, irritated aura begins to radiate from Deculane. Relin stammers an apology, his earlier bravado completely gone. Suddenly, Professor Relin's entire demeanor flips. He lets out a nervous laugh and spreads his arms wide. "Isn't this place far too shabby?" he exclaims, trying to change the subject with a ridiculously cheerful voice. He continues the act, claiming he was just upset that such promising mages had to study in a place like this. It's a pathetic, see-through attempt to save his own skin. Deculane just glares, completely unmoved. He releases the professor and states coldly that he'll take responsibility for replacing everything. Professor Relin, still sweating, fawns over him, praising his consideration and promising to take special care of the matter himself, bowing and scraping like a loyal dog. With that, Relin and his associates scurry away, practically tripping over themselves to escape. Deculane watches them go with a look of pure contempt. He thinks to himself that lowly cockroaches will always act like cockroaches. Without another word to Ephraim or her friends, he turns and announces he's leaving, abandoning the stunned students in the hallway. Professor Beck is left standing alone, his face pale. He just witnessed a senior professor be utterly humiliated, and he knows better than to ever get on Deculane's bad side. The scene shifts to a bright, sunlit lecture hall. Inside, students chat amongst themselves. It's been a while since their last class with Professor Deculane, and they're all buzzing with curiosity about his trip to Birched. "Who knows?" one student says. The entire trip was shrouded in secrecy. Sylvia, sitting quietly, mentions that the train accident was reported in the Wizard Journal. Another student agrees, saying they saw it too. The entire train apparently floated in midair. An insane display of power. They wonder if he'll tell them anything. Just then, a hand slams down on the lectern. "Silence, everyone." It's Deculane. He's arrived. With a piece of chalk floating magically beside him, he announces that the lecture will now begin. He turns to the class, his voice echoing through the silent hall. The first topic of the day: pure elements and magic interference. He explains the concept, how one mage's spell can be disrupted by another's. A complex magic circle materializes in the air to illustrate his point. Then, he announces a warm-up exercise. An assistant walks in, carrying a box filled with glowing blue crystals. With a wave of his hand, Deculine uses his telekinesis, and the magic stones float out of the box, drifting through the lecture hall. One stone gently stops in front of each student, hovering in a soft blue light. The entire class stares in awe. Both Sylvia and Ephorine watch the stone before them with intense focus, sensing the immense power emanating from the professor controlling them all. Deculine explains the challenge. Each of these magic stones costs a small fortune. He's holding them in the air with his telekinesis, and their job is to snatch them away by interfering with his magic. "If you can take it," he declares, "it's yours." A wave of greed and determination sweeps the room. Ephorine's face immediately contorts with effort, her desire for the money overwhelming everything else. Deculine watches them, a flicker of annoyance on his face. He explains that blocking interference is just as important as performing it. He admits he has the advantage, but tells them to try their best. He reinforces his hold on the stones, his fingers weaving intricate patterns in the air as the blue glow around each crystal intensifies. From his perspective, the hall is filled with over 100 floating stones, each one a testament to his incredible control. This isn't just a lesson for them, it's training for him. He thinks back to lifting the train. He's only recently learned the basics of telekinesis, and this is the perfect way to practice. He's also curious. He wants to see how long his own power can last against 150 mages trying to break it all at once. And more importantly, he wants to see how he stacks up against the real talents in the room, like Sylvia and Ephorine. The two girls are already channeling their magic, a silent rivalry sparking between them. Ephorine is giving it everything she has. Mage supplies are expensive, and her sponsorship money is almost gone. A free magic stone is a prize she can't afford to lose. "I'll gratefully take one," she thinks, reaching out with her magic. Sylvia is just as focused, but for entirely different reasons. She remembers how Deculine mentored her in Berkt, pushing her to be better, teaching her things she never could have learned on her own. Her determination hardens. "I can't lose!" The two prodigies pour their energy into the exercise, their auras flaring to life. Sylvia's a brilliant gold, Ephorine's a vibrant green. Around the room, the other students are straining, but their attempts are easily deflected by Deculine's overwhelming power. The assistant watches from the side, completely amazed. He tells Deculine he's incredible, that he hasn't left a single opening against 150 opponents. Deculine is a little surprised himself. He hadn't expected them to be trying so hard they're getting nosebleeds, only to still fail. Just as he thinks this, he feels a slight tremor in his control. One of the stones is starting to wobble. Sylvia is panting, sweat beading on her forehead. The stone in front of her is shaking violently as she pours every last ounce of her focus into wresting it from his grasp. With a final surge of power, her magic flares. The stone breaks free from Deculine's control and zips straight into her waiting hands. She looks at the crystal in her hands, a small, proud smirk on her face. She did it. Deculine looks down from the podium, his expression calm. "Good work, Sylvia. You're the first." Sylvia gives a small, respectful nod, her pride shining through. Deculine thinks to himself that he expected as much from her. She has the talent, after all. He scans the room. Is there no one else? The other students are still groaning in frustration, making no progress. He prepares to end the exercise. If not, but then he stops. "Ah," he says, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. "Another one just succeeded." A brilliant green light flashes. Ephorine, with a look of fierce triumph, clutches her own magic stone. "Heh, I did it," she whispers to herself, ecstatic about her prize. Across the room, Sylvia looks over, her expression a mix of surprise and a newfound rivalry. The game is on. A grueling test of power has left most of the students broken, but for two rising stars, it's just the beginning of a rivalry that's about to get personal. Finally, Deculine calls it. "Stop!" The magic dissipates, and the students collapse, completely spent. Looking over the scene with a tired sigh, he calls them pathetic and announces a break. The lecture hall looks like a magical war zone. Students are slumped over their desks, utterly wiped out. Ephorine's friend Julia is collapsed next to her, totally drained. She asks Ephorine how she did it, saying she couldn't break through at all. Ephorine, looking just as exhausted, admits she nearly passed out too. But then she looks up, a determined glint in her eyes, a bloody nose marking her fierce effort. She says she had an epiphany, leaving Julia to gasp in surprise. Ephorine explains that when she tried to break through Deculane's magic, it felt like she broke through something fundamental inside herself. Julia just looks at her with admiration, saying she's jealous. From a distance, Sylvia watches them, and she isn't buying it. Impossible, she thinks. How can the student who ranked dead last suddenly come in second? The pieces start clicking into place, forming a picture she doesn't like. The rumors about Deculine giving Ephorine private lessons, they must be true. Which leads to a painful question. Then, did Deculane lie to me? The thought makes her clench her fist, a spark of betrayal flaring to life. Across the room, Ephorine is happily rubbing the magic stone against her cheek, completely oblivious to Sylvia's inner turmoil. Sylvia just glares, wondering what's so great about that girl. Her gaze is cold, her admiration for her professor now tainted with doubt. A single thought runs through her mind, dripping with a newfound rivalry. Arrogant Ephorine. After the break, Deculine stands before the class, ready to resume the lecture. He tells them they all did their best to perform magic interference. However, he reveals there was an easier way to break his telekinesis. He glances pointedly at Sylvia and Ephorine, adding that the two who succeeded might already have an idea what it is. His eyes narrow as he reveals the technique's true name. It's not just magic interference. It's mana interference. He explains that instead of blocking a spell with brute force, mana interference is about understanding an opponent's spell and disrupting it from the inside. However, as one student thinks to himself, there's a huge catch. It only works if you have an incredible knowledge of countless magic circles. Deculine confirms this. It can only be used on magic you personally understand, which is why it's not a common combat technique. In a real fight, a simple barrier is far more practical. However, he says, his voice taking on a sharper edge, no pain, no gain. He tells them they will use this chance to understand the concept properly. He explains the core of the technique, finding the magic circle's central circuit. You have to identify that core and interfere with it directly. He tells them that if they can master this, everything else will become much easier. A dark, powerful aura of mana swirls around him. Now, he says, I will teach you how to figure out the central circuit of the majority of magic circles. He begins the demonstration, starting with a destructive magic circle, explaining how its core is designed to combust from the inside out. He moves on to support magic, then elementals, and on and on. The students furiously take notes, trying to keep up with the flood of high-level information. 2 hours fly by in a whirlwind of complex magical theory. Deculine glances at the clock. Next, he begins, but then cuts himself off. He places his hand on the lectern. He states that while there's more to cover, time is up. He adds a typical Deculine jab, you all wasted my time, so I'm sure there are no complaints. He tells them to figure out the rest on their own. Before leaving, he drops one last bomb. Midterms are coming up, and there will be an open practical exam. He warns them that what they learned today will be important. And with a simple goodbye, he walks out, leaving the entire class stunned. The students start complaining. Why would he just leave without finishing the lecture? It felt like he stopped right in the middle of something important. Julia stretches, complaining about how stiff she is from taking notes. How are we supposed to figure it out ourselves? Ephorine just laughs weakly, but she's smiling. Today, she says, a warm glow on her face. I felt like I had an epiphany. She knows she learned something vital. As Ephorine and Julia leave the lecture hall, they're stopped by a sneering voice. Hey, Ephorine, the commoner. It's one of Professor Beck's noble lackeys. Julia immediately gets defensive, asking him why he's starting trouble again. She reminds him that he's been itching for a fight with them ever since he brought Professor Relin to harass their club. The noble student just smirks, saying it's because commoners like them are showing off. He gets to the point, asking Ephorine how she went from last place to second. Ephorine tries to ignore him. But then he says something that stops her cold, sneering about whether a commoner with no money bribed the professor. The implication is disgusting, and Ephorine's eyes flare with rage. What did you just say? She asks, her voice dangerously quiet. But he just doubles down. What? It's true. Everyone knows you're getting private lessons from Professor Deculane. From the top of the stairs, Sylvia overhears the accusation and freezes, her own suspicions now being shouted for everyone to hear. Ephraim shouts back. What? I have never! The bully presses her. Then explain! You're a half-wit who didn't even come from the academy. How did you improve so suddenly? He puts on a show of mock realization. Aha! Did Professor Deculane go easy on you? He suggests Deculane probably just wanted to give her the stone as a gift. Then he delivers the final cruel blow, his voice dripping with condescension. Since you have no home or parents. That's the last straw. A furious green aura explodes around Ephraim. You, she seethes, say one more word. The bully just smirks back, daring her. Sylvia watches the confrontation from above, her expression unreadable, a silent observer to the drama. Just as Ephraim is about to lunge, Julia grabs her arm. Let it go, Ephraim! She reminds her what will happen if she gets punished again. Ephraim freezes, the warning hitting her hard. She takes a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down. She remembers Deculane saying that mages always have to be cold. She can't let this idiot get to her. She lets her clenched fist fall. Julia looks at her, concerned. Ephraim forces a smile. Thank you, Julia. You're right. I was a little worked up. She turns back to the bully, her smile gone. I think I went crazy for a moment trying to talk to an idiot. The insult lands perfectly, leaving the noble student sputtering. Ephraim grabs Julia's hand. Let's go get something to eat. They walk off, leaving the bully shouting after them. As they leave, Sylvia watches them go from the top of the stairs, her face a mask of contemplation. She's left alone with her thoughts, the rumors and her own doubts swirling in her mind. The scene shifts to just outside the university building. Ephraim kicks a stone in frustration. She's still fuming, thinking she only held back because of Julia. She's so mad she can barely stand it. What am I supposed to do about that guy? As she's muttering to herself, she looks up and sees someone standing in her path. It's Sylvia. Sylvia stands there, bathed in the afternoon light, her expression serious. Can we talk? She asks, her voice even. The rivalry is no longer just in her head. It's about to become real. A genius's praise might be a trophy, but to her rival it's a declaration of war. And Sylvia isn't backing down. She stands before Ephraim, her expression unreadable. Let's have a quick talk. Ephraim is already on edge and she has zero patience left. What is it? She snaps. If you're trying to pick a fight, your timing is awful. Just go. Sylvia ignores her tone and gets straight to the point, her voice sharp. Are you being tutored by Deculane? The question hits a nerve, and Ephraim's temper flares. She explodes, shouting that the idea is ridiculous. We have the worst relationship possible, she screams. Why would I ever be tutored by him? You don't know anything! Sylvia just watches the outburst, her expression unchanged. As Ephraim fumes about everyone trying to pick a fight with her, Sylvia comes to a quiet conclusion. The rumor must be true. Sylvia sighs, cutting through the rant with a simple, fine, whatever. But she's not done. She's just changing her angle of attack. But do you know this? She drops a bombshell. Deculane hasn't set foot in a lab in 3 years. Not once since your father passed away. Ephraim scoffs, a bitter pride on her face. Of course he hasn't. Deculane couldn't do anything without my dad. He was a genius after all. To her, this is just more proof of Deculane's incompetence. But Sylvia isn't finished. Then you know that for the past 3 months, Deculane has been going to the lab every single day, yes? The words hit Ephraim like a punch, and her arrogant smirk vanishes, replaced by pure shock. Sylvia presses her advantage, explaining how he's cleaned the lab, hired an assistant, and brought in new equipment. He's active in there. She looks Ephraim dead in the eye. What do you think that means? The implication hangs in the air, and a single horrifying thought enters Ephraim's mind. No way! Her mind races. Is he trying to steal her father's research? But that can't be right. She's always believed Deculane wasn't capable of continuing that research on his own. Her hand clenches into a fist. The foundation of her hatred, the simple story of a jealous noble ruining a genius, is starting to crumble. She tries to brush it off. How would I know? It seems he's trying to do something by himself. Then she glares at Sylvia. What does that have to do with me? A tiny, almost invisible smile touches Sylvia's lips. She got the exact reaction she was looking for. "I just thought you didn't know," she says coolly, turning to leave. "Seeing that you do is enough." She walks away, leaving Ephraim frozen on the spot. Ephraim is left alone with the poison Sylvia planted in her mind, her entire world shaken. Several days later, the day of the next lecture arrives. But they're not in a classroom. The students have been gathered at a massive, cathedral-like arena. Ephraim and Julia stand in the crowd, all of them murmuring in confusion. Julia wonders what kind of practical needs a place like this. Ephraim agrees, questioning what Deculine is planning now. Suddenly, someone bumps hard into Julia. It's Beck, the smirking noble bully. Ephraim glares. "That guy again?" Julia quickly holds her back, telling her to be the bigger person and let it go. A commanding voice cuts through the chatter. Silence. The lecture has begun. It's Deculine, stepping onto a raised platform. "As I've mentioned," he says, "today is the last practical before your midterms." He raises a hand with a dramatic snap of his fingers. Huge curtains behind him are drawn back with a rush of air. They reveal rows of spectators filling the balconies above. Today's lecture is a public exam. The stakes have just been raised. Ephraim and Julia stare up in shock at the number of people watching. Deculine announces the task. "In front of these people you will all demonstrate magic combat." He lays out the rules. They will fight each other, but they must use at least 3 forms of pure elemental magic. He clarifies that winning or losing doesn't matter. He's here to observe their strengths and weaknesses. He adds that Professor Relin will be supervising to prevent any injuries. Relin, standing behind him, just gives a nervous laugh and agrees. "Then let us begin," Deculine says, calling the first student forward. The first 2 students take their places in the massive arena. Deculine watches from the side, a calculating look in his eyes. "The match will now begin." The magic duels get underway, with flashes of fire and wind filling the arena. The students cast spells and dodge attacks, putting their lessons to the test under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Deculine meticulously takes notes, while Professor Relin just flails around nervously. At first, the students are clumsy, but soon the battles become more intense. Explosions rock the arena as the practicals continue. One match ends decisively. Sylvia stands over her defeated opponent, and Deculine announces her win without a change in expression. From the crowd, some noble students sneer about another commoner losing. Ephraim watches them, disgusted. "Those cruel people." But she quickly shakes it off and cheers for her friend, shouting words of encouragement. Deculine looks at his list. Next is Beck. "Choose your opponent." Beck looks across the students, a malicious grin spreading across his face. He points directly at his target. "I choose Ephraim." This is the showdown he wanted, a public stage to humiliate her. Ephraim's eyes narrow. This is for the better. The two face each other in the center of the arena. Beck starts trash-talking immediately. "Will you be okay, Ephraim? There's no one here to secretly tutor you?" He's broadcasting the rumor to everyone. Ephraim is done playing games. "Again with this nonsense?" she mutters. "Is talking trash basic manners for people like you?" Then she lands a blow of her own. "Also, you look lame as hell, trying to copy Deculine's style." Beck is completely thrown off, flustered and furious. "What did you just say, you vermin?" he screams, losing his cool. Ephraim's eyes glow with green mana. "I'll show you that your magic is just as lame." Beck unleashes a powerful fire spell, shouting a cruel insult. "I'll help you meet your parents." A massive explosion engulfs her. Julia screams her name. Beck smirks, thinking he's won, but as the smoke clears, he sees his spell being absorbed by a swirling green shield. Ephraim stands completely unharmed, her mana shield holding strong. She looks at him, her eyes cold, thinking of an old saying that always comes to mind at the magic tower. That being, "A good beating perfectly suits a noble." A massive fist of pure green mana forms above her and slams down on Beck. The force of the blow sends him flying with a pathetic scream. Julia cheers from the sidelines. Beck lands hard on the ground, knocked out cold. He lies there, defeated and humiliated. Ephraim stands over him, hands on her hips, a triumphant grin on her face. "How is it? Getting destroyed by me?" The victor is declared, Ephraim. Beck can only mutter curses under his breath. But Ephraim isn't satisfied. The fight was over too quickly. Her opponent was an idiot, and they didn't give the spectators a proper show. She walks directly up to the professor's platform. "Professor, can you give me one more chance?" She explains that she was supposed to use 3 kinds of elemental magic, but because her opponent was so weak, she only used 1. Deculane considers this. He agrees that it's illogical to end her evaluation like this. "Very well," he concedes. "Choose anyone from here." But Ephraim doesn't even look at the other students. She points directly at him, a wild, challenging grin spreading across her face. "Professor, I want to fight you." A student's ambition is a dangerous thing, especially when it's aimed at the very man who holds her future in his hands. Ephraim stands firm, her challenge echoing through the stunned silence of the university arena. Her voice rings out, filled with a defiant confidence that shocks everyone. "Professor, I want to fight you." The venue explodes into chaos. Professor Relin is practically beside himself, sputtering about how insane the girl is as the crowd roars with a mixture of confusion and excitement. From the stands, Sylvia watches with wide eyes. More than anyone, she understands the impossible gap in power between a student and a senior professor. What is Ephraim thinking? But Ephraim stands in the eye of the storm, perfectly calm. She expected this uproar. This isn't just a reckless stunt, it's the one opportunity she's been waiting for, a chance to finally face Deculine head-on. She's willing to be called a lunatic, if it means she can finally seize this moment to prove herself. Deculine remains silent, a faint, almost imperceptible smirk on his lips. He seems intrigued. Relin is still panicking, asking Deculine if he's ever seen such a deranged student, but Deculine cuts him off with a single sharp command. "Enough. Compose yourself, Professor Relin." Then, turning to Ephraim, he gives an answer that stuns the entire crowd. "Very well. I will allow it." He steps down into the arena, his presence instantly commanding the space. He reminds her that the rules allowed her to select anyone, without restriction, and so, he will be her opponent. But there are conditions. He won't attack her first. Her victory condition is simple. Just make him move a single step from where he stands. Ephraim's eyes light up with a spark of determination. Yes. The two of them face each other across the vast arena, the unmovable professor and the student fueled by pure, unstoppable will. A heavy silence falls over the crowd. Ephraim can feel her heart hammering against her ribs, a wild rhythm of anticipation. This is it, the moment she's been dreaming of, a real match against Deculine. He looks down at her, his expression as cold as ice, and gives the single command. "Begin!" She doesn't waste a second, immediately unleashing a flurry of sharp wind blades that slice through the air straight for him. She knows she can't win in a direct clash of power, not against him. She knows how reckless this is, but as her blades shatter against an invisible barrier around Deculine, her real purpose becomes clear. She's not just here to fight, she's here to measure the massive, overwhelming gap between them, to understand the power of the man she will one day defeat. With a sharp cry, she summons her next spell. A massive magic circle glows at her feet, erupting into a towering pillar of fire. The roaring inferno surges forward, completely engulfing Deculine. From within the flames, his voice is heard, calm and almost amused. "Oh." The fire rages, but he stands perfectly still, completely untouched by the heat. Ephraim grunts, sweat pouring down her face. "I can do more!" She calls upon her next element, the earth itself. The ground trembles as she merges the elements, creating a violent storm of fire and stone. The chaotic mixture of destructive energy barrels towards Deculine. The spectators are in awe. Professor Relin is speechless, and even Sylvia can't help but murmur, "Wow." Ephraim pushes her magic further, and the very ground around Deculine cracks and boils, turning into molten lava. And still, he just stands there, arms crossed, with an expression of pure boredom as molten rock flies harmlessly past him. Ephraim groans in frustration. Nothing she throws at him is even leaving a scratch. She switches tactics, launching a rapid barrage of smaller, faster energy projectiles. But as the glowing orbs fly, Deculine finally speaks, his voice calm and analytical. He tells her she has a distinct habit when casting her magic. He explains that this habit becomes more obvious the larger and more complex her spells are. As he speaks, a golden light glows from his hand. Ephraim's eyes widen in horror. She knows what this is. Magic interference. She tries to cast her next spell, but her mana just fizzles into nothing. She stumbles, feeling her connection to her own power completely severed. Panic sets in. Her magic isn't working. Did he somehow break her magic circuit? Deculane's voice is cold, delivering the final verdict. You can no longer use magic in front of me. He has completely disabled her. Her eyes are wide with a mix of disbelief and fury. But she's not done yet. She yells, "Magic combat isn't over yet!" With her magic sealed, she falls back on her last resort. She charges forward. She leaps towards him, pulling back a fist, thinking she's better at physical fighting anyway. But just as she's about to land a blow, his hand shoots out and effortlessly catches her by the face. With a simple, almost casual flick of his wrist, he sends her flying. She crashes hard into the dirt several meters away. The fight is over. Deculine lets out the faintest sigh. As he watches her struggle to her feet, he mentally reviews her performance. Her combination of wind and fire, the dust explosion, her sense for magic is incredible. But her fundamentals are a mess. But what truly makes it all possible, the source of her immense potential, is her unique talent, her vessel. He glances at the green bracelet on her wrist, an artifact that grants her the ability to use every element. A treasure any mage in the world would kill for. He thinks to himself that the original Deculine would have been consumed by jealousy over her talent, but for him, Kim Woojin, he just sees raw potential. If she's trained properly, she could become one of the greatest mages alive. He turns to the exhausted Ephraim on the ground. The result of their match is painfully clear. It was a complete and utter loss. With that being said, he looks down at her and for the first time offers a single, quiet word of acknowledgement. It wasn't bad. Ephraim looks up, her eyes wide with shock. Did she hear that right? Did he just praise her? Deculane turns to the audience and formally announces the end of the public practical exam, reminding the students to focus on their upcoming midterms. The students are buzzing with disbelief. They can't believe Deculane actually praised someone. They all agree that Ephraim's performance was amazing. Ephraim remains on the ground, a slow, disbelieving smile spreading across her face. Did I get acknowledged? Her friends rush over, cheering that she was so cool, calling her their pride and joy. For the first time, surrounded by their support, she feels like she truly belongs. The scene shifts to a sunny port town, far from the politics of the Magic Tower. A man in a pirate hat watches a ship approach the docks. Aha, they're here! A group of adventurers step onto the pier. A young man with gray hair greets them, calling out to his friends, Leo and Carlos. A cheerful woman in practical adventurer's gear runs up to them with a bright smile. "Ganesha, it's been a while!" The man, Ganesha, grins back. "Leah, welcome! Didn't you miss me?" The woman, Leah, gives a shy smile. "A little, maybe?" She strikes a friendly pose, her expression full of life. Her name is Yuria. But she's not just another adventurer. The truth is far more shocking. She is an island native whose body is now possessed by Yo Ara, Kim Woojin's ex-girlfriend from his original world. Another transmigrator has just appeared. Just when it seemed our protagonist was the only soul trapped in this game world, we learn he's not alone. But for this newcomer, waking up in a fantasy land isn't an adventure, it's a nightmare she needs to escape. A young woman with messy hair lies on the ground, completely dazed. Her name is Ria, and she has no idea where she is or how she got here. Her memory is a blur, a chaotic haze that starts with a single overwhelming sensation, a brilliant light that swallowed everything. Just moments ago, she was living a normal life, driving in her car. Then, a sudden flash of light hit her, so intense it felt like the world itself was coming to an end. The light was absolute, a blinding white that completely overwhelmed her senses. She remembers the horrifying thought that the light was erasing her, as every sound from her world faded into absolute silence. And then, nothing. An empty void. When she finally opens her eyes, the world she knew is gone. She's now lying under a tree in a lush, unfamiliar forest, the sun filtering softly through the leaves. The devastating realization hits her. Her home, her entire world, has vanished without a trace. Nearby, she overhears a group of adventurers talking. One of them complains about a job, saying Deculane must be crazy for trying to use a child. Her companion just scoffs, telling her she shouldn't have fallen for his handsome face if she was going to back out now. As she listens, a strange sense of familiarity washes over her. The names, the situation, it clicks with a sickening jolt. The characters and the world her team spent countless nights creating are standing right in front of her. A woman with pink hair kneels beside her, introducing herself as an adventurer named Ganesha. She asks if the girl's name is Ria, but the name feels completely alien to her now. She recognizes them instantly, Ganesha and the Red Garnet Adventurers, all characters from the game she helped build. The warm air, the smell of the forest, it confirms her worst fear. If this is the game, then she is. Taking a shaky breath, she gives them a new name, one that belongs to this world. I am Yuria. And just like that, her old life was gone. She was no longer Yu-Ara, a game developer from Earth. She was now Yuria, a character trapped inside her own creation. In this dangerous new reality, she quietly observes Ganesha's party as they move energetically through the port town. She knows exactly who Ganesha is, this world's greatest adventurer, a powerful ally, and the perfect shield. Yuria watches them with a cold, calculated look in her eyes. Her best chance at survival is to stick close to Ganesha no matter what. Her priority is simple and absolute. She has to survive. There's no time for weakness or confusion. She has to survive and find a way back home. Meanwhile, back at the magnificent Eucline estate, Deculine is facing challenges of his own. He looks down at a newly delivered box with a hint of satisfaction. He's been waiting for this. He unveils a beautifully crafted magic wand. A system window identifies it as Lokelok's Eucline Wand, a custom item capable of storing 500 mana, a massive boost to his power. He examines it closely, his innate aesthetic sense confirming its quality with a single thought. Beautiful. The wand is crafted from ironwood and possesses the automatic learning trait, which will help him master his magic far more efficiently. It's also an aesthetic item, designed to react to his attire and change its color to match, a perfect accessory for a man of his standing. He holds the wand, feeling its power, impressed that it even has a rare and valuable item trait. He recalls the steep price, 9 million eln, but seeing it now, he knows its value far exceeds the cost. Its beauty and power are on par with a legendary relic. A knock at the door interrupts his thoughts. His butler, Roy, announces that dinner is ready. Deculine replies coolly that he will be down shortly. Downstairs, the dining table is set with a lavish feast, a dazzling display of roasted meats and fine desserts glittering under the chandelier. Deculine takes his seat at the head of the table, his expression unreadable as he surveys the spread. His sister, Yariel, immediately questions the extravagance, reminding him of their supposed financial trouble. Deculine simply replies that they need the energy to overcome their situation, claiming he prepared it to lift her spirits. The butler, Roy, steps in to explain. He reminds Deculine of the antiques he'd instructed them to sell. As it turns out, they were far from ordinary. At the auction, a frenzy erupted. The sound of the gavel was relentless as every single item sparked an immediate bidding war, causing a logistical nightmare for the auction house. Roy's voice cracks with emotion as he continues. He says that he and Yariel felt like they were in a dream. They now have enough money to run the estate for years without a single worry. A flashback shows them both weeping with sheer relief. Roy tells Deculine to please accept the meal as a token of his sister's gratitude. Deculine simply listens, taking it all in. He picks up his utensils and calmly takes a bite. Glancing at Yariel, who is watching him with a complex mix of shock and suspicion, he says simply, "It's good." Yariel's eyes narrow. "So you knew," she says, her tone accusing. He just offers a slight, knowing smile in return. The two siblings sit in the grand dining hall, an unspoken tension hanging between them. The balance of power in their family is clearly shifting. Deculine adds a final, condescending remark, telling Yariel she's holding her knife incorrectly. She can only sputter in frustration, completely thrown by his calm superiority. Later, Deculine is back in his office at the University Tower, a place where his influence is steadily growing. He's surrounded by boxes of old documents, filled with handwritten notes and complex magical diagrams. He picks up one of the papers, his hand clenching slightly. What an absolute mess. The paper crinkles in his hand as he mutters with disdain, referring to his past self. That uncouth bastard Deculine. He's preparing for the upcoming midterms, and he's determined to put real effort into the exam questions. To get ideas, he's reviewing the previous tests submitted by the original Deculine. He's appalled by what he finds. They're all impossibly difficult, designed not to teach but to stroke the creator's own ego, practically daring the students to despair. Leaning back, he rubs his temples. He can feel the original Deculane's arrogance just from these questions alone, a stark reminder of his wretched personality. He realizes the original Deculine confused difficulty with superiority, creating pointless questions that served no purpose but to inflate his own pride. But as he looks down, his eyes fill with a new resolve. I will not be like him. He is going to create good questions. He believes a good question should be challenging, yet give students a sense of pride upon solving it. It should spark understanding and ignite their passion for magic. He finally understands the weight of his position. As a professor, his every action could have a critical impact on the growth of these young mages. He's no longer just surviving, he's embracing his role as a teacher. He turns to the last box of documents, wondering if there's anything useful inside. He pulls out a sheet of paper and begins to read. His eyes widen slightly, a flicker of genuine surprise crossing his face. This is different. These questions are completely different from the others. The style, the intent, the very soul of the writing feels like it's from another world entirely. He's certain a different person wrote these. As he thinks this, an image flashes in his mind. A framed photo of the old Deculine standing stiffly beside a young, cheerful girl with a playful grin. The questions are still incredibly difficult, but they aren't arrogant. They're designed to ignite interest and challenge the solver in a truly meaningful way. Intrigued, he activates his comprehension skill, a blue magical aura glowing around him as he dives deep into the problems. As the solutions become clear, he begins to infuse them onto a special magic paper. A swirl of multicolored elemental energy erupts from his desk. Streams of vibrant red, green, blue, and purple magic twist and flow, a chaotic dance of pure power controlled by his will. The magic converges, forming a glowing pattern in his hand before flowing into the paper, revealing the ethereal image of a woman with long, flowing white hair. He stares, captivated, as a spectral figure made of pure magic manifests before him. Oh, he breathes, utterly surprised. He understands now. It's an exam where solving the questions and infusing the correct answers reveals a hidden illustration. The colors of the image are formed by the elements used in the solutions. When harmonized perfectly, the result is a breathtaking piece of magical art. He looks at the spectral woman, a sense of awe on his face. This, he thinks, is the most perfect question possible for a class on understanding pure elemental magic. A sharp, unexpected pang of jealousy hits his heart. He's sure the original Deculine felt this too. He was jealous of the sheer beauty and perfection of this question, a work of art he knew he could never create himself. However, a new thought pushes through the jealousy. Staring at the beautiful, sorrowful face in the magical illustration, he can't help but wonder, who is this woman? Elsewhere, an official document with elegant script lies on a polished wooden desk. It's a notice from a birched elder, stating that the matter of the Bloodshroud race will be discussed at the next high-level meeting. A woman with long blonde hair and sharp red eyes reads the notice, a small, intrigued smile playing on her lips. She finds it interesting how things have turned out, all thanks to a strong aversion to the Bloodshroud's suppression. Tapping the document, she murmurs to herself how unexpected this all is, adding that this now includes Professor Deculine. Her gaze sharpens, a calculating glint in her eyes. That also goes for... She glances across a room filled with powerful old men sitting around a large table, a slight smirk on her face. All of you here. It seems Deculane's actions are making waves in circles far more powerful than he could ever imagine. But for all her intimidating power, her personality is surprisingly light. A mischievous, cat-like grin spreads across her face, hinting at a deep love for fun and maybe just a little bit of trouble. She absolutely lives for gossip, listening with rapt attention as other professors whisper about the latest rumors, from Deculane's recent brawls to another professor's failed diet. Her curiosity is insatiable. This playful nature is a secret of her birth. Adrienne is a half-fairy, a heritage that is the source of both her whimsical personality and her immense magical power, and even someone as powerful as her waits for a day that promises a little excitement. A day just like today. Once a month, the university professors gather to pay their respects. As they sit around the long table, Adrienne comments on the news of Deculane defending the red track, finding it all very interesting. One of the professors notes that, as usual, Deculane is absent. His arrogance is legendary. A man of the Eucline family has no one he needs to impress. But this time, something is different. Adrienne's playful demeanor fades for a split second, her pink eyes narrowing in thought, and in Deculine's absence, a single comment slips out that changes the entire mood of the room. A professor leans in, informing her that Lord Luina will be attending the upcoming mage conference. The name hangs in the air, sending a silent shock through the room. Adrienne's mind immediately connects the dots. Luina, the very same mage who competed with Deculine for his position, only to be forced out by one of his schemes. She thought he'd returned to his kingdom for good. Putting on a playful front, she asks why he would be coming back now. Another professor laughs, saying a man like Luina would return in a heartbeat if a high-ranking position was on the table. An elderly professor adds that Luina's return would be a huge gain for the Magic Tower, given all he's accomplished in the kingdom. He then takes a subtle jab at Deculine, comparing Luina's achievements to their current chief professor, who spends his time defending the lowly red track. The implication is clear. Adrienne waves her hand dismissively. "All right," she says in a sing-song voice. "If Luina returns, I'll give it some thought." The other professors exchange pleased glances. She dismisses them for the day, and as the door clicks shut, her playful mask drops completely. Alone in her office, she picks up a mug, her expression turning serious. She thinks to herself that Deculine has been acting very strange lately, and that exam he submitted, it was far too brilliant. She doesn't believe for a second he made it himself. A mischievous thought enters her mind. Perhaps she'll mess with him a little bit. A wicked smile returns to her face. What would happen if Luina, Deculine's sworn enemy, suddenly showed up? She can barely contain her excitement, letting out a small squeal of delight. "That would be so fun!" The powerful chairwoman is about to stir up some serious drama, all for her own amusement. A few days later, it's the midterm exam for Understanding Pure Elemental Magic. The sun shines brightly on the university, but inside, chaos is brewing. The students are in an uproar, their complaints filling the lecture hall. One student has already given up, calling the whole thing ridiculous. An assistant professor stands at the front, trying to calm everyone down. He acknowledges that the format is unusual, but assures them it's exactly as planned. He announces that the midterm for this class will run for 10 consecutive days, with the deadline being Sunday at midnight. Each student will take the exam in a private room. They can eat, sleep, and even take other exams, but the test paper can never leave the room. And as if that wasn't strange enough, he adds one final detail. The exam is open book. Ephraim slumps in her seat, clutching her head. An open book test that lasts 10 days? Just how hard could this possibly be? She mutters that even his tests are annoyingly thorough, just typical of Deculine. But the assistant isn't finished. He adds that the professor said one more thing. If anyone gets a perfect score, he will write them a letter of recommendation. The entire room gasps. The students erupt into excited chatter. A recommendation from the chief professor? An opportunity like that is almost unheard of. In this world, mage ranks range from the highest, archmage, down to the lowest, debutant. Advancing isn't easy. Each rank requires a difficult promotion test, and many mages spend their entire lives stuck at the same level. But a recommendation from a monarch-class mage like Deculine is a golden ticket, a guaranteed promotion. Ephraim, however, is disgusted. A recommendation from him? The thought alone kills her motivation. But then, a different idea sparks in her mind. What if she actually got it? A fantasy plays out in her head of Deculine, groveling at her feet, begging for mercy over some letter from the past. A wicked grin spreads across her face. Oh, that would feel so good. A new resolve hardens in her eyes. Just watch me, Deculine. I will get that perfect score. Ephraim lets out a series of unhinged, cackling laughs, completely lost in her revenge fantasy as her friend can only stare, utterly bewildered. We jump forward to day 4 of the exam. Inside the Magic Tower, the students are waging an intellectual war. Ephraim is completely drained, surrounded by piles of calculations. This is hard, she thinks, her face pale with exhaustion. With every new question, the difficulty skyrockets. But even through the haze of fatigue, she has to admit it. These problems are absolutely brilliant. Solving them is pure agony, but reaching the solution brings a kind of enlightenment she's never felt. She can't help but wonder if Deculine really wrote these himself. Her eyes are filled with a fierce, focused light. The joy of discovery makes it impossible to stop, even through the pain. She clenches her fist, her hatred now forged into pure determination. "Just wait, Deculine, I'll earn that darn recommendation of yours." But soon she hits a wall. She stares at the paper in her quiet room, completely stumped. This one, she has no clue. Pushing back from her desk, she decides she needs some fresh air. Staring at it any longer will only make it worse. Out in the university's garden, another student is taking a break. It's Sylvia, sitting alone on a bench. She lets out a long sigh of relief. She finally solved it. A single question took her 30 hours. She needed a breather, too. She thinks back to the professor's offer, a recommendation for a perfect score. A small, cynical smile plays on her lips. It's a meaningless gesture. Anyone capable of acing this exam would never fail the promotion test anyway, but still, she wants that perfect score. Not for a grade or a recommendation, but for herself. The problems are just so beautiful. Each one is like a key unlocking a new level of understanding. She closes her eyes, a look of serene determination on her face. If she can solve every single question, she knows she'll grow as a mage. Just then, a voice calls out her name. "Oh, Sylvia?" She turns to see Ephraim walking towards her. "Ifrin?" she asks, using Ephraim's noble-sounding pseudonym. A jolt of anxiety hits Sylvia. How far has she gotten? She tries to sound casual as she asks, "Hey, which question are you on?" The air between the two rivals grows thick with tension. Sylvia flinches, caught off guard by the directness of the question. Looking away, she answers quietly, a little embarrassed. "I'm on number 8. Ephraim's eyes go wide. "What? You've already solved question 8? Sylvia quickly corrects her, saying she's still working on it. Ephraim scratches her cheek, impressed despite herself. "Still, that's fast. I got stuck on question 7. Now it's Sylvia's turn to be stunned. The commoner she always looked down on is only one problem behind her? She wonders if she's lying. The rivalry kicks into high gear. Sylvia stands up abruptly, her break forgotten. "This is no time to be relaxing." Ephraim peeks over the bench, surprised. "Wait, are you getting up because of me?" Sylvia looks away, refusing to admit it. "I just took a break, that's all," she says, before hurrying back to the tower. The full moon hangs over the university. While his students waged their own war in the tower, a much larger game was afoot. In his quiet office, Deculine wasn't thinking about midterms. Looking over a classified document, he could feel a great upheaval was approaching. He holds up the paper, the strange script glowing faintly. "Now it truly begins," he says to himself. The document holds a dire message. The Emperor is in critical condition. The main scenario of the game, and one of his biggest death flags, is about to begin. While the students battle an exam, Deculine faces a far greater test, the death of an emperor, and the rise of a tyrant who could bring the entire world to its knees. The words on the page are simple, but their weight is immense. Emperor Krabaim is in critical condition. For Deculine, this is the trigger for the game's main scenario. He remembers the Emperor's reputation as a gentle and mild-mannered ruler. We see the old Emperor, Krabaim, lying peacefully surrounded by white flowers, his long reign coming to a quiet close. Because of his gentle nature, he always sought to balance the power of the church and the throne. He was a ruler who inspired loyalty not through fear, but through respect. He also avoided hostile policies against controversial groups like the Bloodshrouds, choosing peace over conflict. But the problem isn't the emperor who is dying. It's the one who will be crowned after his death. This new ruler is the world's most important figure, and its most problematic. An image of a woman with fiery red hair flashes in Deculine's mind, surrounded by an aura of blood and chaos. Her name is Sophian, the future empress, and Deculine knows she is a walking disaster. With her ascension, this world is about to go through a massive, violent change. Back at the university tower, the sun sets on the final day of the grueling exam. The 10-day marathon took its toll. A large number of students dropped out, completely defeated by its difficulty. However, the exam served its purpose. The distinction between the top students and the rest became crystal clear. It was like separating the struggling ducklings from those who swim ahead effortlessly. But something unexpected happened. Regardless of their final grade, every student who finished the exam bragged about it like it was a medal of honor. Afterward, instead of celebrating, students were found reflecting on what they had learned, an unusual dedication that caught everyone's attention. The rumors spread so far that even the Magic Tower's senior professors were curious to see the infamous exam for themselves. And right now, On the last question, the final, most difficult hurdle, only 2 students remain. Ephraim and Sylvia, both pushed to their absolute limits. Ephraim looks half-crazed, fueled by sheer willpower, while Sylvia is a picture of grim, exhausted focus. In her room, Ephraim glares at the paper. This darned 8th question. It's the final hurdle, and she's determined to solve it. A mountain of empty coffee cups sits on her desk. She tells herself she can't give up now, not after drinking this much. She tries to focus one last time, staring at the question, when suddenly, her eyes widen in shock. Huh? At that exact moment, in Deculine's office, the atmosphere is calm. The assistant professor bursts in. "Professor!" he pants. "One of them solved the last question." Deculine doesn't even turn around. A faint, knowing look crosses his face. "I knew it was her." We see a doorknob turn, light spilling into a dark room. The door opens, revealing Deculine. He's come to see the one who succeeded. He closes the door gently behind him, the sound echoing in the quiet room. A soft, golden light emanates from the exam paper. Deculine looks at the student with a rare expression of approval. "I knew you would solve it. Congratulations, Sylvia." As he speaks, the magic infused into the paper activates. Swirls of golden and blue light erupt, painting a breathtaking cityscape across the room. It's the illustration, the final reward. It's a symphony of bright colors, each a different magic element woven together in perfect harmony. Even the cool blues radiate a sense of warmth, the stars shining with hope against the darkness. It's a dazzling display of magic and art. Deculine reaches out, a stream of golden light wrapping around his hand. He can only look on in silence. It's a true masterpiece. He thinks to himself that even though he submitted these questions, his own limits prevented him from manifesting this kind of beauty. But in this moment, a piece of his old self emerges. The soul of Kim Woo-jin, the boy who dreamed of being an artist, who poured his emotions into his work. That part of him is fused into this question. And because of that, Deculine, the man who loves beauty, and Kim Woo-jin, the boy who dreamed of art, were both comforted by the beautiful scene unfolding before them. He turns back to the exhausted but proud Sylvia. "Well done, and thank you." Sylvia looks up, completely stunned. To hear those words, spoken with such sincerity from Professor Deculine, is something she never expected. She walks away in a daze, processing the moment. She clenches her hand, her heart racing. "Me too," she thinks. "I also wanted to thank him." Back in her room, a soft glow still surrounds her. She reaches out, touching the lingering particles of magical light. She remembers the endless pressure from her family of archmages, always pushing her, always demanding greatness. "As expected from our family," the words echo in her mind. But this felt different. This wasn't about her family's legacy. "No," she says to herself, "magic in itself is plenty beautiful." For the first time, she pursued knowledge not for glory, but for its own inherent beauty. Meanwhile, down the empty hallway, the assistant professor opens another door. Ephraim is slumped over her desk. He tells her, "Debutante Ephraim, time is up." She looks up, not with disappointment, but with a wide, cheerful smile. "Ah, I see. What a shame." The assistant is taken aback. He tells her she did very well, that it was incredible that 2 students were attempting the final question until the very end. Ephraim immediately asks, "Did she solve everything?" The assistant just gives a small, knowing nod. Ephraim lets out a dramatic sigh. "Ha! She's a monster. I'm jealous." But then her expression softens into a quiet, peaceful smile. She realizes that somewhere along the way her thoughts about revenge and the recommendation letter had completely vanished. The only thing that remained was her inquisitiveness as a mage, a pure and simple desire for knowledge. A new light shines in her brilliant blue eyes. A new motivation has been born. She wanted to answer everything too, not for a prize, but for the challenge itself. The assistant tells her the exam is over, but the question paper is still hers to keep. Ephraim turns to him, her eyes sparkling with renewed determination. "I'm going to solve this question." She lets out a confident, almost mischievous laugh. The assistant can only look on, a warm smile on his face, amazed by her spirit. He tells her good luck, and that he'll be cheering for her. Filled with a new sense of purpose, Ephraim shouts, "Yes!" She finally leaves the tower, trudging wearily through the university grounds. She lets out a heavy sigh. She's so tired. She thinks that if she'd answered everything, she would have at least had a sense of accomplishment. But instead, the only thing waiting for her at the end of this tough exam is a door marred with cruel graffiti and a cold, lonely bed. She reaches for the handle, bracing herself for the solitude. But just as she does, a familiar voice shouts her name. "Effie!" She turns, startled, to see her friends from the magic club grinning and waving at her. "Guys!" she exclaims, her face lighting up. Julia throws her arms out wide. She tells her it's standard practice to unwind together after an exam. "Let's go eat something yummy!" Ephraim is so overwhelmed that tears well up in her eyes. She whispers her friend's name, "Julie." Julia just laughs. "What's wrong, Effie? You look dumb right now." She asks if the test was really that hard. A playful glint appears in Julia's eyes. She announces to the group that since Effie is the reason they're all out so late, she'll be the one buying. Ephraim can only sputter in protest as her friends laugh, dragging her away for a much-needed celebration. For the first time in a long while, Ephraim feels a sense of peace. After days of non-stop work, she has finally solved the last exam question. A beautiful orb of light fills her room, a testament to her hard work, and she can only whisper one word, "Beautiful." Just then, her friend calls out, "Effie, are you ready yet?" Startled, Ephraim quickly responds that she'll be right out. A simple, happy thought crosses her mind. It feels good to finally be done with exams. Later, Ephraim and Julia sit at an outdoor cafe, enjoying their freedom. They know they'll be busy again soon, but for now, these few days are precious. Looking back, Ephraim smiles. She's glad she pushed through to the end. It was easily the best magical experience she's ever had. Julia leans in, her expression turning serious. "Effie, did you hear the news?" Ephraim looks at her, confused. "About Professor Deculane," Julia explains. "Apparently there's a huge stir because of his exam questions." Taking a sip of her drink, Julia leans in conspiratorially. She says that he even got summoned somewhere to the floating island, of all places. Ephraim's eyes widen in shock. The floating island? That name alone carries immense weight in the world of mages. The floating island is a marvel. A city suspended eternally 1,500 meters above the ground. It's the absolute pinnacle of magical engineering, a legendary community home to the world's greatest mages. It's said that all the knowledge and magic of the world can be found there, a place of constant innovation, beyond the reach of any laws on the ground. Naturally, it's a gathering place for eccentric geniuses. And right now, Deculane's exam had become the hottest topic among them, praised as a completely new kind of magical experience. And so, because of the incredible buzz, Deculane was formally invited to give a special lecture explaining his brilliant exam questions. Deculane himself hadn't expected this level of popularity. A system notification confirms an event quest, lecture on the floating island, which will grant him a welcome 30 mana. On top of that, the lecture fee is considerable. He thinks to himself that pursuing growth in this direction isn't a bad idea at all. He looks over his lecture notes, ready to face the world's most brilliant minds. Stepping onto the grand stage, he looks out at the packed hall and greets them simply. "Nice to meet you." A host introduces him as the head professor of the Imperial University's tower and a monarch-class mage who governs the elements, Deculane. He announces that the lecture topic is the midterm exam, and it will run for 2 hours. Deculane begins, telling the audience he'll start with a brief explanation of pure elements. The chairwoman, Adrienne, watches from the audience with a skeptical look. Adrienne leans over to the woman next to her and whispers, "Did you see the exam paper?" The woman, Rowena, answers coldly, "It's plagiarism. There's no way Deculane wrote such a brilliant question himself." Despite the skepticism, the lecture proceeds smoothly, with Deculane demonstrating his elemental control with practiced ease. The attendees are completely captivated by his novel and systematic explanations, listening with rapt attention. Deculane moves on. "Now then, let's take a look at question 6. It was at that moment. A voice rings out, interrupting him. "Question! I have a question!" Deculane looks out into the crowd to see Adrienne standing, her hand raised high. She challenges him, "If we go by what you said, Professor, and distinguish between a pure element and a type, As she speaks, a complex and brilliant magic circle of golden light manifests above her, a demonstration of her immense power. She finishes her question, "How should we combine the elements in question 6 for the best destruction-type magic?" Deculine just listens, his expression unreadable. He immediately recognizes her. The chairwoman. It's obvious why she's here. He knows she has a mischievous streak, and considering the old Deculine's reputation, it's no surprise she'd suspect he cheated. A slight smirk touches his lips. He decides to play along. Without a word, he draws a complex magical formula in the air with glowing blue light. Adrienne stares, completely surprised by the elegant and immediate answer. "You just need to add a core circuit in a linear form like this," he explains simply. Adrienne is momentarily stunned into silence before stammering, "Oh, yeah, you're right. Thank you." After that, Adrienne unleashes a barrage of difficult questions, but thanks to his comprehension skill, Deculine answers each one smoothly and effortlessly. Eventually, thanks to the annoyed glares from other mages who found her interruptions disruptive, Adrienne finally quiets down, gritting her teeth in frustration. Deculine glances at the clock. There are only 10 minutes left. Too much time was wasted on questions, so he won't be able to go over the final problem. But as he's about to conclude, another hand shoots up. "Just one final question." A voice from the audience asks directly, "Did you personally come up with question 8? It's Rowena. She stands, her expression cold and accusatory. Deculine addresses her by name. "Rowena." He asks her to clarify what she means. She doesn't back down. "Just as I said, did you truly think up and write question 8 yourself? That's what I'd like to know." The entire hall erupts in whispers. Ghostwriting? The accusation is a serious one. Deculine pauses for a moment, then calmly replies, "It's common to draw inspiration from others." However, his voice suddenly turns sharp, his eyes glowing with an intense light. A massive wave of golden-green magic erupts from him, flooding the entire lecture hall with overwhelming power. The audience gasps in shock. Floating amidst the brilliant light, Deculine declares with absolute authority, "This entire work is wholly my own." The mages are left speechless, staring in awe at the beautiful, raw display of magic. He adds casually that he improvised this just now, so it's completely different from the original question. He turns his gaze directly to Rowena, a silent challenge in his eyes. "Was that a sufficient answer, Professor Rowena?" She can only stare back, completely stunned and defeated. With that final, undeniable display of genius, he calmly states, "That concludes the lecture." As he walks off the stage, a system window confirms event quest complete, and his mana increases by 30. He walks down the grand hallway, thinking to himself. In the original game, he and Rowena were on bad terms. Today passed without incident, but he knows something is bound to happen soon. He leans against a window, looking out. Seriously, he thinks, everything around Deculine is just... As he's lost in thought, his eyes catch someone walking below. He squints, a sense of strange familiarity washing over him. Huh? Who is that? They look familiar. We see the girl's face. Her dark hair is tied back, and her expression is one of pure resentment as she glares up at him. Deculine's brow furrows in confusion and slight irritation. What's with that sour face? He has no idea who she is, or why she's looking at him with such hatred. After a triumphant lecture, a new, far more dangerous mission begins. Deculine spots a familiar face, a person who holds the key to one of the most important quests in this world. He recognizes her instantly. It's Charlotte, the original Deculine's college classmate. He approaches her, stopping her in her tracks. "It's been a while, Charlotte." She looks back, her expression a mix of surprise and suspicion. She responds coldly, "What is it, Deculine? I don't think we're close enough to be on a first-name basis." Ignoring her hostility, he gets straight to the point, his question causing her to freeze in shock. "Is Princess Maho doing well?" Deculine couldn't care less about his past with Charlotte. What matters is the princess she's guarding, Maho. He knows that Emperor Krabime will soon breathe his last. That moment is a major turning point in the game. Many named characters will either live or die, and a wave of new events will begin. And the one character who must absolutely survive this chaos is Maho. He remembers her well. From the mid-game onward, she becomes a key force for good in the main quest. Her political standing is incredibly complicated. She's second in line to a duchy, but third in line to a kingdom, making her a constant target. A tragic princess surrounded by bloodshed wherever she goes. Currently, she's hiding in the empire under the pretense of studying abroad. But Deculine knows that once the emperor dies, she will have to flee into incredible danger. Charlotte glares at him, her voice dripping with contempt. "Even after all this time, you're still good at provoking people, Deculine?" Deculine simply holds out a small glowing orb, offering it to her. She just stares at it, confused. "Don't get worked up," he says calmly. "I'm just offering a lifeline to an old classmate who chose a death trap." Back in her room, Charlotte stares at the orb, his words echoing in her mind. "This is a communication crystal," he had told her. "If you make up your mind, contact me. I'll help you." Her pride had flared. "You want me to beg for help from a jerk like you? Don't be ridiculous," she had shouted at his retreating back. But he knew her weakness. He had simply said, "There's no time. I'm sure you know that." His expression was cold, leaving no room for argument. "But if you still don't want it, well, then do as you please." And with that, he had left her alone with her decision. Charlotte lets out a long, frustrated sigh. He's right, and she knows it. A gentle voice breaks her out of her thoughts. "Charlotte, you don't look so good." It's her charge, the princess. Princess Manhwa, a young woman with long, beautiful green hair, looks at her with concern. Charlotte quickly dismisses her worry. "It's nothing. Just—" She paces the room, the weight of their situation pressing down on her. The princess approaches, her voice soft but firm. "I understand the situation too. Don't try to bear it all alone, Charlotte." Manhwa looks out the window, her expression grim. She knows that soon her brother's men will come for her, either to use her as a pawn or to get rid of her permanently. "It's nerve-wracking," she admits with a sad smile. She had fled to the empire, and it had turned out to be a nice, safe place to live. "But the next emperor won't leave this chaos to fester," she says urgently. "So I must leave quickly." Charlotte can only sigh in agreement. A gentle, determined look comes over the princess's face. She pushes a heavy suitcase towards Charlotte. "Here, Charlotte, it's all the money I've saved." Charlotte is stunned, asking why she's giving it to her. The princess explains that she knows Charlotte doesn't have enough to hire mercenaries for their escape. But Charlotte refuses, insisting she'll manage somehow. Manhwa places a hand on her shoulder. "Don't carry the burden all on your own. This is for everyone," she says, her eyes shining with kindness. "So it's not a waste." Charlotte looks at her princess, moved by her selflessness. She bows her head. "Understood, Your Highness. It's shameless of me, but I'll try to hire more mercenaries with this." Later, she looks out the window, renewing her vow. No matter what, she will protect Her Highness. Suddenly, she spots movement outside. A shadowy figure is climbing the wall. "Who's there?" she shouts, drawing her weapon. But the figure is quick, leaping from the balcony and disappearing into the night, leaving her staring into the empty courtyard with her heart pounding. She clenches her jaw. It's already started. It's more dangerous than she ever expected. Her mind flashes back to Deculine's offer. She realizes with a sinking feeling, as I thought, without help. Back at the Grand Eucline estate, a few days have passed. Deculine sits at his desk, peacefully reading a book. Uriel walks in. "You've been reading a lot more lately? I thought you didn't like reading." He just gives a one-word reply, "Yes." Uriel pouts, annoyed by his lack of engagement. She changes the subject. "I heard you gave a lecture on the floating isle, and I heard you got paid for it too." Deculine glances up, his voice cold. "Don't expect any crumbs to fall your way, Uriel." She immediately gets flustered, denying she was even thinking that. Clearing her throat, she gets to the real reason she's here. An official letter came. The Academy's students want to hold their membership training at their estate. Before she can finish, Deculine cuts her off with a sharp no. He has a flashback to the messy, chaotic parties of the original Deculine. He states flatly, "Trainings are unsanitary. I absolutely won't allow it." Uriel can only stare, dumbfounded. "Come on, at least look at the letter," she pleads, arguing it's a good chance to show off their magic tower to the new students. But Deculine doesn't even glance at it. "That's enough. Leave now, Uriel," he orders. He gives her a look so cold and commanding that it stops her in her tracks. "Go!" Uriel flinches. Defeated, she mutters, "Fine, I got it." She walks away, grumbling under her breath about his impossible attitude. Once she's gone, Deculane's stern expression softens. He pulls out the communication crystal Charlotte gave him. It glows faintly in his hand. He activates it. "Speak, my old classmate," he says, his voice echoing through the crystal. On the other end, a weary Charlotte sits on her bed. Her voice is heavy with resignation. "I think it's time to leave. There's no time left." Swallowing her pride, she says the words she swore she never would. "Help me, Deculane." Deculane agrees. Very well. The crystal in his hand glows brighter. He asks if she will follow his plan. He lays out a map. He explains there's only one escape route, a dangerous path that is precisely why it's the safest. Charlotte asks where, and his answer sends a chill down her spine. "The crevasse ravine." She's horrified. "What? That treacherous land overflowing with poisonous fumes?" She mutters that, of course, it's a plan worthy of him. Deculane's voice is sharp and logical. "Did you really think you could escape death by taking a normal path?" He looks directly into the crystal, his voice filled with unshakable confidence. "Trust me, Charlotte. We'll cross the crevasse ravine. The dangerous, high-stakes escape has officially begun. To save a princess from certain death, there's only one path left, a frozen wasteland so dangerous it's not even claimed by any nation. This is the crevasse ravine, a place teeming with demonic energy, where the wind itself howls with malice. It's a land where rumors of demons are more than just stories, a desolate territory that no sane person would ever dare to cross. And for Princess Maho, it's her only hope for survival." Inside his office, Deculane holds a glowing crystal, explaining the plan to Charlotte. He tells her this is the only way. Once they get through the ravine, they'll be close to safety. Charlotte looks at the orb, her mind racing. She admits she'd considered this route, but she never imagined she'd be relying on someone from the Eucline family to do it. Deculane reassures her, his voice cold and steady. He tells her not to worry. He'll personally guide them. Charlotte looks up, stunned. "You? Personally?" she asks, unable to hide her surprise. He simply replies, "Correct." She's silent for a moment. The man she knew from the academy was arrogant and useless. This version of Deculane is something else entirely, and she can't figure him out. She finally asks the question that's been bothering her. Why is he going this far? A man like him should have no interest in helping them. Deculane leans back, looking down at her with his signature arrogance. He tells her that he's a politically sound individual, and far more capable than her in both intelligence and discernment. Charlotte immediately bristles, shouting back, "What did you say? Are you trying to pick a fight?" He cuts her off. He explains that his only desire is for her princess to survive, because that survival will benefit his family and his territory. He's drawing a clear line. This isn't charity, it's a trade. The glowing orb sits between them, a silent testament to their fragile agreement. Finally, Charlotte gives in, her pride swallowed by desperation. She asks where they should meet. Deculane's gaze is sharp as steel. "In 3 days, at the entrance to crevasse." He adds a chilling condition. If she can't even get there on her own, he'll consider her unworthy of his help. Charlotte meets his gaze without flinching. "Sure," she replies, a hint of defiance in her voice. "I hope your skills are as capable as your mouth." A system notification pops up for Deculane. A new manual quest journey has begun. His plan is officially in motion. 3 days later, we're not at the frozen ravine, but in a beautiful, sunlit city. A crowd of students murmurs in awe, amazed by the scenery. They're in Heidekine, Deculane's territory, and it feels like a different country. Heidekine is a central city in the Eucline territory, known as a tourist spot. The original Deculane had always refused student retreats here, but now he's allowed it, leaving the students wondering what he's up to. Deculane stands by, listening. He thinks to himself that the real reason they're here is that Heidekine is only a few hours' ride from the crevasse ravine. By hosting the retreat, he can find a natural opportunity to slip away. He turns to an organizer and asks where the debutante students are staying. The organizer reports that they've reserved an entire floor at the best hotel in the city. Deculane gives a simple nod of approval. Good work! He thinks to himself that as a professor and the lord of this land, providing the basics for his guests is the least he can do. He stands before the assembled students, a small orb of light floating in his hand, all eyes fixed on him in the dark room. He announces that their retreat will be without restrictions and he won't get involved in how they enjoy themselves. He pauses, his expression serious. However, his tone shifts, a chilling warning cutting through the air. His eyes glow with a menacing purple light as he declares that if any of them dirty his hotel or his territory, they will not smile again for the rest of their time at the Magic Tower. The students flinch, their faces pale with fear. With that out of the way, Deculine turns his attention to other matters, laying the groundwork to use Heidekind as a strategic outpost. He meets with the local mages. Using his unique skills, he can see a golden light emanating from the truly useful ones. Without hesitation, he points to 2 of them and orders their salaries raised. Then he points to a third and says, "And fire that mage!" The 3 of them are completely stunned, shouting "What?" in disbelief. Deculine continues to work, and before he knows it, evening has arrived. The students are gathered around a large bonfire, enjoying the night. Suddenly, a student shoots a stream of magic into the sky. It's Sylvia. The magic erupts into a dazzling display of fireworks, painting the night sky with bursts of blue, pink, and gold. The professors judging the impromptu assignment are thoroughly impressed. "As expected of Sylvia," one exclaims. "It's perfect. 10 points." Another professor agrees, calling it a beautiful display. 10 points again. Meanwhile, Ephraim and her friend walk through the woods, carrying their own magical firework. Her friend sighs, complaining about professors assigning projects even during a trip. Ephraim just gives a weak laugh, her mind clearly elsewhere. A professor calls out, "Next up, Ephraim's group." One of her teammates begins to explain their concept, but before she can finish, a professor impatiently cuts her off, shouting, "Stop!" Ephraim looks up, bewildered. "Pardon?" she asks, her eyes wide with confusion. The professor waves them off. "Enough with the boring explanation. Just fire it." Flustered, Ephraim just stammers, "Ah, okay." Their firework shoots into the sky and explodes in a chaotic but brilliant shower of sparks and light. A couple of students watching are impressed. "Wow! That's beautiful," one says. But the first professor is not pleased. He covers his ear, grimacing. 6 points! The firework was too loud. Another professor gives them an even lower score. 4 points! Ephraim's friend is about to protest, but Ephraim stops her, telling her it's fine. She looks disappointed but resigned. Just then, a calm, familiar voice cuts through the chatter. 10 points! It's Deculine. He states that they found a good balance between destructive and harmonious magic. The other professors jolt in their seats, completely shocked. Ephraim just stares, baffled. 10 points? From Deculine? It makes absolutely no sense. Later that night, Deculine has slipped away from the camp. He stands by a rocky cliffside, preparing his horse for the journey ahead. He finishes saddling the horse and thinks to himself, "Good, I can leave now." He wonders briefly if Charlotte will make it to their meeting point safely. A voice suddenly speaks from behind him. "Was it your guilty conscience?" Deculine turns, his expression hardening. Standing there in the dark woods is Ephraim. He's surprised to see her. "Ephraim?" He quickly regains his composure and asks what she's doing out here, ordering her to go back. But she doesn't move. Her voice is shaking but firm. "Please answer me." She lists off all the times he's acted strangely, looking him dead in the eye. "Why are you doing this to me? Is it because of my father?" He turns away, swinging himself up onto his horse. "Figure that out on your own," he says coldly. "You're not a child." Ephraim looks crushed by his dismissal. Without another word, he spurs his horse and rides off, leaving her alone in the darkness. But Ephraim isn't done. She shouts after his retreating figure, her voice filled with a newfound resolve. "I will join your tutelage, Professor!" And then, with all the frustration and determination she can muster, she screams at the top of her lungs, "I'll figure out what happened on my own! About why my father killed himself!" Her voice echoes through the forest as she makes a vow, not just to him, but to herself. "And become greater than you!" She stands there panting, watching the empty path where he disappeared. A new fire has been lit inside her. She stands alone in the quiet woods for a long moment, wiping a tear from her eye. Deculine's horse gallops through the night, carrying him further and further away. He reflects on what just happened. Ephraim wanting to work under him is an interesting development. Surprisingly, his villain's fate system didn't activate. As he rides, a flicker of doubt crosses his mind. He realizes he doesn't actually know the full story of what happened between the original Deculine and Ephraim's father. He wonders, what should he do if it was something truly unforgivable? He finally reaches a point where the forest grows thick and the air feels heavy. He dismounts, telling his horse it can't go any further due to the demonic energies and to return at noon. The horse turns and leaves as he continues on foot. Deculine walks towards the entrance of the ravine. He wonders if Charlotte is here already and pulls out the communication crystal. Before he can use it, a familiar voice calls out his name. Deculine. He looks up. Charlotte is standing there, looking exhausted and covered in grime. He acknowledges her with a simple, "Good work getting here." Behind her stand a weary guard and the small figure of Princess Maho, both splattered with blood but alive. The perilous journey is about to begin. Charlotte gently pushes the young princess forward. Maho looks up at the imposing figure before her, her eyes wide with a mix of fear and hope. This man is her last chance. He introduces himself with the cold formality of a nobleman. He is Deculine von Grahan Ukline, senior professor of the Imperial Magic Tower. He tells the princess not to worry, he'll guide her through the escape route. Maho clutches her cloak, her voice small but clear as she thanks him. A tiny bit of the weight on her shoulders seems to lift. Deculine turns and begins to walk, remarking on their haggard appearance. Their journey here was clearly a brutal one, leaving them covered in dirt and dried blood. Charlotte calls out and tosses a small book his way. He catches it, looking confused. She tells him to take it, explaining that it's a note from some adventurers they encountered. Deculine opens the book and reads, his expression darkening with every word. His face twists in disgust. He mutters about how nauseating it is that these people don't know their place. Seeing his reaction, Charlotte asks if he'll be all right. He dismisses her worry instantly, telling her to just follow him closely. Princess Maho looks on, her expression filled with uncertainty. With that, he announces their departure. The perilous escape has officially begun. With a dramatic sweep of his coat, he starts walking into the oppressive darkness of the ravine. They follow close behind, their faces covered to protect them from the harsh environment. The air itself feels heavy, charged with a sinister energy. As they walk, Charlotte's muffled voice asks Deculine what was written on the note. The princess adds that he didn't look too happy after reading it. After a moment of silence, Charlotte speaks instead. She reveals that the note was about the people hunting them. There were 37 assassins, and something far worse, a Dianant, a terrifying mix of a ghost and a demon, resistant to both physical and magical attacks. That's what makes it even more dangerous than a small army. Princess Maho listens, her eyes wide with terror. Charlotte continues, saying the worst part is that a Dianant is the product of a contract. She explains the grim reality. Dianants can only be summoned through forbidden magic, using human corpses as materials. To hunt them down, Maho's brothers resorted to the kind of dark arts only a cult would dare to use. The thought is sickening. But then she adds that there is one thing that gives them a sliver of hope. The princess looks at her, confused. What hope could there be against such a monster? Charlotte's gaze shifts to the man leading them. Their hope is that they have a Ukline with them, a family renowned for demon hunting. A system window confirms it. The Ukline bloodline converts demonic energy into purified mana, making its users stronger in places like this. Deculine stops for a moment, taking in the suffocating atmosphere of the ravine. He thinks to himself that this place truly lives up to its name as the den of demons. Charlotte shivers. The demonic energy here is so thick you can feel it on your skin. For most people, even breathing would be painful, but for Deculine, it's an advantage. Thanks to his bloodline, a notification confirms it. His mana quality has temporarily risen to rank 4. The quality of mana is a crucial factor for mages, a measure of raw power that can overcome even a difference in rank. There are a total of 10 ranks for mana quality. Ordinary people are around rank 9 or 10. You need to be at least rank 7 to even attempt to become a mage. The number of people drops off sharply around the 5th rank. Most of the powerful named characters on the continent are somewhere between rank 3 and 4. Rank 1 is a concept reserved only for gods. Only 4 known individuals possess rank 2 mana, including the university's own chairwoman, Adrienne. With his mana now boosted to rank 4, Deculine feels a surge of confidence. Dealing with a single Dianant shouldn't be a problem, but Charlotte's nerves are getting the better of her. She asks Deculine if they can't move a little quicker. He glances back at her sharply, asking if she's letting impatience cloud her judgment. He tells her to stay calm, they're already moving at the most optimal pace. Any faster, and they risk being poisoned. Charlotte falls silent, knowing he's right. She looks over her shoulder, her instinct screaming that they're still in danger. Princess Manhwa gently places a hand on her arm, telling her that everything will be fine. Charlotte is touched by her kindness, whispering, "Princess." She thinks about what a kind and warm-hearted person Manhwa is. She knows the princess must be even more afraid, but she's acting strong for her sake. Charlotte steels her resolve, vowing to protect her, but just then, a blood-curdling scream rips through the air. The princess points in terror, shouting, "Over there!" A massive, swirling cloud of darkness hurtles towards them. It's a whole swarm of demonic bats. Charlotte draws her weapon, her eyes narrowing. So, it started. But Deculine steps forward, completely calm. "I'll take care of this," he says, his voice steady, shards of ice-like magic form around his hands. His eyes glow with an intense blue power as he gathers his mana. He thrusts his hands forward, surrounded by a whirlwind of raw energy. A massive torrent of pure magical power surges from his body. The beam of energy slams into the swarm of bats, engulfing them completely. The light is blinding, the sound deafening, as the spell tears through the swarm. In a matter of seconds, every single bat is vaporized, leaving nothing but fading sparks of dark energy. Deculine lowers his hands, the magic around him dissipating. Without looking back, he simply says, "Let's continue." The other guard can only stare in disbelief. Whoa, he took out all those bats at once. Professor Deculine really is amazing. They press on, moving deeper into the ravine, where jagged cliffs are shrouded in a sinister purple mist. Deculine's focus is absolute, his eyes scanning the darkness for the next threat. A monstrous, ape-like creature lets out a piercing shriek as it lunges at them. The guard cuts it down, panting that there are still a lot of minor monsters, but at least they haven't run into the one they were really worried about. Deculine scoffs internally at the guard's lack of composure. Suddenly, he stops. He speaks into the swirling fog ahead. "Let me warn you in advance. If you dare come any closer, I'll tear you limb from limb on the spot." Charlotte and the princess halt behind him, looking around in confusion. Who is he talking to? Deculine waits, his expression like stone, his eyes narrowed at the unseen enemy. A single, confident footstep echoes from the mist ahead. A chilling, distorted voice laughs from the darkness. "Kekeke, you're observant for a servant about to die." The mist parts, revealing a horrific scene. The bodies of the 37 assassins lie slaughtered on the ground, and standing over them is the Dianant. It continues, its voice dripping with malice. "In that case, then you must know exactly what's about to happen to you." Their path forward is cut off by a waking nightmare. The Dianant stands before them, flanked by the reanimated corpses of the assassins it just slaughtered, its presence blocking the only way out. Without missing a beat, Deculine issues a sharp command. Charlotte is to take the princess and run. He'll handle this. Charlotte is floored, barely able to process the order. He glances back, his voice dripping with condescension, asking if she's putting on some pointless act of concern for him. Frustrated, Charlotte clenches her fist, annoyed by his arrogance even now. Ignoring her, Deculine gestures past her toward the approaching undead as a glow of magic forms around his hand. Charlotte turns to see the assassins shambling closer, just as Deculine unleashes his magic, not at the Dianant, but at the narrow cliff wall beside them. A deafening boom rips through the ravine as the cliffside erupts, sending a landslide of rock and dust crashing down. The undead assassins are instantly buried under tons of rubble, sealing the path behind them and cutting off the enemy's pursuit. Deculine turns back to Charlotte, the magic still crackling on his fingertips. He asks if she's confident now. All she has to do is get the princess out of here. Charlotte is silent. He's created an escape route for them, but he's also trapped himself in here with that monster. Just as she's about to lead the princess away, Manhwa lets out a terrified scream. "Charles, look over there!" Charlotte whips around, her eyes widening as the thick dust from the explosion begins to clear. Through the settling haze, a form of pure shadow drifts forward. Dark energy coils around its body, its eyes glowing with a sinister light. The Dianant is completely unharmed. The other guard, Ron, stumbles back. "It's the Dianant!" he yells as the princess cries out in fear. Deculine's expression remains unchanged. Nothing's changed, he says calmly. Continue to the principality. But Charlotte argues back, insisting he can't possibly handle that thing alone. Deculine just scoffs. I'll kill it myself. In a surge of courage, Ron steps forward, telling Charlotte he'll help buy them time. He begs her to run. For a heartbeat, Charlotte hesitates. Her duty is to the princess, but leaving them behind to face certain death feels wrong. Deculine's voice cuts through her doubt, cold and sharp. He reminds her this was a business deal, a transaction. He's holding up his end, and her part is to ensure the Eucline house has an ally when this is all over. To guarantee their escape, he sends a few shards of enchanted wood steel to fly alongside them as guards, before giving one final, unarguable command, go. Charlotte bites her lip, forcing herself to accept the grim logic. She has to trust him. Grabbing the princess, she breaks into a sprint, shouting over her shoulder, I'll see you at Urin! It's a promise, and a prayer. The Dynant lets out a low, mocking laugh, confident its prey has nowhere to run, but Deculine steps forward, blocking its path. His gaze is locked on the creature. You should worry about yourself first. The Dynant turns its full attention on him, its voice a low hiss. It mocks him, sneering that a mage's steel is useless, and that normal magic is powerless here. It would simply dissolve in the ravine's dense, demonic energy. Deculine remains perfectly still, letting the creature boast. He knows it's right. A Dynant is more spirit than flesh. It can't be killed with ordinary methods. But the monster has made a critical mistake. It assumes the demonic energy only helps it. For Deculine, this place is a wellspring of power, supercharging his mana regeneration. And more importantly, he reveals his trump card. All along their journey, he'd been secretly using his Hand of Midas skill, layering enchantments onto every piece of wood steel he carried. The Dynant glides toward him, ready to end this. Deculine makes his move. With a flick of his wrist, he sends a single, glowing shard of wood steel slicing through the air. The enchanted weapon strikes true, and for the first time, the Dynant recoils in pain. The Hand of Midas allowed him to create a weapon that could harm its very spirit. He presses his advantage, launching another shard that pierces the creature's shadowy form. He unleashes a relentless flurry of attacks, filling the air with streaks of glowing blue light. Ron shouts from behind him, trying to warn him that slashing won't work, but Deculine cuts him off. Don't make a fuss! His eyes narrow with chilling resolve. The strategy is simple, brutal, and effective. I just need to stab it until it dies. He raises his hand, and dozens more enchanted fragments of wood steel materialize above him, each one glowing with immense power. He locks his eyes on his target, preparing to end this. With a final command, the entire swarm of enchanted steel hurtles forward. The shards slam into the Dynant from every angle, pinning its spiritual form in place and tearing it apart from the inside out. The creature lets out one last, agonizing shriek before its body dissolves into nothing, leaving Ron staring in stunned silence. We see Ron's sword, still stained from fighting off the lesser demons. The adrenaline finally gone. He collapses from his injuries, clutching a deep wound in his side. Sometime later, at the edge of the forest, Charlotte finds the princess kneeling on the ground, looking pale. Maho waves off her concern, explaining it's just a bit of nausea from the demonic energy exposure. Charlotte explains it's a normal symptom that will pass now that they're safe, but just as she finishes, the princess's eyes light up, seeing someone in the distance. "Granduncle!" she cries, her voice thick with emotion. An older, distinguished man rushes toward them. This is Girand, minister of the Urin Principality, and her granduncle. Princess Maho runs into his arms, finally safe after a terrifying ordeal. He holds her tight, telling her how much she's endured. Maho just tells him she's glad he's here. Girand turns to Charlotte, thanking her for protecting the princess and asking if she managed it all alone. Charlotte shakes her head. Not at all, she says quietly. There were others who helped us. She turns, her gaze fixed on the dark path leading back into the ravine, her expression clouded with worry. She asks the minister if they can wait just a little longer for their companions, and he kindly agrees. The sun begins to set, casting a warm orange glow across the sky. They stand at the forest's edge, waiting and watching the entrance to the ravine. As the minutes tick by, Charlotte can't shake the question gnawing at her. Will he really be all right? Guilt twists in her stomach. She'd thrown herself into danger for the princess, only to leave the very man she used to despise to face that monster alone. Girand gently puts an arm around Maho, telling her it's time they head back. They start walking toward the principality, but Charlotte keeps looking over her shoulder, unable to let go of her unease. And then she stops dead in her tracks, her eyes wide with disbelief. Emerging from the tree line are two figures. The first is Deculine, looking as composed and flawless as ever. "Seems you arrived safely," he states calmly. Behind him, a battered but grinning Ron gives a triumphant cheer. "We're alive!" he shouts. Charlotte can only breathe out his name, a wave of relief washing over her. Against the setting sun, their group is finally whole again. Their mission is complete. The princess is safe, and the long, dark journey is finally over. With the princess secured, Deculine wastes no time. He announces he's heading back immediately. Charlotte protests, insisting he needs to rest after everything he's been through, but he cuts her off with a flat, final tone. "I don't need it. The work is done." He turns his back on them without another word, leaving Charlotte and the princess watching him go, utterly speechless. Charlotte's expression is a storm of conflicting emotions as she replays the entire ordeal in her mind. When they first made this deal, she thought he was just being his usual arrogant self, picking a fight for no reason. But she remembers the chaos in the ravine, the assassins, the monsters, the suffocating terror. He truly risked his life for them. He faced that horrifying creature all by himself, creating a path for them to escape and putting himself between them and certain death. She can't let him leave like this. Calling out his name, she makes him pause, and he glances back with a questioning look. She takes a deep breath and says the one thing she never imagined she'd say to him, "Thank you." For the first time, a genuine smile touches her face as she offers her hand, a gesture of true gratitude and newfound respect. But Deculine just scoffs, waving it away. "That's enough," he says coldly. "Judging by your state, you haven't even washed. I can't shake that hand." Charlotte is left frozen, her hand outstretched as embarrassment and rage flush her face. He turns and walks away without a second glance, leaving her fuming as his figure disappears down the sunlit path. Just before he vanishes into the trees, she calls out his name one last time. He pauses, muttering under his breath about what a bother she is. But her anger has faded. With the princess waving cheerfully beside her, she shouts, "Stay safe!" "I'll repay this debt for sure," Maho chimes in. "Thank you so much, Professor." For just a moment, Deculine's rigid posture seems to soften, though he doesn't turn around. He gives a small, almost imperceptible wave without looking back, and continues on his way, his long shadow stretching out behind him. Charlotte watches him go, a small, genuine smile finally returning to her lips. A notification appears for Deculine. The quest is complete, rewarding him with shop currency and a permanent boost to his mana. Later that night, in a grand estate, Charlotte knocks on the door to Minister Girand's office. She enters the lavish study, her cloak still stained with the dirt and blood of their journey. The minister gestures for her to sit. She takes a seat, her posture tense as she wonders what this could be about. A dreadful thought crosses her mind. What if, after all this, the Duchy of Urin won't accept them? Or worse, maybe there was some hidden conspiracy at play. But she quickly dismisses the idea. If he meant them harm, he had plenty of opportunities earlier. Minister Girand finally breaks the silence, addressing her by name. He asks her not to be too shocked by what he's about to say, and her heart begins to pound. Then he drops a political bombshell. The Grand Duke wishes for the princess to be his successor. Charlotte just stares, her mind going completely blank. The words don't even register at first. She's utterly speechless, finally managing to choke out a single word. "What?" She asks if he means Princess Maho could inherit the entire Grand Duchy. His reply is a simple yes. He explains the Grand Duke had likely been considering it for a while, looking for a worthy heir after losing faith in his own grandson. He stresses that, for now, this is a secret known only to the three of them. Charlotte's mind is reeling. She can't believe what she's hearing. Just a short while ago, they feared Maho would be killed over succession in the Empire. She was a powerless princess with nothing. And now, simply by escaping here, she's become the heir to a grand duchy. It's all happening so fast it feels unreal. And then, a horrifying thought strikes her. She remembers Deculine's arrogant words, that he was a political person, that his insight surpassed hers. Don't tell me, she thinks, that he calculated everything, even predicting this exact outcome? A shiver runs down her spine as she comes to a stunning conclusion. What a monster. As Deculine walks away from Urine, he feels a sense of finality. And watching him go, Charlotte is left with a tangled mess of awe, respect, and a sliver of fear. That night, she finds herself wondering if he made it back safely. His name echoes in her thoughts. Meanwhile, Deculine is back in his own territory, inside his lavish mansion. He's lying on his massive bed, still fully dressed, having collapsed from exhaustion the moment he arrived. His eyes flutter open. He sits up, feeling surprisingly refreshed despite only sleeping for about 2 hours. He glances out the window. The sun has barely begun to rise. This is the work of the iron body, a trait belonging to the original Deculine. It allows him to dissolve accumulated fatigue with minimal rest. Even after a brutal day facing down assassins and monsters, his body is fully recovered, pushing him out of bed against his will. The feeling is almost unnatural, a constant state of forced readiness. He immediately begins his morning routine, levitating wood steel fragments to practice his control. People in his old world, he thinks, would be jealous of an ability like this, but as he trains, a heavy sigh escapes him. He looks up at the floating crystals, a profound sadness in his eyes. If only I had been like this back then. Waking up and immediately starting to work, identifying his weaknesses, fixing them, and pushing himself to grow without rest. This relentless drive was born from the constant danger surrounding him, but that wasn't the only reason. It was the core traits of the man whose body he now inhabited. Competitiveness. An unyielding willpower. These were the traits of the original Deculine, the foundation of this incredibly efficient life. And a painful thought washes over him. If only I had lived like this before. A memory from his past life surfaces. His ex-girlfriend, Yu Ara, standing at his door, about to leave him for good. But as Kim Woojin, he was paralyzed by inaction, unable to say a word. She had walked out of his life, and all he could do was stand there, scratching his head in confused regret as the door closed. A sharp pang of that old failure hits him now, years later, in a different world. If he had lived with this kind of discipline back when he was Kim Woojin, she wouldn't have left him. He shakes his head, trying to push the thought away. He wishes he could sleep more. This iron body is a nuisance, forcing him awake to confront these painful memories. For someone like him, trapped in a deadly game, the 22 hours he's forced to be conscious feel unbearably long. Later that day, at the Heidekind train station, a magical train pulls in with a hiss of steam. University students chatter excitedly as they depart, talking about how much fun they had. A group of adventurers watches from the sidelines as the university's debutantes finally head back from their retreat. One of them, a young girl named Ria, asks their leader, Ganesha, why they're hiding. Ganesha just laughs it off, claiming it's too crowded, but Ria isn't convinced. Hiding behind them is Yuria, the adventurer whose body is possessed by Yo Ara. She peeks around the corner, her expression tense. She sees Deculine standing with the students and curses under her breath, of all the people to run into. She knows it's not a good look to be seen near someone from a previous failed commission, no matter how much people say he's changed. But still, she can't help but stare. Peeking from behind a pillar, she thinks to herself that a face like that is just too handsome not to sneak a look at. Ganesha gets tired of hiding and declares she's going out into the crowd. The commotion catches Deculine's attention. He glances over, his expression indifferent. And for a fraction of a second, his eyes lock directly onto Yuria. Her heart stops. He saw her. But just as quickly, he looks away, seemingly uninterested. She's confused. Ria asks what's wrong, but Yuria isn't listening. Her mind is reeling as she whispers his name. Deculine? Suddenly, a memory hits her. A memory that isn't hers. A memory of Kim Woojin. Her eyes well up with tears as forgotten images flash through her mind. She remembers happy moments, lying together, holding hands. She doesn't understand why this is happening. She remembers his smile. But he's just a game character, a piece of data. So why? Why does it hurt so much? Why does she feel this intense, painful longing for someone who never truly existed? She looks at Deculine's face again, and the resemblance is uncanny. He looks just like... A ghostly image of a smiling woman appears beside him, and in his mind, he mouths a name that belongs to another life. You Ara. They stand on opposite sides of the station, separated by a crowd and a lifetime of secrets, connected by a past neither of them fully understands.